Chapter 21, the first donation was straightforward and blunt. Why did you choose chicken feet? People in the comments cheered, calling it an excellent question. Park Moonday thought for a moment and answered honestly. Actually, the keyword for my collaboration item wasn't chicken feet, but frozen food. Wow, he's honest. Looking back, the chicken feet seem heavenly. Why on earth did the production team put something like frozen food in an idol PR event? They have T1 sparkling water, but they put things like dumplings as candidates. Park Moonday, unable to see the comments, continued calmly. Among the frozen food samples I received, the chicken feet were the most delicious. So I chose the chicken feet. Samples. He tried them all? This contestant is serious. This goes beyond just laughing it off as him being earnest. Since it's an advertisement, it's hard to say something tastes bad when it doesn't. As Park Moonday answered, he took another big bite of the chicken foot, and immediately other donations popped up in succession. What food do you like besides chicken feet? Who are you close with among the participants? So, did you choose the rice ball based on the web reviews? I'm not picky and eat everything well. As for close participants, I think it would cause trouble if I said, so I'll skip that. He's really thorough, ha ha ha. Our Dunday does have close friends, right? I'll support Dununday. Hey, Sona Hyun just said on his broadcast that he's close with you, ha 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 ha. Okay, Dunday, you're close with Ah Hyun. From Park Dundee's perspective, he judged that naming anyone directly could be a risk, so he was being cautious. But the comments were already having fun with that as material. And around the time Park Dun-dae was meticulously explaining the reason for his choice, new donations popped up one after another. The tuna mayonnaise is rich, so you can dip the chicken foot in it like a sauce. Ah, Dun-dae, please, just one line of a song. Don't just eat, introduce yourself to ha ha ha. Is there a secret to singing so well? Singing. Park Dun-dae put down the last chicken foot he was about to eat. Finally. Has the idol soul awakened? Is it meaningful that he came alive only after one chicken foot was left? I heard Park Dun-dae sing really well during the team evaluation. He's really good. He was good on the broadcast, but I wonder how the live version will be. Amidst the murmuring comments, Park Dun-dae began to sing. Me standing on the stage, you don't know much about me yet. It was the show's theme song. Park Moonday had simply chosen a song that had already been well received by the trainers without much thought. But from the viewer's perspective, it was just solidifying his character. Park Dun-dae, he's a pro. Isn't he the contestant who takes the broadcast more seriously than anyone else? This is truly unpredictable. It's not the way a corporation thinks. This is driving me crazy. It's so funny. The comments were filled with people cracking jokes, but that wasn't all. But he sings well. Why does it feel so satisfying when he bites the chicken foot? It sounds good even without accompaniment. Well done, Moonday. Now sing us another song, lol. Even though they used low-end budget equipment due to the unreasonable setup of 7/7 simultaneous live streams, Park Moonday's voice was transmitted clearly. Without any mumbling or blurry parts, Park Moonday sang the song refreshingly. It was a pleasant voice to listen to, without a single unstable note. As if they were concentrating, the speed of the comments slowed down a bit. Exclamations were mixed in with the reactions, and it was just when the pre-chorus ended and the hook was about to start. Right now on the stage, da-da-da-da-dang, a loud alarm rang from the clock on the desk. It was the 30-second warning alarm. The extra 5 minutes were over. Ah, time is up. Park Moonday stopped singing immediately. He had no intention of dragging out the song to use up time and create room for controversy. The problem was that he stopped too decisively. No, how can you stop here? Right before the hook. Of all times, ha ha ha. Ugh, this is frustrating. Should I just sing it myself? Right now on the stage, the one shining is me. Ugh, don't you see the big picture? They want us to watch episode 2. Mr. Moonday is serious about the program. If he had eaten just one less chicken foot, couldn't he have finished the first verse? If he just sang one more line right now, lol. Oh my Dundee. A delayed donation popped up on the screen. Your voice is so good. The comments went even wilder due to the mild donation that contrasted with the comment section's atmosphere. Thank you. I will work hard. And looking at the remaining donation questions, Park Moonday skimmed through the list of questions again, noting self-introduction and singing secret. And he thought, it's a good thing there's not enough time. In fact, Park Moonday was deliberately using the song to kill time and delay answering the next donations, because they were difficult to answer. First, the self-introduction. He had nothing to say after entering someone else's body. That's because he himself didn't fully understand Park Moonday's background. Moreover, the background he did know was terribly shady. The singing secret was even harder to talk about. The system helps me? That's nonsense. Park Moonday finished his judgment in an instant and continued speaking. First, regarding the self-introduction. At that moment, the screen turned black. The live stream has ended. The broadcast time had run out. What? Did it end? The production team ended all broadcasts uniformly. The remaining viewers were confused, but soon grasped the situation and started complaining. In the end, we didn't get to hear a single word of his self-introduction. It just feels like I watched a pre-roll ad. It was fun for the first time in a while. No, Park Moonday is really funny, ha ha ha. The mysterious guy is seriously high quality. People left their final comments on the still active live comment window before leaving. But quite a few people continued to leave comments for a long time. They were the people who had developed a liking for Park Moonday. They excitedly enjoyed themselves, comparing the Park Moonday from episode 1 and the Park Moonday from the recent PR Live. But Moonday is really cute. That face that looked unmotivated, munching away cutely, eating well, and singing well, lol. The fact that he has no tricks is the best. Good. His face has a trendy feel. It's the finishing touch. If he gets a bit more styling, I think he could become really handsome. Okay, I'm making a fan account for him today. Where can I vote? Idol Incorporated website, it's the stock purchase page. You get 1 vote per day, and if you buy the favor bundle, you get extra votes. The commercialism is insane. I voted for him because Moonday is cute, for real. Criticism about the blatant voting method continued in the comments. But soon, the topic shifted back to Park Moonday's recent broadcast. He was eating the chicken feet so deliciously, lol. I ended up clicking the link and buying it. I just ordered delivery. Thanks, Dundaya. Chicken feet at this hour, my diet is ruined. Then, suddenly, a comment made a nonsensical statement. But why does Moonday's eating look so familiar? Feels like I've seen it somewhere. Wait, really? Did he film a baby formula commercial when he was little? He said he has no performing experience. Found it. This proof. The link connected to a month-old chicken foot mukbang video. The way he put the whole chicken foot in his mouth and crunched it down was very similar to the live broadcast they had just seen. Only the owner was different. Sagol Mengi's chicken foot mukbang. In the video, a large mixed-breed dog of unknown origin was eating raw chicken feet. The channel name was a Shiba Inu's Food Exploration. A dog with semi-pricked ears and dark fur was diligently putting chicken feet into its mouth, wagging its tail with a face that looked somewhat indifferent. Over that image, Park Moonday's nonchalant and hearty live broadcast was automatically superimposed. In that moment, Park Moonday's first nickname was decided. Look at this. The stone and the dog look exactly alike. From now on, Park Moonday is Moon Meng Mengi. No objections allowed. Shiba Inu Mukbang Capture. Park Moonday Live Capture. An SNS post shared over 4,000 times had a picture of me in Park Moonday's form putting a chicken foot in my mouth, placed side by side with a picture of a large dog putting a chicken foot in its mouth. I felt complicated. On one hand, it seemed successful in offsetting the negative image by gaining approachability. Moon Meng Mengi, I never thought I'd get such an embarrassing nickname at 29 years old. I've received compliments a few times before for eating well. I think it's because I don't leave food and I'm not picky. Simply put, it was probably because after my parents passed away, I couldn't afford to be picky about food. So I never thought I'd get this kind of reaction just for enjoying chicken feet. Fourth place. Not long after the live ended, the PR videos were uploaded, and currently my video's view count ranking was within the top few. In fact, it was still rising. It seemed likely to overtake the video of Lee Si-jin, the former child actor in third place who was good at singing. I decided to accept the situation. Whether it's embarrassing or whatever, it's a good situation. With a life-threatening condition, I couldn't afford to be stubborn. Besides, I was more intrigued than embarrassed. In other words, I was also quite curious. Thanks to this, I've taken one step closer to surviving. I briefly posted a thank you to the person who uploaded the SNS post and those who shared it, and began my next concern. There was one immediate problem: how my edit would turn out in episode 2, which would air soon. I was particularly concerned about receiving the platinum grade in the grade evaluation. If the edit is even slightly bad, I think reactions like, "He shouldn't have gotten it," "Park Dun-dae stole it," will appear. Feeling slightly nervous, I opened the streaming window on my smartphone. Still, it was comfortable because I didn't have to do useless reaction shots for episode 2. Thanks to that, I could also pop open a beer can, re-debut Idols Incorporated. Hearing the voice of the announcer inserted in the opening, I slowly raised the beer and focused on the content. By the time episode 2 ended, the number of beer cans placed next to the smartphone had increased to 2. Taking the last sip of beer, I thought, they're observant. The production team had put effort into editing my grade evaluation as well. They re-verified through the judges' comments that I executed the choreography without hesitation and that my movements were precise, putting a stamp of approval on my skills. They didn't even highlight the scene of me receiving the platinum grade much. They just treated it with a nuance of course, a contestant who performs at this level should get it. They didn't even put the judgment controversy on the chopping block. What are they thinking? The alcohol must be making my inner thoughts come out. I carefully reflected on the direction of my edit. There is one part that bothers me. They didn't show at all that I'd practiced for a week without sleep. Of course, they can't show all 77 people's processes, so that much is understandable. But it was strange that they deliberately aired the scene of me teaching the choreography to Seona Hyun. Moreover, the way they edited it to look like I learned and performed the entire choreography after hearing it once bothered me. Now that I think about it, they also included an interview where I looked unimpressed when receiving the grade. Organizing my thoughts up to this point, I get the feeling. The production team seems intent on continuing the Park Moon-dae character established in episode 1. To put it bluntly, the clueless, my-paced, talented, ordinary person character. The fortunate thing is, thanks to the PR Live, the internet has already attached the image of a chicken foot-eating dog to me. I think I can get over the hump with this. I immediately turned on SNS to check. As expected, people who processed episode 2's Park Moon-dae with the clumsy dog meme had already captured public opinion first. It's a relief, but I can't let my guard down, because editing can overcome everything. Should I play up the dog image more? Buzz! While I was contemplating, my smartphone vibrated. It was from Big Seijin. I could feel his meticulousness from the fact that he sent it via text message, not a messaging app. Moon-dae, our team is planning to watch episode 3 together. How about it? Is that really necessary? I immediately started writing a reply. Sorry, I have something to do then. Just as I was about to politely refuse, another text arrived randomly. Don't tell me something sad is happening only to our Moon-dae. Lee Si-jin Hyungnim said he's coming too. Is the situation already agreed upon by everyone? This guy was the type to go to the production team, ask for rice, food, snacks, and even send proof shots. Given the suspicious editing direction, I didn't know what would happen if I was the only one absent. I quietly changed the text. Yeah, okay, let's go. A reply came immediately. I knew Moonday would like it too. See you then. It feels unpleasant. Chapter 22. I tried to build up my stamina by exercising and practicing in parallel until the day episode 3 aired. Fortunately, it seemed Park Moonday's basic qualities weren't rock bottom, as his body followed along well with the effort. The disappointing thing was that I had mostly filled up the practice count to 500. I guess it'll be hard to quickly fill my stats through level ups alone. It was still a relief that stat rewards occasionally popped up from quests or successful stage event pop-ups. Anyway, after a reasonably solid week, Friday came around again. I headed to the meeting place around 5 p.m. It was an office tel located in a secluded area on the outskirts of Seoul, and it seemed to be the home of one of my former teammates. And on my way out of the subway station, I experienced something surprising. Excuse me! Huh? By any chance, are you from that Idol Incorporated? Someone had recognized me. It was only a question in form. The person's eyes were already shining with certainty. I thought for a moment and then nodded. I hadn't even worn a mask. If someone took a picture, I'd be caught in a lie with no way out. Yes, that's right. Ah, I knew it. The woman who had stopped me was visibly delighted. I'm watching the show. You eat and sing so well. Would it be possible to take a picture with you? What should I do about this? I had dressed decently because I thought Big Sajin might post proof shots. But unlike during filming, my face was bare. I knew from my editing days. No matter who it was, idols needed editing for bare-faced photos. So when we occasionally took rehearsal photos, before selling them, we'd conscientiously add some overall editing. But in this situation, it was more important not to stand out. Sure. Should I stand here? Ah, yes, just a moment. The woman turned on a face camera editing app and took a picture with me in selfie mode. It was fortunate she was someone who knew the ways of the world. Ah, thank you so much. I'll definitely vote. No, I'll buy your stock. Thank you. Seeing that she probably didn't even remember Park Moonday's name, the chances were low. But I should at least be polite since she offered. Perhaps because of this person's reaction, subtle glances started to gather. People passing by began to sneak looks, which became increasingly burdensome. I quickly nodded and gave a closing remark. I have something to do. Ah, yes. Thank you for the picture. The atmosphere suggested a question like, what kind of work was about to come out, so I quickly made my escape. I went into a convenience store near the station and put on a mask first. You could call it self-consciousness, but since it had already happened, I planned to be careful on the way there. But to be recognized on the way there, I knew the season was doing well, but it was still surprising. It's going to be no joke in the later parts of the show. The place I'm staying now is just a rented room with poor security. If Park Moonday continues to avoid being completely edited out, I might need to do something about this later. Lost in these thoughts, I soon arrived at the meeting place. It was an office tel, and whether it was new or not, it looked clean and had good security. Whoever's home it was, they seemed to be living comfortably. I'm jealous. Oh, Dundee, you're early. Come on in. Ah, hello. When I pressed the intercom, Big Sejin and Seon Ah-hyun popped out. The living room is this way. As Big Sejin guided us, Seon Ah-hyun followed along. It seemed this was probably Big Sejin's place. Well, it's natural for the person organizing the gathering to host at their own home. Looking around the quite impressive office tel interior, I honestly admired it. Nice place, right? I wish it was my house. Does that mean it's not his house? Just a rental? The brief question was answered by Seon Ah-hyun's words. The thank you. So this was Seon Ah-hyun's place. Meanwhile, Big Sejin was almost lying down on the sofa, and Seon Ah-hyun was sitting upright in the corner of the sofa. I observed this bizarre situation with reversed roles for a moment, then stopped thinking about it. Whatever. Let's just watch episode 3 and go home. In an editing room on the 9th floor of the Tenet building, the production team was also having a hard time today. Editing got pushed back too much because of the PR video live prep. This is driving me crazy. It was a frantic situation where the final version was only completed hours before airing. Writer Ryu Seo-rin thought regretfully, "That's why I wish they had just outsourced the PR part." They even shoved advertisements in, but the production budget was pitifully small, so they couldn't afford to outsource it. Because of this, her schedule was also back-to-back, having just graduated from being the newest writer. Moreover, the edited portion she checked while doing the final work was so unexpected. Why are they killing that team and saving this one? Her own suggestion hadn't been properly reflected. She gritted her teeth in frustration, but she didn't even have the energy for that. The senior above her had bloodshot eyes. It's not like I have any power anyway. Still, it was a shame, as she had suggested it for the program's appeal. After seeing the editing direction for episodes 1 and 2, I had some expectations. With just 1 hour left until airing, she thought she should catch some sleep in the break room. "It's starting! Let's go! Please let our team be in this episode! Please!" The former teammates gathered at Seona Hyun's house, passed the time by eating delivered food and sharing updates. They were mainly excitedly sharing their acquaintances' reactions after episodes 1 and 2 aired, but it wasn't very nutritious. "Dundae, should I try chicken feet?" That was the most memorable thing I heard them chattering about. Anyway, as we chatted, it soon became broadcast time. It's nice watching on a big screen. I unconsciously thought while looking at the huge wall-mounted TV occupying a quarter of the living room wall. It's starting. Seeing the guys who had been sprawled on the sofa or floor because they were fully straightened up, it seemed I wouldn't be disturbed while monitoring, so that was good too. But I was mistaken. As it's the first team battle, I'm sure you all have participants you'd like to be with, right? As the MC's words aired, an interview was immediately inserted. Cha Yujin: "I want to be with Raybin." Lee Se-jin: "B, me?" Edited out. Moondae is good too." Park Moondae shakes head. "Wah, the Hyungs are on." Big Sejin Hyung gets good interview cuts. "Wow, I mentioned you, but it didn't make it." Every time a teammate appeared on screen, they had all sorts of reactions. It was insane, making it hard to focus on the screen. Amidst it, Big Sejin even laughed. It seems he doesn't mind being labeled as Lee Se-jin, B, due to having the same name. Park Doon-dae, did you really say that? No. As if that would happen. That guy Big Sejin had listed over 7 names like he was checking them off, and it was absurd that only my name made it to the broadcast. Anyway, let's at least try to keep focusing on the screen. While they were noisy, the broadcast continued. Yay! Our team is good, right? First, the moment this team was decided was portrayed warmly. They mainly showed us looking at each other and spinning around, making it look like we were purely happy to be with the participants we wanted. What was unexpected was the editing direction of the opposing team, which included former national archer Ryu Chung-woo, Lee Do-jun, a bit, Park Jung-sam. Did it have to turn out like this? Choi Sung-jin. Having a great time? Edited out. It didn't feel like that. Ryu Chung-woo. Aigu. Forced laugh. It was a team that, while the atmosphere was relatively cold, was quickly resolved under Ryu Chung-woo's lead. But the broadcast made it seem like the atmosphere was completely ruined. An awkward exclamation came from the front, as if they found it hard to comment. It was a situation where it was hard to like it, but also awkward to criticize. After showing the formation process of the other teams in a round, next was the song selection process. Gold 1, who pressed the button on the panel amidst shouts without even looking properly, got a solo cut. Gold 1 was in agony watching his past mistake. On screen, he was making a foolish sound. Oh, the Olympics. And the following edit was not kind. Along with a cringy comical BGM, the teammates' interviews played. For reference, Ha Il-jun is Gold 1, and Guan Hui-sung is Gold 2. Lee Se-jin B. Did you see our faces? Like this. Guan Hui-sung. What do we do? Oh, ho ho thi, Seon Ahyun laughs and shrugs his shoulders. Ha Iljun, I'm sorry, bobbing sound. To a new world, soft and sweethearts. The panel flipped over like a joke in the background, and here the original Park Moonday's interview appeared. Park Moonday. I liked it. A subtitle appeared. Editing conquers all. The living room became a crucible of explosive laughter. Ha ha ha! It's so funny, my stomach hurts. Even Lee Sejin's face was red as he tried to suppress his laughter. Cool. Is that for real? Did you really say that? I said the team was good. Coom. Ah, really? Thanks. Big Sajin chuckled before face-planting into the sofa. I just buried myself deep into the sofa. Let's not get swept up in it. After that, even the choreography practice and trainer feedback process were edited to maintain a not-too-serious atmosphere. Let's match it like this. Okay. That's because the early practice sessions, which were actually moderately intense, were edited to look like we were cluelessly working hard. The first time tense background music played was when we received the choreographer's harsh criticism. No one catches my eye. What are you all trying to do? The subsequent personal attacks that followed were emphasized with subtitles as expected and broadcast as is. Hearing it again, it's really harsh. Now I can say it, but it was really scary. Yeah, it looked like it. Yeah, you too. When the screen showed the team members' dark expressions, jokes, and serious words were exchanged. Fortunately, the scene where Seon Ah-hyun got picked on by the choreographer focused more on the shocked Seon Ah-hyun rather than on me. And at an unexpected time, an unexpected scene appeared. Are you okay? No. It was the scene where I spoke to Seon Ah-hyun, who was receiving an edit like participant Seon Ah-hyun, unable to focus on practice. It was that conversation where I used the looking back. It was the right thing to say trait. Moreover, the timing was wrong. That conversation happened after we decided on the song arrangement. What's this? Seon Ah-hyun, seemingly flustered, dropped the chicken he was eating. I was also a bit surprised. That was said when the main cameras were off and only the corner-installed cams were rolling. I didn't think that would be used in the broadcast, but because the camera was fixed, it actually gave off an off-the-record vibe. Thanks to that, the conversation sounded more sincere. But do you really think I can do it? Why would I lie? With a touch of moving editing added to that, it looked like it was straight out of a shonen manga's climax scene. I became confused. No, it's good that they edited it well, but considering the character the production team had been building for me since episode 1, it was a nonsensical choice. Did they decide to just throw it in because they had no other edit? Meanwhile, on screen, Park Moonday delivered that line with a fitting BGM. Just think, I can do this. And the living room erupted with reactions. Ooh, I can do this? Dudunde, were you thinking like this all along? Wow, what a guy. Let's just ignore them. Amidst the exclamations that were hard to distinguish between admiration and teasing, the broadcast showed a short interview with Seon Ah-hyun. Seon Ah-hyun, I was very thankful. Seon Ah-hyun, I'll work hard when I have to. I thought that. I have to do it. Even if Seon Ah-hyun is a bit weak, he definitely has a sense of loyalty. I immediately expressed my thanks. Thank you. No, I'm the one who's thankful. How heartwarming. That's right. While Seon Ah-hyun, whose conversation was hijacked, became even more flustered, the TV screen finally showed the song arrangement process taking place under Moody's guidance. Moody. First, we need to figure out the direction. Yes, this was the important part. Chapter 23. The team meeting had been led by Big Sejin, and he got a decent amount of screen time. Kwon Hui-sung. It was fortunate that Big Sejin Hyung-nim was the leader, really. Ha Il-jun. He's definitely a friend with leadership. Seeing even interviews like that from Gold 1 and 2, it seemed the production team also intended to build up Big Sejin's leader position. Thank you, everyone. If you're thankful, talk about me next time in your interviews. Me too. Ah, of course. And in contrast to the relaxed-looking Big Sajin, one participant was seeing hope in the living room. I looked at the team's youngest, Choi Wangil. Choi Wangil, who had been quiet even after coming to today's gathering, now had clear nervousness written all over his face. Just how would the production team edit the dispute Choi Wangil started with me? From my perspective, as long as it didn't look like I started it, it was fine. Honestly, I wasn't that interested otherwise. But once again, the editing took an unexpected turn. They completely edited out Choi Wangil's dispute. The idea is good, but if done wrong, won't it seem like we're ruining the original song? Moreover, Big Sajin's rebuttal to my words was also cut out. Instead, they included a shot of Big Sajin seriously raising his head at that moment. I've been thinking, there must be a way to go powerfully while preserving the original song's emotion. And it immediately connected as if I had suggested the idea. I guess they thought Choi Wangil was unnecessary for the storyline. To preserve the dramatic flow of the song arrangement, they erased the subtle dispute as if it never happened. Now that I think about it, they also glossed over the early part switch. Choi Wangil seemed relieved, but, well, I'm not sure if it's a situation to feel that way. That's because Choi Wangil didn't get a single proper scene until the very end. He didn't even get a proper interview. Probably, in the interviews too, he often said negative things about the beat or arrangement, so there wasn't much usable material. Anyway, that stuff didn't matter much. What was important was my edit. Just then, the Park Moon-dae on screen was finishing his words with a faint smile. Let's take a break. Then they zoomed in one by one with close-ups on the surprised faces of the teammates. This is excessive, no? It was an edit that made it look like someone had proposed the idea of the century. They even showed another interview. Ha Il-jun. Whoa, when Moon-dae said that, Guan Hui-sung. This is it, we're taking a break. Lee Se-jin, that kind of thing, is talent. The child actor Lee Se-jin's words sounded somewhat lonely. But more than that, I couldn't believe they did an interview like this up to this point. Thanks to that, in the living room, they were sniping each other with the cringy interview, with jokes and teasing rampant. Lee Se-jin just kept his mouth shut and only looked at the screen. And when Big Se-jin's interview came on, everything turned into explosive laughter. Lee Se-jin, B. Isn't Moon-dae really funny? Laughs. No. He makes this expression like some indifferent fox, but his ideas are exploding. It's just so funny, really. Against the backdrop of Big Se-jin's words, Park Moon-dae, reacting to various situations, was edited in a cut montage. Seon Ah-hyeon's ranking evaluation story. When I was young, I had an accident. What do we do? As the public opinion, which tended to dislike Antis, passed by, Park Moon-dae was shown in a close-up. My face was the very picture of composure, and the inserted subtitle, Park Moon-dae en odding. Hey, that's right. He really did that. Oh, ha ha ha. And the trainer's harsh evaluation. This kind of evaluation is something you should receive at a school talent show for it to be a compliment. Among the teammates bowing their heads and biting their lips, only Park Moon-dae's peaceful face was visible. Park Moon-dae, peaceful. That's right. In all sorts of situations where other participants were agitated, Park Moon-dae alone was as still as a mountain. That face! It's so funny! Only then did I realize my mistake. By acting like that alone, amidst participants who were overacting as usual, I didn't look calm, but rather a bit like I had a few screws loose. I guess I can't blame the production team. While dodging Big Se-jin's hand, who was laughing like crazy and hitting my back saying sorry, I reflected alone. After that, the broadcast showed the arrangement process proceeding smoothly, just short of being a spoiler. Lee Se-jin, B. We'll pull it off. Park Moon-dae, fighting. I have no idea why I delivered that fighting so impassively. And not long after, the stage began. Even the teammates who had been saying all sorts of things quieted down, and focused on watching at this moment. I looked strangely at the face of Park Moonday, wearing stage makeup. It was weird that I was that guy. Soon, an eerie intro played along with the opening choreography, and the performance began in earnest. And the shocked faces of other waiting participants began to be inserted every time a part changed. Unbelievable. At least it seemed they put effort into the editing, as the stage felt particularly well shot, which was fortunate. Phew. Anyway, the stage definitely turned out well. Especially Seon Ah-hyun, who moved like a fish in water, looked great. It even looked like the main dancer was Seon Ah-hyun, not Big Sejin. Seon Ah-hyun's ranking will probably rise sharply. The next one who looked good was, of course, Big Sejin, and the others also handled their parts well. Surprisingly, Lee Se-jin also uses expressions well and didn't look awkward. It seemed Choi Won-gil suffered a bit in the latter half when he came to the center, as the choreography behind him felt distracted by Seon Ah-hyun's presence. And fortunately, the bridge part came out well. Can't you feel me? This one line got reactions 2 or 3 times in the following shots. Did it almost become the hook? I was grateful, but at the same time, the intention was suspicious. Aren't they pushing the clueless talent character again? So when the trainer's conversation was inserted as a reaction to the bridge part, I was staring at the screen with a suspicious gaze. Moody. Was that originally Won-gil's part? Joktae song. Really? Moody. Yeah, Won-gil said he couldn't do it, so Dun-dae gave him his hook part and even did the arrangement alone, himself. But who would have thought they'd use this story here? If you only heard the trainer's conversation, it sounded like I showed goodwill and switched parts with Choi Won-gil. But well, it's ultimately correct. An interview with Moody was also included. Moody. Dun-dae is surprisingly kind. Moody, but his singing is strong. Thank you. Even for the same character, clueless but kind is much better than clueless damn idiot. It seemed like I should send a fruit basket as a token of gratitude for avoiding sudden death. The stage ended with the enthusiastic response of the audience shouting for an encore. Encore! Encore! And the team hugging and celebrating was also successfully broadcast. We did well. Honestly, even though it's my own stage, I was impressed watching it. Agreed. With meaningless applause, the conversation of the satisfied former teammates filled the living room. Of course, since I was watching while focusing on myself, I only talked about my screen time, but looking at the bigger picture, the teammates actually received screen time relatively evenly. Thanks to that, the living room atmosphere could still be harmonious. Who knows, there might be many participants whose homes feel like a funeral. For example, the team of Ryu Chang-woo that came after us was at a level where you'd want to offer a moment of silence. Let me extract a few subtitles. Did they choose the best song? That's right. Teammates continuously unable to focus on practice. Leader Ryu Chang-woo's hard struggle. The highlight was Ryu Chang-woo's interview, where he looked like he was having a hard time no matter what. Ryu Chang-woo, we have to do it. Wow, they really went all out on him. Even though I already knew it wasn't that bad, it felt bad to watch. Our guys also watched it and unconsciously clicked their tongues, so that says it all. But what about them yesterday? Chung Woo-hyung did have a hard time, but still. In short, it was a picture of Ryu Chung-woo, who lacked skills but had many complaints, enduring a painful time with his remaining teammates to complete the stage. Chung-woo does have a good personality. Seeing it like this, he really seems like a noble person. Gold One's unconscious muttering accurately described the editing framework. Anyway, the broadcast showed us easily beating Ryu Chung-woo's team. The score is, whoa, 82 to 401, wah! It was a clean edit without any particularly sharp corners. Although they wrapped it up with a tragic edit regarding Ryu Chung-woo's individual votes. Ryu Chung-woo, I think my shortcomings were great. Park Jung-seop, honestly, the individual votes should be won, shouldn't they? Lee Do-jun. The responsibility of the person who led the team. Well, the fact that our team didn't even mention individual votes was clean and good. Both on-site and on broadcast, this team's future looked bright. As episode 3 ended, former teammates collapsed onto the floor and sofa here and there. Wow, I feel drained. I thought I'd die from nervousness. I was scared. Even Siona Hyun spoke. It seemed everyone had consumed quite a bit of mental energy. Big Seijin, lying on the sofa, said, it might sound cheesy, but everyone, you really worked hard. Watching the broadcast, you all did so well. Big Seijin, I worked hard. I'm glad it turned out well. Gold 2, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, said this. Our reactions will be totally good, right? And as if someone had granted a wish, those words came true exactly. The first reaction appeared as a metric on YouTube. The stage video of the team Park Moon-dae belonged to was ranked 5th on the trending videos chart. The comments were going crazy. From the arrangement to the stage execution, everything is insane. Such a precious stage on this shabby cable channel. Everyone, this is the stock to invest in. What? A vampire? Just wait. I'm going for the jugular. I organized the names. 012 Seon Ah-hyun, 021 Lee Si-jin B, Seymour. Actobiz. Debut like this cuckoo. Watching the preparation process, they all seemed pure and friendly. So cute, cuckoo. The gap with the stage is for real? Right after the broadcast ended, similar recommendation posts or impression posts lined up on the popular posts list or got shared tens of thousands of times. A reinterpretation of a girl group's debut song by a middle-aged man stage, the participant team that made it artsy and sweet, Ajushi Episode 2, where the rankings seem likely to change drastically. Moreover, cases of people encountering through this stage and flowing in as fans also began to appear sporadically. I searched for that Belle Epoque concept stage. Is it the new season of Ajusa? I thought it was doomed, but what's with this stage level? I never liked idols, but how do you vote for this? Lol, because of this, it wasn't uncommon to see posts saying they liked this team as a whole. I wish they would debut like this. I'm voting for them in turns, lol. Why aren't they already a group? A few quick-moving, hardcore K-pop reaction channels also took action. They uploaded reactions comparing the sweet original song with October 31's arranged version stage. Wow, it's like one of a kind, right? That video got subtitles and was re-uploaded on reaction translation channels, endlessly reproducing domestic and international influx. In this process, the mention frequency of the teammates on SNS and related communities also increased overwhelmingly. It was practically seismic activity level. The climax occurred when Soft and Sweet themselves posted a video reacting to the stage on YouTube. Ajusa's Hot Topic stage, Malgung Dalkum, reacts themselves. October 30's To a New World reaction video. The members of Malgung Dalkum, whose prime had passed and group activities had ended, were living their lives as SNS influencers, except for one member who succeeded as an actor. Two of the members had joined forces, rode the trend, and opened a YouTube channel. And they didn't miss this topical content related to themselves. Thus, all members except one who was busy with an acting schedule gathered together and watched October 30's arranged stage. Wow. This is the difficult part. Yoo Yoon's part, the one named Seon Ah-hyun, he's my stock now. Oh, the main vocalist sounds like our Yesul. Park Dundi-si. Thank you. The Marine reaction started with customary exclamations, moved to appreciating the details, and then to praising the participants. Hey, the dry flower on the wall. They used each of our symbolic flowers. Wow. They're very meticulous. Of course, when the bridge came, they all were surprised together. They raised the key like this? In one go? Wow, that's really delicious. They really must be on our side. And in the end, it ended with them getting choked up. No, why am I crying? Why am I crying? It's because you performed so well, I think we were very moved. The members, who were doing hand hearts while choked up, slowly opened their mouths. We received undeserved love with a fun B-grade concept. But originally, our debut song was like this. Malgung Dalkum debuted as flower fairies, and then blew up with a so-called absurd concept. So there was a famous comment from an internet community back then. From flower fairies to wigs with flowers in their hair, ha ha ha. It was the day they wore headpieces symbolizing their respective flowers on the stage. Someone had compared a capture from that day with a photo from their first album stage and left that comment. Actually, it's true that we received more love and did activities because people liked the gap with our debut song. That comment became famous. So it's true that got more attention because of it. They also had more positive than negative feelings towards the absurd, quirky concept that brought them their heyday. But that doesn't mean they weren't sad at all. We could have done various concepts. No one could avoid being hurt by the subtle criticism. So they felt deeply moved by the participants who seriously approached their debut song, which hadn't received much public attention. Thank you so much for digesting Malgung Dalkom's pure and innocent concept so well. Yes. We also really liked your reinterpretation. Belle Epoque. If we get the chance, we'd really like to try it too. The fact that they liked the arrangement, which reinterpreted it well without harming the original song's emotion too much, also added to the impression. They finished their words with slightly trembling voices. It was really a wonderful stage. We'll all buy your stock too. October 31st, fighting. As captures from this video were posted on communities and SNS, the view count for October 31's stage video rose sharply once again. And before episode 4 aired, all participants' individual fan cams were released first. Chapter 24, the time had finally come. I closed the comment section of October 31 stage video, which I had been watching. To summarize the overall situation, it's terrifyingly successful. There was no other way to describe it but as a sweep. From view counts to article comments, the numbers seem to be 5 or 6 times higher than those of other teams aired in episode 3. Ryu Chung-woo's team also got buzz, but for different reasons, and it seemed we benefited a bit from that backlash. Anyway, as long as we don't mess up from here, it seems we can smoothly pass through to the second round. That makes the next filming even more important. Having felt the power of editing, I need to be more careful. Well then, let's look at things that might be helpful for the next filming. I entered a new search term, Park Moon-dae Fancam. When I searched, the official video posted 1 day ago appeared first. I had avoided watching it for a day to get an objective look at the feedback. And wow, the numbers were beyond my expectations. View count, 320. Considering I'm a contestant whose visual isn't my strong point, this was a higher figure than expected. Looking at the other participants in the recommended videos below, 30,000, 120,000, 7,000, 20,000, 60,000, phew. There weren't many with numbers higher than mine. No, nearly half of the participants couldn't even surpass 50,000 views. Judging by view count alone, I'd probably easily make it into the top 12. This was an even more impressive achievement considering the full stage was already public. But substance is more important. I sorted the video comments by most liked and scrolled through. Park Moon-dae's expressiveness in every one of his parts is just brilliant. A complete genius. He's just an idol, born to be an idol. I'm surprised Moon Mengmeng-ai is this good at this concept too. From popcorn to chicken feet and now a fox. Park Moon-dae, is he a god? Thank you for the treat for my ears in the bridge section. Moon-dae, when they chose the song for Malgung Dalkom Day, you were the only one who seemed a little excited. Ha ha ha, you were so cute. That last comment seems to be a bit of a misunderstanding, but I'll take it as praise, since they meant well. Most of the other comments were also praise. If sorted by newest, you could occasionally see hate comments, but even those were quickly buried and disappeared under a flood of supportive comments. This time, I searched for my name on SNS, Park Moon-dae and Moon-dae. Posts with videos and images attached immediately filled the screen. Moon-dae is a cutie, fan cam link. How did he think of the flow there? Our Moonday has skill, personality, and sense. The triple threat idol. Park Moonday sings well, but I'm not sure if he's that outstanding. But his face is my type. Press conference photo. Moonday is Moon Meng Meng Ai. Please feed him well and take good care of him, hearts. Composite image with a dog. I was almost taken aback by the sheer variety of things people were appreciating. Face, voice, expressions, shoulders, eating habits. There were even posts liking habits I didn't even know I had, calling them cute. I rubbed the back of my neck. It was embarrassing, but it didn't feel bad. I felt grateful, and strangely my motivation surged. It felt good. Of course, this isn't the entirety of public opinion on the internet. I steeled my heart and thought. Let's see, if they were to use a variation that wouldn't be caught by searching Moonday. Right. I entered the search term without much thought. Gongmu. It was a simple variation, flipping moon and replacing day with a similar sounding character. Back when I sold data, this was almost a standard method. It should be right. As expected, the results poured in. I hate that Gongmu bastard so much. Just for copying Popcorn, he gets all the screen time. Ha ha ha, I hate him. Die, die, die. Honestly, isn't Ajusa just pushing Gongma because they have no other picks? His voice is so typically clean with auto-tune. Ugh, it's so obvious that Gongma, being clumsy but sweet, is all a character act. Ugh, I want to see Gongmu's chest. He needs to show skin next stage. An ordinary person, ha ha ha. Gongma. He probably was a trainee at some small company and got washed out. I can find his account. It's so contrived I can't even watch. There was no filter, and the hate was overwhelming. Wow, even though I was mentally prepared, it was shocking. There were some slightly weird ones in there too. Probably written to avoid search detection so they wouldn't look like sexual harassment. What's interesting is that a large number of the accounts posting malicious comments had Cha Yu-jin's picture as their profile. I guess it's because he's the most popular contestant, so they set it up as an anti-account, but some might be real fans too. And that seemed to create a certain tension. You know, the atmosphere where people group together to, like, participants from their first team battle and attack participants from other teams. Well, it's a pattern traditionally always observed in this type of audition program, so it wasn't particularly surprising. I'd experienced it firsthand when I sold data, too. People would buy data on both the contestant they support and the contestant they want to sabotage, intending to discard the latter. And honestly, it seems Cha Yu-jin and Park Moonday ended up on opposite sides. I guess it's a side effect of our team battle stage being so overwhelmingly successful that it drew aggro. More importantly, I needed to check if there was any content that could be a fatal weakness. First, no need to talk about singing. Since there are objective stats for this, it will inevitably be verified as the show goes on. The next most frequent topic is talk about my character, mainly comments saying it's contrived and annoying, or reactions mocking Park Moonday's looks, like, with that face, trying that concept, lol. So, if your face doesn't measure up, you shouldn't even try to have a character. I didn't like that editing direction myself, but I felt a bit sour. But I soon realized that was a useless emotion. You can just fix your face. The next filming is the ranking announcement ceremony. Compared to the soon-to-be-aired episode 4, the filming timing is about a month later. It should be fine if my looks change a bit. Status window. I unhesitatingly spent points on my visual stat. After thinking for a moment, I took out my smartphone, opened the group chat, and posted a message. Does anyone know a good dermatologist? Since I'm doing this, I might as well do it properly. Starting a few days before the ranking announcement, episode 5 aired, all sorts of rumors claiming to be spoilers swirled around related internet communities. Ranking spoiler. I'm a staff member. Attached a vaguely taken photo of the set. First place, Cha Eun-jin. Second place, Ryu. Chung Eun-ith place, Kim Rae-eun. Sixth place, Seon Eun-hyeon. The child actor X dropped drastically outside the top 10, caused a scene during filming. Seems fake, but I wish Lee Sejin would get eliminated quickly, haha. Shouldn't a failed child actor be on a survival show? Attach the PDF. Yes, please take it down, haha. So Cha Yu-jin is first place after all. It's unfair that Ryu Chung-woo is second place based on sympathy votes. Don't brand these netizens as fakes just because you're an anti. You're the real weird ones. There's a proof photo, isn't it real? That's a behind-the-scenes photo from another variety show uploaded last year, you idiot. Wow, incidents like this, where fabricated spoilers spread and were eventually deleted, happen repeatedly. The production team put all their effort into suppressing spoilers, and their efforts, mixed with luck, were somewhat successful. Thanks to this, just before episode 5 featuring the ranking announcement began, viewers gathered in front of their screens with hearts full of anticipation. Here, a woman in front of her desktop was feeling the same way. She had her hands clasped together in prayer. Please, let Moonday's ranking be good. On her minimized desktop screen, the fan cam of Park Moonday she had taken at the press conference was uploading. That's right. She was the owner of the DSLR camera who had fallen for Park Moonday while watching the first team battle as a live audience member. Through the PR broadcast and the main program, she had completely switched her fandom and fallen for Park Moonday. She had even settled in as a photo master, uploading the pictures she took. And today was the day of the big ranking announcement. She was anxious. There's no way Moonday got eliminated, but he needs to get a high rank here to be firmly recognized as a top contender. Anyway, it's a reality that latecomers get hit, and the ranks were already a wall of concrete that was hard to climb. That's why the first ranking announcement is so important. Thinking that, she typed a post on her account using her smartphone with one hand. Full Moon Baby. I've uploaded Park Moonday's press conference fan cam. It was a post with the press conference fan cam that had just finished uploading. The number of shares increased rapidly the moment it was posted. Good. She watched the phenomenon with satisfied eyes and immediately added a promotional message. Please give our Doonday lots of support. Darts. Idol Incorporated stock purchase link. After posting, the final commercial was just ending. The broadcast would start in 5 seconds. She watched the logo on the screen shaking her leg when it re-debut. Idol Incorporated. Soon the screen changed, and a short preview was aired to build anticipation. The 30th place participant, the 20th place participant, who will be the 49th participant to grab the last spot? The faces of various participants, bowing their heads, biting their lips, bursting into tears, flashed by quickly. It was a deliberately provocative edit to create tension, but she wasn't in the right state of mind to care about that. Just now, a shot of Park Moonday had flashed by. His new hairstyle with soft bangs, his hair was, it's blonde. She blurted out the words vacantly, then realized what she'd said and covered her mouth with her hand. Moonday is blonde. In reality, it was a less drastic hair color, closer to a golden brown. But that didn't matter at all. It suited him incredibly well and was so cute. Having hair that takes dye well is also an idol's virtue. So why did Park Moonday have to have that too? It was clear that God had showered him with all sorts of gifts, telling him to become an idol. When she refreshed her SNS timeline, with hands trembling with emotion, similar exclamations were pouring in as expected. Crazy, wow, blonde, he dyed his hair. Moon Mingmingi is determined to kill me today. I admit defeat. Seriously handsome. The established theory in academic circles is that until now, he was dyeing his natural blonde hair black. No doubt about it, Park Moonday's fans poured out an endless stream of excited posts. In truth, Park Moonday's substantial investment in his visual stat played a big role in these reactions. However, everyone naturally accepted that the change in hairstyle alone had brought about a visual revolution. Because the result was so outstanding, their cheering continued for a long time. PR broadcast behind the scenes. After all the polished behind-the-scenes footage ended, the segment showing the PR broadcast preparation began right at the point before the ranking announcement. On screen, the participants were surprised by the MC's announcement. For the next 15 minutes, all you have to do is find the balls, they screamed. This was a bit suspenseful. She pulled herself together and focused on the broadcast again. She hoped they would shed at least a little light on how Moon Day ended up choosing chicken feet. Screams, "Ah, damn it!" But for a while, the screen only showed participants running around in a frenzy, finding and snatching balls. What? There's no Moon Day screen time? She grumbled, complaining that the production staff had no sense cutting Park Moon Day's parts. Surprisingly, even general viewers made similar comments. Aren't we going to see the story behind the Chicken Foot King? Did he just pick chicken feet because it was doomed anyway? However, these reactions changed in an instant because Park Moon Day suddenly appeared stealthily in the quiet, empty dorm cafeteria.
What? Why is there no one here? Why is Park Moon Day alone? Park Moon Day, who had entered the cafeteria, gestured towards the back door. Then, a head peeked out stealthily from behind the door. Lee Si-jin. No one's here, right? Park Moon Day. Yeah, let's go quickly. Hyul-jun. Okay. The viewers became even more confused. Huh? How are they by themselves? What's the plan? The subtitles even fanned the confusion. How did these people get here? No. We're the ones who want to know. Ha ha ha.
Tell us! On screen, the three participants swiftly and accurately searching the cafeteria were shown briefly. And then the scene rewound in a click sound effect. AM's 0930 treasure hunt. Start. The screen started again from the moment the participants ran out to find the balls. But this time, Park Moon Day's movements were highlighted, going to the back door. Although Big Seijin and Gold One were just following him from the distantly placed camera, it looked very natural, and the three of them instantly started finding balls in the unoccupied back area. Insane. That's amazing. Wow. He thought of that in such a short moment. The idea is really good, huh? Park Moon Day's personality is annoying, but let's give credit where it's due. He is talented. That's what makes him more annoying. Correct answer. They showed how well the three of them worked together, instantly fleeing and moving to another location when they heard other participants coming. Viewers were impressed, and Park Moon Day's fans were even more delighted. As expected, our Moon Mengmeng-ai is shrewd. Now that the physical aspect is settled, the chemistry is fun, as expected of October's. But Moon Day found so many balls, so why did he end up with frozen food? Ha ha ha. Yeah, why was that? Park Moon Day's Nuna fan clicked a heart on the newest post, then quickly focused back on the broadcast. And she saw the scene. The scene where Park Moon Day, who had so impressively gathered all those balls, received just one bronze ball from Seon Ah-hyun and handed over all of his own balls. Chapter 25. Seon Ah-hyun accepted the balls Park Moon Day was holding out to him. Immediately after his interview was inserted. Seon Ah-hyun, I actually can't eat instant food very well. And like magic, footage from a fixed camera was briefly broadcast. The figure of Seon Ah-hyun, who seemed unwell with his head buried in his bed, was faintly visible in the thin bathroom light. Park Moon Day, are you okay? Seon Ah-hyun, I'm okay. Park Moon Day, wait a moment. Park Moon Day went outside the dorm, and a moment later, participant Park Moon Day, who brought digestive medicine. He returned with a subtitle. This event actually happened during the initial grade evaluation period. At that time, Park Moon Day was in an active state of the sleep is the best medicine trait, so he wasn't tired and had relatively more free time. Thanks to that, he had the leeway to respond to the call of conscience, a sort of repayment for the kindness Seon Ah-hyun had shown him earlier. For reference, by the PR broadcast preparation period, Park Moon Day had completely forgotten about this incident. Seon Ah-hyun, who had no way of knowing that, said, in his interview with an apologetic and grateful expression, Seon Ah-hyun, I think he swapped them because he thought I couldn't eat it. Seon Ah-hyun, thank you, Doondae, Park Moon-dae, nods his head. Of course, Park Moon-dae's part was taken from a completely unrelated interview and pasted in, but visually it looked quite heartwarming. I never imagined this kind of development. Wow, the Chicken Foot King is kindness itself. Could it actually have been a hidden camera? I'm starting to like Moon Day a bit, ha ha ha. If general viewers reacted like this, the fans were even more enthusiastic. Moon Day doesn't use tricks, so he's prone to malicious misunderstandings, but it seems he's actually the type who cares for those around him. Our Mengmengi was really a Mengmengi all along. Moon Day, you fool. Oh my. But he gave away all his own stuff, even though he got the chicken feet so well. Oh my. So the flower crown Moon Day was the real deal. Moon Mengming is so warm-hearted. Park Moon-dae's Nuna, fan, was naturally happy about the favorable edit and reactions, but she also felt a bit uneasy. What if someone accuses him of doing a personality PR stunt? Using one's personality as an appeal was notoriously easy to backfire, especially as the program entered its later stages. That's because getting rid of that contestant creates a spot for my contestant to enter. A personality PR campaign could be shattered if someone just reported a minor immoral act from their school days. And among other participants, there were quite a few whose graduation photos had already been uploaded. Now that I think about it, nothing is known about Moon Day. Was he just a very quiet student? Or maybe he was from abroad, or the countryside. She imagined Park Moon Day sitting expressionlessly on a ridge between rice paddies, wearing a straw hat. It suits him. In the early stages of becoming a fan, there's always this phase where you feel the person would fit in perfectly anywhere, like a picture. Until now, the broadcast had been showing the preparations of various participants for their PR live streams. From Kim Rae-bin, who played the electronic piano, to create a jingle for Idol Incorporated, to Big Sejin, who promoted sneakers while performing a mix of the group's hit songs. There were many scenes of unpacking jacket albums. The broadcast focused on a few top-ranked participants while also briefly showing the circumstances of those who couldn't bring any items. For those without a promo item, you can simply promote our program. Of course, most of them didn't make it into the top 33 and only barely managed to stay on air for 10 minutes. With 10 people simultaneously doing similar cliched content, it couldn't have been interesting. Then they briefly showed participants who promoted unique items, and Park Moon-dae was of course among them. The scene of Park Moon-dae setting up his drum kit was highlighted perfectly, starting with the captions, Park Moon-dae drum enthusiast, aka the live stream planet. Cha Yu-jin, that was really amazing. A short clip passed by of Cha Yu-jin watching with his mouth open in amazement. Her timeline was once again flooded with comments saying, "He's so cute," including one from her own account. "Moon-dae is so cute with his drumming, ha ha ha." The PR broadcast preparation segment wrapped up on a suitably warm note, as if the live streams had all gone well. Any incidents where participants accidentally revealed another's secret or voiced sensitive issues during filming were glossed over as if they never happened, even though 2 people voluntarily left the show after being criticized online. Since the program had risen in popularity, there was no need to unnecessarily reignite participant controversies in the main broadcast. As most viewers had already expected this, they only scoffed or criticized briefly before focusing on the next content. It was time for the long-awaited announcement of the team and individual matchups. Everyone, do you remember the reward for getting first place in the individual vote within your team during the first team match? It was an unconditional pass in the first ranking announcement. The screen cut to participants praying, "Please let it be me." After the MC skillfully dragged out the moment with unnecessary comments, he announced one winner from each team. Of course, most participants tried their best to act congratulatory. Congratulations. Especially Ryu Chang-woo's teammates, who put on a concerted effort not to look upset when his first place was announced. But the broadcast, once again, aired the atmosphere as being somewhat cold. Congratulations. Yeah, thanks. You all worked hard. Sorry. No, well, it's not great because it feels so forced. Having grown familiar with this editing pattern, she was actually starting to develop a dislike for it. She figured the seasoned survival show viewers probably felt similarly. Finally, the individual match first place for Park Monday's team, October 31, was announced. The first place for October 31st is, congratulations, participant Sun Lee-hyun. The October 31st team members surrounded a startled Sun Lee-hyun. I thought Lee-hyun would get it. Congratulations. You worked hard. Thank yous. It was an appropriately heartwarming display. What a relief. She felt relieved, but also a little disappointed. I thought Monday might get it. She knew that winning it came with no real benefit, and could even make one a target. But she still felt regretful. Similar sentiments were popping up on her SNS timeline. Congrats, Aehyun. A bit disappointed, but Mundi's reaction was so cute, it's okay. They showed Blonde Mundi for a long time. I'm so happy. Everyone was so good, it wouldn't have been strange no matter who won. You worked hard, Mundi. She figured if she searched a little more blatantly, she could probably find reactions like this too. Mundi did the arrangement and was the mental pillar. But Sun Hyun is just coasting, humanity is doomed. Though that would surely be from a malicious individual fan. Fortunately, thanks to Monday's new visual as he offered his congratulations on screen, the topic quickly shifted. She immediately captured a close-up shot of Monday and uploaded it. Not sure who I should thank for this, but thank you for Blonde Monday. On the broadcast, the MC was saying something meaningful again. But what if a participant who was originally eliminated ends up passing? Don't tell me. Everyone, the lowest-ranked passer will be eliminated. For the record, she who was watching had zero interest in this. Please don't call Monday yet. She was just anxiously hoping that Park Monday would be called in the latter half. We will now announce the 47th place participant. She had planned to make a YouTube promotional video while the lower ranks were announced, but she couldn't even grip her mouse properly. Why am I so nervous about this? Just as she went to get a carbonated drink because she couldn't sit still, the announcement finally entered the 30s. It was clear they had inserted another boring and pointless beverage PPL segment in the middle. And Mundi didn't get a single shot. It was probably because he hadn't touched the drink since taking a sip initially. But as a viewer, she had no way of knowing that. By the time they were announcing 31st place, a scene she was interested in finally appeared. 31st place's participant, Kwon Hee-seung. He was the participant from October 31st, whom Park Moon-dae secretly referred to as Gold 2. Park Moon-dae was among those greeting him as he went up to the platform. Congratulations. His expression was so serious as he gave a crisp high five that it was extremely cute. Amidst this, the MC made a rather lame joke. He's the first October 31st member to advance to the next broadcast. Maybe that's why he's 31st? It seems like it. Starting with Kwon Hee-seung, the October 31st members began to be called up to the platform sporadically. Choi Won-gil and Hyo Il-jun, Gold 1, were announced in the mid to low 20s. And then for a while, none of them were called. The next rank announced was 13th. Congratulations. 13th place is Lee Si-jin. Oh, we have two of them. Both Lee Si-jins reflexively lifted their heads. One smiled awkwardly, and the other hardened his expression before sitting back down. Out of the two, Lee Si-jin B, also known as Kon Si-jin. He was the leader of October 31st. Kon Se-jin laughed cheerfully and offered a handshake to the other Lee Si-jin, who received it stiffly. Kon Se-jin then went up to the platform to cheers and greetings from various participants. Wow, 13th. That's a rank that suits our team perfectly. It feels like destiny. Kon Se-jin had made a well-timed joke. After finishing his neat, sincere thanks and words of encouragement, he went to his spot. At least he's in the top 12. She swallowed hard and waited for the next announcement. Since Park Mun-dae had virtually no pre-show recognition, making it this far was a tremendous achievement in itself. The participant who placed 11th is Seo Hyun-cheol, and Moon-dae's name still hadn't been called by 11th place. They had finally entered the single-digit ranks. 10th, 9th. The participant who placed 8th is... it's the participant who performed the song Yeolmangdalkol in the first team match. Got it. She relaxed her shoulders and let out a breath. They'll probably call Moon-dae now. She was almost certain of it. The child actor Lee Si-jin had overwhelming recognition from the start, and Sunny Hyun's metrics were too good thanks to the last performance. So she had thought they would be called after Moon-dae, this participant who showed us their reversal charm. After showing the 3 remaining October 31st participants one by one for a fairly long time, the MC continued, is participant Lee Si-jin. Lee Si-jin stood up abruptly with a stiff face. Sunny Hyun and Park Mun-dae, still in their seats, offered their habitual congratulations. 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 Thanks. The broadcast showed Lee Si-jin smiling faintly and awkwardly, accepting the greetings, and she let out a vocal sound. The reactions in related communities were also exploding. OMG Lee Si-jin. I thought he'd be top 5, 8th? Even though there was some talk about his personality, he was portrayed as hard-working, so I thought he'd maintain his rank. It's funny, because he gained lost fans. I guess other participants just did better and pushed his rank down. Lee Si-jin bowed his head, left a short, stiff message of, thank you, I will do my best, and left the platform. She clenched her mouse. Then what rank the heck is Mun-dae, Chapter 26, MC? This contestant has garnered attention for their outstanding skills. And it's not even synth place. She clenched her fists and screamed internally with all sorts of emotions. It seemed the efforts of diligently posting videos and messages on SNS, asking people to buy shares, not votes, were paying off in a flood of support. And then past 6th place to 5th place. This contestant gained attention for their unique ideas and outstanding talent, right? Finally, the MC called Moon-dae's name. 5th place contestant Park. Moon-dae. The camera caught Park Moon-dae, who had been sitting nervously, springing up from his seat. Crazy! Crazy! This is insane! Unable to contain his overflowing emotions, he wrote a post on SNS. Moon-dae crazy 5th place. Moon-dae, I really thought you were going to do poorly. Our Moon-dae is so talented, Teet. Thank you, kids, so much for this, for real. And then he deleted it without posting it. That thin thread of reason stopped him from posting, thinking that his SNS accounts, which were now practically official, shouldn't be used as a point of criticism. Park Moon-dae, who had walked up to the podium, bowed deeply enough to make his platinum blonde hair sway, and then began to speak. I think this ranking is too generous. I will strive to improve and live up to the expectations of the shareholders who invested in me. Please continue to support me. It was maddening to see the malicious fans of Cha Yu-jin on SNS calling Moon-dae Yeol and talking nonsense. She was so angry she wanted to sue them immediately. However, since traditionally prefers contestants who appear after leaving their agencies, it was structurally difficult to quell public opinion with a lawsuit from an agency. Besides, Moon-dae came from a civilian background. She was just worried that he might get hurt if he searched for his name. Once he debuts, I'll sue the agency with a PDF containing everything. She made a firm resolution and habitually turned on the broadcast. Seona Hyun was in 3rd place. Thank you, Sabi. Seon Ahyun gave his thank you speech while crying flatly. Along with the touching BGM, reaction shots of some of the Project 31 teammates who pierced the non-scripted atmosphere were also captured. I didn't think I could do it. It's all thanks to my teammates, and the thank you so much for voting for me. The MC jokingly mouthed, "It's shares, not votes." The crosscut of the flustered Seon A-hyun, who was too out of it to notice, provided a moment of light laughter within the touching scene. Seon A-hyun found his way to his seat alone, and during this process, the warm interactions among the Project 31 teammates, including Park Moon-dae, were briefly highlighted. It was proof that the production team was aware of the warm response online. Afterwards, as everyone expected, the first and second place candidates were Cha Yoo-jin and Ro Chang-woo. After a close contest, Cha Yoo-jin was announced as the first place winner. This is really great. I'd rather Ro Chang-woo had won. She could faintly sense that Cha Yoo-jin was secretly pleased as he happily gave his acceptance speech. But she wasn't foolish enough to leave a malicious comment, so she decided to just be happy about Park Moon-dae's 5th place ranking. As a contestant who didn't receive much attention was announced in 49th place, the ranking announcement ceremony ended safely. The broadcast ended with a warm final scene of the Project 31 members gathered together, teasing and laughing with Seon Ah-hyun, and then Park Moon-dae's screen time was also over. What a pity. From her perspective, being on his side, the amount was insufficient. She wanted to see more of him. Hoping that next time she would be able to go film his commute, she rewatched Park Moon-dae's good performance. And he bowed his head. It was a standard acceptance speech, but perhaps because of his word choice, it reminded her more of a corporate fair than an idol show. Right around when comments like, "Are you CEO Moon Myung-ryong?" were rampant on SNS, the MC asked a pre-prepared question. You received a lot of attention for your side dish PR. If you were to debut, what other side dish would you like to promote? Stop the side dish PR. At the unexpectedly precise product name, the MC burst out laughing. Is there a reason? It was the most delicious thing I've eaten, right after the side dishes. Laughter erupted from here and there at Park Moon-dae's straightforward answer. The MC packaged it humorously. Another PPL-related product? He's a contestant who thinks a lot about Idol Incorporated. That's it for 5th place. It was contestant Park Moon-dae. Thank you. Park Moon-dae just smiled faintly and bowed once more in greeting. Then he went up to the seat corresponding to his rank. It was a sensible edit of his speech that didn't leave room for unnecessary controversy. She, who was watching, let out a sigh of relief. She had been worried because edits that left strange implications about Park Moon-dae's attitude were subtly included every time. It seems they're targeting other contestants now. Sure enough, Kim Rae-bin, who was announced in 4th place, received a rather plain edit. The conflict with a 7th place contestant during the team mission was highlighted, and this seemed to be the aftermath. Anyway, she watched the rest of the announcements with a more comfortable heart. Truthfully, she didn't really care who ended up where. To be precise, I just hope A-hyun did well. And I hope Cha Yoo-jin trips up a bit. Wouldn't at least one of Moon Se-jin or Seon Ah-hyun be on the same team again? She made various guesses and hoped deeply. Whoever it is, I hope they can create a stage where Moon-dae feels comfortable and can do his best. I feel like my soul is going to break. What kind of situation is this now, MC? Oh, he has nominated contestant Park Moon-dae. The MC's excited voice and the contestants' surprised exclamations echoed through the studio. Whoa! Moon-dae Hyung? Even though the number had been reduced from 77 to 49, the noise was still ear-splitting. Was I surprised? I was surprised too. Why did that guy pick me? With this, contestant Park Moon-dae will be joining contestant Kim Rae-bin's team. I had expected that the second team mission filming would proceed right after the ranking announcement. This time, the teams will be decided by drawing lots. 7 selected contestants will become leaders and pick their team members through a game of quizzes. I knew a format like this would come up once, but I didn't expect that guy to pick me. Kim Raybin, a contestant from the same agency as Cha Yu-jin, currently 4th place. To my knowledge, he goes all the way to the final 2nd place. For reference, he and I have never even exchanged greetings. Then, contestant Park Moon-dae, please move to your new team. I walk step by step to Kim Raybin's row. I can't just ask him why he picked me. Who knows what kind of edit that would get? For now, I stood there with a face like I was meeting a client company employee. I just bowed my head. Let's do well. Yeah, please look after me well, too. Fortunately, he politely bowed his head in greeting, not matching his fierce impression. It seems his intention wasn't purely simple. I think my prejudice was at work because of his handsome, punk-like appearance that seems popular with teenagers these days, combined with his pale eyes. Then, did he really pick Park Moon-dae because he seems useful? Since Kim Raybin is a rapper contestant, it wouldn't be strange if he wanted to secure a main vocal position without conflict. If a lower-ranked contestant had picked me, I would have just thought they did it because I'm a main vocal candidate. But clearly, there was a contestant in Kim Raybin's previous team who was originally slated for the main vocal position. Yet he picked me? He must have found his previous teammate uncomfortable. Thinking about it, that made sense. Because Kim Raybin's previous team was the one where the atmosphere was ruined due to the individual first place reward. I remember last week's broadcast. Did you give me this part on purpose? Oh, we all discussed and assigned the parts most suitably so we can show our best on stage. So you're saying you thought I couldn't win against you? Although it didn't air, I heard that after the individual reward was announced, things got so bad they almost came to blows. And that tension was very well captured in the broadcast. Thanks to that, the one who survived the broadcast edit in a good way was Cha Yu-jin. If that team's main vocal didn't have much screen time, it wouldn't be strange if they held grudges against each other. And it makes sense to pick Park Moon-dae, the most proven vocalist among the remaining ones. Still, it's a bit strange that he picked me first. It's not something to worry about right now, so let's move on. I quickly organize my thoughts and assess the situation. Next question, 5 words that start with back. Kim Raybin immediately raised his hand and quickly got the answer right. His momentum was fierce. Wow. Contestant Kim Raybin, correct again. Isn't this too advantageous for someone who's a rapper? Amidst the plentiful reactions from contestants who understood the broadcast environment, Kim Raybin immediately nominated the next contestant. I nominate contestant Cha Yu-jin. Even if they were on the same team before, he still goes for the first place. I would have done the same, unexpectedly shrewd. Judging only by the last team mission, he seemed to have worse social skills than Lee Se-jin. But it seems it was the power of rumors and editing after all. However, if the team gets formed like this, I'm not sure what effect it will have on Ah-hyun. It seems like it's going to be too different from the first mission. Well done. Yeah. As soon as he was nominated, Cha Yu-jin, who ran over right away, acted familiar with Kim Raybin. Then, he gave me a thumbs up. This is great. Yeah, it is. Because the stage will be cool. Yeah, let's do well. I don't know if I have to keep talking like this until the end. It's awkward. The funny thing is, I seem to be the only one who finds it awkward. Cha Yu-jin seems to have grasped some kind of acting force from his own flow and is nodding his head. I can already roughly predict the communication going forward. Meanwhile, Kim Raybin was unhesitatingly picking his team members. His hit rate was pretty good, so the team filled up quickly. Contestant Ryu Cheong-woo, contestant Min Jong-hoon. And just like that, I was swept into the team. The team's lineup was excessively good. By good, I mean their rankings were high. All team members were within the top 15 ranks. Just imagining what kind of edit we'll get makes my soul feel weary. I feel like my spirit is already getting hazy. If this is the case, we're doomed if we don't perform at a heavenly level. Moreover, I'm the only one who seems a bit out of place. That's because among the initial 7 leaders, there was Choi Won-gil, Seon Ah-hyun-hyung, Kon Se-jin, Lee Se-jin-hyung. Choi Won-gil, starting with Seon A-hyun, almost reassembled the teammates he had in the first team mission. Of course, I was excluded, Because Kim Rabin picked me first, so there was no choice. Even if there was a choice, I don't think he would have picked me anyway. But there was one more person from Project 31 that Kim Rabin picked first. Lee Si-jin, former child actor contestant Lee Si-jin A, joins Kim Rabin's team. Lee Si-jin walked towards us with a not-so-great expression on his face. It seemed that the unexploded bomb from the first mission, which wasn't noticeable thanks to the crazy social dynamics of Kan Se-jin and Gold 1 and 2, had joined Kim Rabin's team. Why did he pick Lee Si-jin, I wonder? Could it be that he picked him because he had the highest rank among the remaining people? As I was looking at the people who hadn't been chosen yet, I turned my head and happened to see Choi Won-gil's team, Moondae. When our eyes met, Kon Se-jin and Gold 1 and 2 waved their hands vigorously as if doing some kind of routine. And Seona Hyun, with a flustered expression, waved his hand anxiously. Where did this ominous feeling that I got on the wrong line come from? My spine chilled. It seems like a moment where supernatural help is needed. Status window, Chapter 27. I summoned the achievement pop-up I had ignored. Call of Fame, 50,000 people, now remember your existence. Rare trajectory acquired equals click. It was a pop-up from a few weeks ago which had appeared after the first episode aired. I unintentionally prepared for this. Actually, shortly after the third episode aired, I had also achieved the 100,000 people achievement, and I used its reward points. So my current status window looks like this. Name, Park Moon-dae Ryu Gun-woo, level 12 title, non-vocal, a dance, C+, visual, B+, charisma, C traits, infinite potential. Now that I hear it, it makes sense. C, look at me, D status. Abnormality, death if no debut, remaining points 1. For your information, the points I earned from consecutive wins during the team mission had already been distributed, one each to vocal and dance before the team stage. If I put just one more point into my visual stat, I'd enter the A rank, right? And I just happen to have 1 point left. Of course, I was tempted. But unlike other stats, if my visual changes drastically, it will be suspected as medical help, not growth. Especially if it's a change significant enough to shift the front alphabet grade. Early on, I rationalized the rise from C+ to B as the effect of starting to receive management training for the broadcast. Jumping from B straight to A would be indefensible. Even going from B to B+ required creating a flimsy excuse involving a month's time and a change in hairstyle. Well, I was planning to strengthen that image anyway, so it's fine. Looking at the search trends, it seems the golden retriever type is the trend these days. It would be even better if I reminded people of that. Oops, I got sidetracked. Let's quickly check the trait from the pop-up. I hope it's something useful. The familiar slot machine in the new pop-up spins round and round before stopping. It's a bronze-colored slot. The silver slot, which seems to be a higher grade, didn't come up this time either. Just as I was about to feel disappointed, the trait's details appeared. Trait, look at me, D acquired. People pay slightly more attention to your actions. Why did this come out again? The pop-up didn't stop there and displayed a new message, identical trait confirmation. Would you like to synthesize look at me, D? Is this the strengthen with identical item function commonly found in mass-produced games? I had no idea where the system came from or why it took this form. I thought I could finally figure it out a bit once I debut and avoid sudden death. Anyway, it's not like I had any other option, so I chose to synthesize. Synthesis successful. I want to be the center, C acquired. People pay considerable attention to your actions. When activated, Charisma stat increases by 1 grade. The name was a bit much, but the effect was impressive. A trait that raises a stat is welcome. It felt like I had sacrificed a planning type trait, but, however, it raised the Charisma stat, a rather subtle ability. To put it bluntly, it's the ability to not look awkward in front of the camera. Simply put, it's like star quality, I think. Coincidentally, the contestant with the highest Charisma stat was right in front of me. And like this, the teams are finalized. Wah! It seemed this team member selection was over as the MC's script was heard. I also clapped appropriately in response and quickly checked Chayujin's status window. Name, Chayujin. Vocal, C+, B+, dance, B, rap, A+, plus, visual, A+, charisma, A+, X, trait, immortal, OA. It was a terrifying status window, even upon a second look. 3 A-rank stats in a row. It's a chilling figure that makes you realize this is the guy who leads the kids, especially the charisma stat. Both his current state and potential were the highest among all contestants. It was even higher than Youngran, a judge, meaning it was higher than most active idols. And one of the lowest stats in my current status window, which had just received a buff, was charisma. It would be great if I could get a hint during this team mission about which stat between rap and charisma I should raise first. All right, everyone, please first greet your team members. After the greetings, we will immediately introduce the second team mission. The problem was the situation itself. It was questionable whether the team mission would even end well. Following the MC's words, I looked around at the faces of the gathered team members and thought deeply. Let's just hope no major conflicts arise. Please take care of me. Ryu Chungwoo, who had become the leader by overpowering the subtle power struggle with other contestants, smiled and greeted the team members. Everyone clapped, but a sharp tension was palpable beneath the surface. This will probably be captured on camera, even without editing. The production team is scarily good at capturing these subtle dynamics. Have you all finished your greetings? Yes. The heartwarming scene is great. Then, shall we announce the second team mission assignment? Whee! While the other contestants cheered at the MC's words, the members of this team maintained a relatively composed attitude. It feels like being grouped with top students in a liberal arts class and having to be cautious. Anyway, it's not a problem I can solve. So let's move on and just listen to the MC. For the second team mission, we have a content that has consistently run. Do you know what it is? That's right, it's the project. So they're doing that again this season. On the website, they were taking votes among 50 songs, right? Yeah. People whispered around me. It seemed other contestants already knew too, only giving routine reactions. Masterpieces that, for various reasons, unfortunately didn't get their time to shine. It's a project where unearths them and presents them once again to the public. This year, too, our shareholders have selected various idol masterpieces for us. To put it bluntly, it means they'll take songs whose copyrights they've secured, remake them, and use them as if they were their own. They save on composition fees, too. It's a win-win creative economy. Just as I was admiring the production team's amazing cost-cutting abilities, someone from the team suddenly spoke to me. Surprisingly, it was Lee Si-jin. Is there a song you want to do? Huh? The person asking had a slightly regretful expression, but anyway, a question is a question, so I answered. I'd like a song with strong addictive quality, please. It seemed he meant he didn't want a song that lacked public appeal, considering it was already a low recognition song. What about you, Hyung? I would like... It was a good song choice. It was a title track from the early unknown days of a popular idol group, like Marang Dalmo's debut song from the previous team. I've actually seen the stage for it. I remember it had a strong concept and an addictive melody. That's a good song. It would probably make a good stage, too. Right. Lee Si-jin nodded in agreement. Just as I wondered if he was finally starting to show some social skills, Chayujin abruptly cut into the conversation. I like that song, too. Bass, the high school I'm going to. Yeah. Lee Si-jin made an uncomfortable expression and pursed his lips. This is awkward every time. I almost asked why he even came here if he's like this. Anyway, since cameras are rolling, it's best not to cause trouble. Let's just smooth things over. I see. It would be nice to do it this time. Yeah, Chayujin agreed brightly with a clueless expression. He lacks awareness and context, but at least he's a positive guy. Just as I was somewhat upgrading my evaluation of him, The MC finally announced the song selection method. On the desk in front of you, there are 7 objects placed. Sure enough, a desk was visible, placed some distance from the contestants. These objects are personal items belonging to the original artists of different hidden masterpieces. You must use reasoning and intuition too. Choose one of these personal items. Ugh, I'm bad at this kind of thing. The method is, traditional. It's a race. Leaders, please, get ready. A race? A situation had arrived where we could benefit because Ryu Chang-woo, who is good at sports, is the leader. Of course, it would only be effective if one could guess the song just by looking at the original artist's item. However, this kind of approach was possible. That looks like a woman's pouch. The baseball. Is it a baseball player? Oh, it's a skull pencil. Is the singer unique? Whispering could be heard from here and there. Everyone was thinking hard in their own way. This team quickly reached a consensus. If you could get the item that looks the most expensive when viewed up close, that would be great. Right. The reasoning was that if someone lends an expensive item for something like this, they're likely a currently successful celebrity, but it sounded a bit flimsy. It seemed like a judgment made considering broadcast screen time as much as song selection. Ryu Chang-woo also nodded in agreement with Kim Rae-bin's opinion. Not long after, the MC called the leaders again. All right, leaders, are you ready? Yes. Then ready. Go! The leaders rushed forward clumsily and reached out towards the desk. No matter how I look, they don't seem to have the leisure to choose carefully there. Doesn't this make the song selection just pure luck again? Got it. But Ryu Chang-woo grabbed something and came back with a triumphant smile. And with a confident face, he thrust out the item he brought. It was baseball. This is a baseball autographed by player Ryu Won-byum. Wow. Everyone looked surprised, their eyes wide. Ryu Won-byum was a famous batter who had advanced to the major leagues. Cha Yu-jin immediately asked, "How did you know?" "I watched baseball a bit too, so I recognized it right away." Ryu Chang-woo smiled brightly, tossing and catching the baseball. The tension within the team momentarily melted away in that fortunate energy, creating a comfortable atmosphere. But it didn't last long. The owner of the baseball is, the vocalist of the idol band Taeyang Sum, Lee Cheon-woo. It was because the owner of the baseball was an unknown, unfamiliar name. Who is that? No one on the team could answer Cha Yu-jin's blunt question. Wah! Meanwhile, Choi Won-gil's team was jumping around excitedly. Hello, I'm Jung Ha-im, currently active as a film actress. The owner of the pouch, chosen by that team's leader, Kon Se-jin, was a famous actress. Perhaps because of the first team mission, I felt a strange sense of déjà vu. I shrugged my shoulder. Well, it could happen. The most important thing was the song anyway. Of course, having a currently famous celebrity appears is advantageous for securing screen time. Moreover, it has the advantage of preemptively blocking reactions, like they're even digging up precious songs from unfortunate, unknown idols. But ultimately, having a good song is overwhelmingly beneficial. Because in an audition program, the stage needs to be a hit. So once we check the song I will present to you is, this is, how should I know it. The other team members let out exclamations. It's a relief it's this song. Sun Benim, I listened to you well. A wave of relief swept through the team. They seemed to regain their vitality upon finding it was a reasonably well-known and good song. The original artist, pleased by their reaction, enthusiastically introduced the song. It is a song released 7 years ago, but it's still loved as a cheering song. Perhaps those who like baseball have heard the chorus at least once. I know it well. It's a fantastic song. As Ryu Chang-woo answered politely, the original artist smiled proudly. Cha Yu-jin opened his eyes wide and asked, "What's the chorus like? I don't know much about baseball." The original artist cleared his throat as if he had been waiting for that question. Now rise up, like that burning sun, this part. That's right. The team members laughed warmly at Cha Yu-jin's innocent question. Compared to our team earlier, it looked very good. creating a warm atmosphere with the original artist. The problem was the outlook wasn't good. That's right, I had a feeling they'd put a "after this" caption here and highlight our team's fractured atmosphere in the preview, because that song is completely unsuitable for an idol survival show. Chapter 28, I'll be honest. If someone asked if is a good song, I could answer that it is a good song. But if they asked if it's a good song for an idol stage, I'd want to hesitate before answering. Because this song has the typical lyrics and sound of a mid-2000s rock band style. You can trust me. I've heard this song every time I went to film cheering squads. It's a cheerful band song that doesn't even suit a cheerleader's group dance. One whose strength is the refreshing feeling of extremely high notes. In conclusion, the song's difficulty was ridiculously high. Don't I have a trait related to composition? I need one right now. Regardless of my hopeless feelings, the conversation between the original artist and the contestants was full of hope. The other team members seemed to only know 1 or 2 addictive lines from the chorus. We couldn't promote for long, so we didn't get to sing the song much. I hope you can do a great job with it this time. We'll do our best to create a fantastic stage. How? Never mind, let's stop stressing unnecessarily. For this team mission, as long as we don't get brutally edited, I'll consider it a baseline performance and just lay low. If things continue like this, it seems possible to get picked up by a small or medium-sized agency and debut quickly. But the stage, I thought I could at least pull it off to some degree. I felt strangely regretful. I don't know why I'm starting to care about the stage, even though this wasn't something I started willingly. No one could argue if I'm called overly immersed. Still, there was a way. Okay, let's try talking about it carefully during the meeting. Maybe another contestant will come up with a good idea. The original artist soon left the filming set. He said he'd watch our practice with the trainers a few days later for the midterm evaluation. And as the team members sat in a circle, the discussion about the stage composition finally began. First, Ryu Chang-woo suggested a concept that felt like a model answer. Wouldn't a cheer squad concept be the safest? It suits the vibe too, and it would be good for adding difficult choreography. Cheerleading? It could be a good experience. It seems like a safe choice. Sounds fun. There was a positive response from some, including Cha Yu-jin. The general vibe was that it was okay. What do you guys think? Raybin, Moondae, Seijin? Ryu Chang-woo quickly gauged the team's reactions and singled out the 3 silent contestants, including me. In situations like this, speaking later after assessing the situation and choosing your words carefully works better than being the first to speak, so I'll just naturally look in the direction of the others. Shall we hear Seijin's opinion first? The cheer squad concept seems like it might look tacky. He's hitting us with straight facts right from the start. Until now, Lee Seijin hadn't received much malicious editing, so his uncooperative attitude had rarely been highlighted on broadcast. Apart from what people stumbled upon while searching for Park Moondae, Lee Seijin's fans believed he was a sensitive hard worker with a blunt mouth. But since Ryu Chang-woo is a contestant who generally receives good edits, Lee Seijin might finally get torn apart by editing this time. Anyway, Ryu Chang-woo didn't seem very perturbed. He just calmly asked another question. Then, does anyone have a different opinion? It's not that I don't have one. I just wasn't going to say it. Okay, I get it for now. Ryu Chang-woo immediately asked Kim Raybin the same question. Raybin, what do you think? Since I'm not very familiar with this song, I think I need to listen to it first. Okay, then let's listen to it once first. When we started the smartphone we were given, a classic drum intro began, followed by the chorus melody, played on an electric guitar, and after everyone listened to the song until the end with their mouths shut, Kim Raybin was the first to speak, his face pale. Finally, someone appeared who recognized this song selection disaster. First, the lyrics were a patriotic cheering song that was popular in the past. To put it nicely, it's retro. To put it badly, it's outdated. Naturally, there was no characteristic concept like Flower's Request or Bellfire, and the topic was vague. And because it was made for a good singer to stand and sing, The chorus octave was crushingly high. What if we adjust the octave? The song's charm will disappear, because it's a song whose charm lies in the exhilarating high notes that strain the vocal cords. The key is quite high. Did you find any other difficult points? Kim Rabin caught his breath as if about to say something, but then glanced at the camera and kept his mouth shut. It seemed he was being cautious because he had been criticized for his impression controversy after the last team mission was aired. So, yes, the song is good, but it seems like it will be difficult to arrange. Really? Seeing you say that makes it seem like it really will be tough. Ryu Chang-woo readily agreed. It seemed it was because Kim Rae-bin, despite the controversy in the last team mission, had led the arrangement and produced a proper song. He changed a mass-produced late 2000s EDM song, leaving only the sample beat, into a well-made EDM trap. Then what about you, Moonday? Finally, it's my turn. I think there's something to decide before the arrangement. What is it? Part distribution. Can't find the answer in the song selection? Then the focus shouldn't be on excelling. It should be about not failing. I concluded immediately that I'm the only one on the team who can properly sing the song's chorus. To handle this right away, you'd need at least an A1 and vocal, and I was the only one on the team who met that, but I can't sing the whole chorus alone. So we had to start by cutting the parts and practicing so that we wouldn't sound terrible right away. The arrangement could be postponed a bit, as it seemed like even if we stuck 10 of them together, we wouldn't get a decent result. This isn't the time to draw a grand picture. It's an emergency. If I convey this explanation as moderately as possible, it goes like this. Since it's a difficult song to sing, I think we need to start practicing quickly first. Part distribution, of course, it's important. Ryu Chang-woo looked surprised. But that's unexpected. I heard you decided on the arrangement first in the last team mission. Huh? I don't know how he found out. It wasn't even on the broadcast. I heard it from Kon Se-jin. When did he talk to Ryu Chang-woo too? He really wasn't an ordinary guy. Rae-bin, I'm asking you because you're the best at handling the arrangement anyway. What's your opinion? Oh, yes, I agree. I'll also think about various options while practicing. Kim Rae-bin agreed easily, although he had the expression of someone who had observed a meteor about to hit Earth tomorrow. Then since we've heard all the opinions, I'll proceed with the cheer squad concept until a better idea comes up. Ryu Chang-woo didn't waste time and immediately wrapped up the situation. First, raise your hand if you agree to proceed with practice using the cheer squad concept for now. A majority raised their hands. I raised mine too, for now. Ryu Chang-woo didn't particularly pressure Lee Se-jin, who didn't raise his hand and moved straight to the next agenda. Then raise your hand if you agree to start with part distribution first. Fortunately, this also passed by a majority. Seeing that even Lee Se-jin raised his hand, it seems my explanation made some sense after all. Lee Se-jin put his hand down just before making eye contact with me and averted his eyes. Is he trying to show that he agrees with the opinion but not with me? Is that necessary? Good, then let's start with part distribution. Just as the part distribution seemed to be progressing steadily, we hit a predicted obstacle. I don't think I can do this part. Me too. This key is too high. The high-pitched chorus melody appeared 4 times, taking up half the song. But every team member except Park Moon-dae failed as soon as they tried to sing it, or ended up holding their throats with pained expressions. One team member with a decent B+ in vocal, who was worried about going off key, finally voiced that opinion. I think it would be better to lower the key through the arrangement first. Since we have rappers too, how about adding some rap parts? He's talking about starting with arrangement. Damn it. Lowering the key interval? Kim Rae-bin's expression darkened. His already sharp impression became even more intense. But the tide had already turned. I think lowering it is right. I agree too. First and foremost, the team members need to be able to sing it. How about we lower the key and arrange it to suit that? Kim Rae-bin glanced around and finally nodded. Yeah, I'll try doing it that way. He clearly seemed to be giving in, afraid that he'd get torn apart in the edits if he refused here. In the end, the arrangement proceeded, incorporating all the inconsistent opinions. Lower the key, add rap parts, and accompaniment that suits the cheer squad concept. When incompetent people are loud, things fail this smoothly, I see. The stage was pretty much ruined already. I didn't oppose any of this process. It was useless since I was outnumbered anyway. Even if I got lucky and activated, speaking up without a concrete alternative would just make me look like a complainer. Moreover, if comments like, "You just want to keep it as is because you can sing it," right, started coming out, it would be a disaster. I'm already being portrayed as unsociable on broadcast. If I start looking selfish on top of that, it would be the end. So I needed an external person who could honestly say that this was turning out terribly. In the end, it's up to the mid-evaluation. The mid-evaluation, where they only see the first verse, was a week away. If the judges have ears, someone will say it's terrible. I guess I need to think of an alternative or something until then. Let's make the choreography now. But the choreography that Cha Yujin created that day, with that shout, was a movement of level excessively difficult skill. Thanks to that, I had to resist the impulse to pour my remaining stat point into stamina. Alternatives be damned. It was a week where my stamina was slowly draining away. And then the day of the mid-evaluation arrived. This team's rankings are dazzling. Rabin is leading the team. Everyone's ranking announcement results are good. The judges' comments started with the rankings first. The production team probably asked them to mention it, but anyway, it would work as both a fact and an expectation. Ah, you already have a demo song? Yes! It was thanks to Kim Rabin working directly with the arranger. It's well organized. Indeed. This is the only team already using their own arrangement instead of the original song, as expected from a team of skilled people. The judges were impressed from the start. However, the reaction after the actual stage ended was lukewarm. The judges, shrugging their shoulders and exchanging glances, picked up their microphones one by one. Honestly, your stage itself didn't feel that bad, But it has no charm. Right, the choreography is well set, too. There's some wit, the cheer squad concept. It should probably suit you guys, but why does it feel so disjointed? The rap part also feels too abruptly inserted, which is a pity. You change the original song a lot, but it feels worse than the original. As the evaluations piled up, the problems started to become more specific. Finally, Judge Young Ran picked up the mic last and got straight to the point. Who did the arrangement? She intentionally didn't look at Kim Rabin, because the problem wasn't one person, but everyone who had given their opinions. But looking around, all the other guys were staring at Kim Rabin, so it was meaningless. It's something we all discussed and decided together. Ryu Chungwoo quickly assessed the situation and took collective responsibility. And as the leader, it seemed he was going to neutralize the situation by saying he led the team poorly. A wise judgment. But there's always a troll. Yes, and Rabin Ah was in charge of the arrangement work. Is he trying to cut off the tail like this here? Is he crazy? Is he naming names so blatantly while the cameras are rolling? Looking at him, he also has a panicked expression. It seems he got scared by the harsh criticism and reflexively threw someone else's name out. Damn it. If this goes wrong, it's shaping up to be edited as group bullying. Afraid it might be passed over wholesale, I also opened my mouth. Chapter 29, the judges looked like they were about to ask, "So, are you guys saying it's all Rabin's fault?" But I had to choose my words carefully, like it shouldn't sound like I'm managing the situation, but just like I'm stating facts. Yes, Rabin handled the arrangement with the arranger because he's capable of it, and the direction of the arrangement was decided by all of us giving our opinions. Kim Rabin was speechless. He shouldn't open his mouth. Fortunately, Ryu Cheong-woo immediately stepped in. That's correct. We will all discuss the issues you've mentioned again and solve them together so that we can create the best stage for the team mission day. Oh, we were saved. Ryu Cheong-woo and I wisely didn't add anything more. The judges had expressions of various thoughts but eventually nodded. It seems they thought the timing for reprimanding had already passed. It was a relief. Then you have to redo the arrangement from scratch now, so you'll be significantly behind the other teams time-wise. Can you do it? We'll manage. We can do it, right? Yes, we can do it. Unless you're someone who throws caution to the wind, you wouldn't mess up the response after coming this far. Fortunately, this time, even the troll answered vigorously, having come to his senses. Judge Youngran nodded. All right, but you must remember that this could be a reckless challenge, given the time constraints, and you will have to bear the consequences. Right. There's no guarantee it will be better than before just because you change it. And if we don't change it and the stage is mediocre, we'll get reactions like, why didn't you change it even after getting feedback, right? And they'll include footage implying lack of challenge spirit, so it was essentially a meaningless thing to say. In the end, the process is edited and judged based on the final result. Since it's a fact all contestants know implicitly, a sense of urgency and pressure settled over the team. Yes, we'll keep that in mind and take on the challenge. Just as Ryu Changwoo's answer seemed to wrap up the situation, another voice cut in. May I say something? It was the original artist holding the mic. Ah, yes, go ahead. The judges answered the suddenly awakened original artist with slight bewilderment, and the original artist picked up the mic with determined eyes. In your stage, I didn't feel the power that the song holds. What is he talking about so irrelevantly and belatedly when the discussion is already over? Ignoring the subtly embarrassed people, the original artist continued. This song is supposed to instill courage and passion in people's hearts, you know? But you guys, being handsome and somewhat skilled, isn't how that gets conveyed. Yes. When we were promoting, we really tried to give off that feeling. Just because you've become somewhat famous now, you shouldn't forget the respect owed to such a song. Aren't you ashamed to say that to audition program contestants who haven't even debuted yet? It seemed he mistook his remarks, which were like beating down kids, for advice. He seems to have a rather high opinion of himself. But the fact that we had to care about his reaction because it would also be included in the edit was the painful part. We already have to figure out a new arrangement alternative, and now we have to put up with that nonsense too? Although annoying if we refuted, it would only create a scene of us disrespecting the humble, unknown original artist. So everyone obediently replied, yes, we'll keep it in mind. Well, that's just how social life is. After all the other teams finished their mid-evaluation feedback, it was finally just before the rearrangement meeting was about to begin. The troll hesitantly spoke to Kim Rae-bin. Hey, I'm sorry. Is it okay to do that so straightforwardly in front of the camera? Then again, since the team-level cover-up was already done, it's his own job to clean up his personal mistake. Kim Rae-bin was silent for a moment, but soon nodded. No, it's fine. It's true that I was in charge of the arrangement. Frankly, it wouldn't have been strange if he had replied, no, damn it, you're the one who insisted we do it that way? Anyway, Ryu Changwoo patted everyone's backs and concluded. You worked hard. All right, guys, let's have the arrangement discussion again as soon as we're ready. For reference, ready here meant the production team's camera setup. Yes! During the short break, the contestants were let out for a while, feeling drained. Their expressions weren't good after the brutal mid-evaluation, but since things were resolved in the end, it seemed hope was still alive. But that hope is only useful if an alternative emerges. No one seemed to have thought of a clear arrangement direction. They just seemed to hope something would come out if they kept talking. It meant they were running on happy thoughts with nothing concrete. The outlook isn't bright. Hey, Park Moon Dae-hyung. Yes. While sitting in a corner, trying to think alone, Kim Rae-bin spoke to me. Unexpected. He's a guy I haven't even had a proper conversation with in the past few weeks. No, thinking about it, I've hardly talked to anyone during these weeks anyway. We were too busy practicing to have any leisure for small talk. Anyway, Kim Rae-bin sat down next to me and spoke solemnly. Thank you. No, it's nothing. He must be thanking me for helping when the troll confronted him. It's the first time someone else has helped me in a situation like that, as I thought. I roughly understood the situation. Kim Ray-bin was also worried. If he got edited as someone who can't adapt to the team again this time, he was afraid it would be a death sentence and for his public opinion recovery. No wonder he was so defensive. Come to think of it, a complicated story unfolded. I was very worried that I'd receive criticism again for poor teamwork like in the first mission, but thanks to Park Moon-dae-hyung, we overcame the crisis. It seems choosing the member with the best teamwork first was a wise decision after all. Could it be that the reason he picked Park Moon-dae first was because of teamwork? When I asked, he nodded. Yes, I saw that you treat team members in a rational way. Of course, your vocal skills are also solid. Is that so? Thank you. He was a truly unique guy, having been torn apart by broadcast edits and yet still believing the broadcast content. And to believe in the teamwork skills of Park Moon-dae, who was edited as extremely unsociable in the early episodes, it's really surprising. I would have understood if he had picked Kon Se-jin. Maybe he didn't pick him because his role would overlap with Ryu Chang-woo as leader. I guess he has his own criteria. While I was feeling baffled, Kim Ray-bin spoke again. Hyung, you can speak comfortably to me. I'm fine with it. All right. Well, there's no harm in getting familiar with a higher-ranked contestant. I answered obediently and then realized I had a question I should ask given the current situation. Speaking of which, about the song arrangement, do you have any thoughts? Actually, it's a bit of a difficult situation. Kim Ray-bin's sharp, punk-like impression softened slightly, turning into a gloomy expression. Even if we start rearranging again, the problem is knowing where to start and how much to fix. He means he doesn't know how much to simplify to meet the deadline when they've already practiced everything to match the previous version. If we change too much, it might not work. The current revision requests are too scattered and lack unity, so I don't know where to start. That's true. So he means he has no particular ideas and can't decide what to fix either. He's in the same boat as me. Once Kim Ray-bin started venting, it seemed he couldn't stop, and he muttered a stream of worries. We should reflect the original artist's advice too, but I don't really understand what instill courage and passion means specifically. Yeah, that is true. It's hard to even call it advice. We're idols, not superheroes from American comics from who knows what era. How are we supposed to inject courage and passion? Wait a second. I think I just realized something. While replaying my previous thought, I realized I had caught onto a strange idea. And the more I thought about it, the more that idea fit perfectly with this situation. A concept idea that allows for an arrangement where we can keep the original key and still handle it. We wouldn't have to change much of the already practiced cheer squad choreography, and we could even capture that courage and passion. It seemed like a perfect solution. The only problem was it's too over the top. Yes, the problem was that it wasn't just over the top, it could become childish. Then it was no better than not changing it. If just one person messed up on stage, it would clearly become awkward. Huh? No, wait. Hyung? Wait a second. I ignored Kim Ray-bin's question. Instead, I looked at the team members trickling in as the break time ended and thought to myself, status window. And I quickly scanned the team members' stats. Other stats varied, but their charisma stats were all beaten or above. For reference, being in the B grade means it's a stat level worthy of being a main position, as expected from a team gathered with only high-ranking monsters. This, might work. No wonder the judges didn't like the outdated cheer squad concept much. Ray-bin, about the arrangement. Yes. I explained the idea that came to me to the flustered Kim Ray-bin. Yeah, Kim Ray-bin seemed even more flustered at first. But as I added more explanation, he gradually calmed down, and soon his pale eyes began to sparkle. The reaction was better than expected. Wait a moment! Kim Ray-bin ran to the keyboard set up in one corner of the practice room and began pounding out melodies, and I recalled Kim Ray-bin's status window that I saw earlier. Trait Maestro, all it needs is a small trigger. When inspired, creative speed, 120%, just like Sion Aheon. There really is a separate class of status window golden spoons. Is there no function to copy other guys' traits? It often appeared in web novels. I sighed inwardly, but I had work to do. I quickly summoned my status window and invested the remaining point into the charisma stat. With this, I also entered B. Good, the numbers match now. Moondea, why did Raybin suddenly run to the keyboard? Ryu Chungwoo, who had just arrived, spoke to Park Moonday instead of to Kim Raybin, who was fiddling with the keyboard. I suggested a concept idea. It seems he liked it. What idea? A transformation hero theme. Behind the bewildered Ryu Cheongwoo, Cha Yujin whispered to the person next to him. What's a transformation hero theme? There were exactly 3 days left until the performance date, and 3 days later, on the day of the performance, the area in front of the building housing the stage set for his second team mission was a sea of people. It wasn't that the number of live audience members had increased much. It was just that, thanks to the rising viewership ratings and buzz, more people had gathered in front to cheer and hopefully hear something. It was even common to see people handing out slogan banners or photo cards, even though this wasn't a fan sign event. Wow, this is no joke. One woman managed to navigate through the chaotic crowd and get in the entrance line. She had applied for the live audience with a friend's request, but only she got selected. After debating, should I just not go? She had barely managed to get time off and came. Well, it's just so famous. Of course, this choice was heavily influenced by her friend's plea, made with tears and food, saying, please just let me know how our moon day is doing. But even so, a part of her thought, is it really that good? She had seen a picture of Park Moon Day with platinum blonde hair on SNS. He was quite attractive, but she didn't think he was handsome enough to warrant such intense liking. Still, since she got a free meal out of it, she thought she should keep an eye on him, and she finally entered the building. She had no idea that after the live show, she would be the one begging her friend for pictures of Park Moon Day, Chapter 30. The woman who came to the live audience at her friend's request managed to get a middle seat with a decent view. It's quite noisy. Just as the woman who was attending this kind of viewing alone for the first time was feeling bewildered, someone a few seats away spoke to her. Who did you come to see? Huh? Ah, Park Moon Day? I see. The person a few seats away, who was holding a slogan, looked her up and down once, then soon looked at his own smartphone and sharply turned his head away. She felt strangely offended. Feeling like she came secretly just to waste her mood and time, the woman started watching the first stage in a sullen state. The first stage is mulling couples. Following the MC's energetic introduction, the stage of Mulling Couple, a co-ed group that failed after 2 comebacks, was briefly shown on the screen. It was a setup under the pretext of considering the live audience who don't know the hidden masterpiece and showing respect to the original artist. But in reality, the intention was to contrast the tacky stage of a failed old idol with the stages of the current contestants. And the contestants reinterpreting this stage are Heo Il-jun, Ji Tae-woo, Lee Se-jin, Seon Ah-hyun, Choi Na-hoon, Seok Hee-kong, and Choi Won-gil, the gigantic team. Please enter! As the original stage video faded to black, the contestants' profile pictures filled the screen one by one according to the MC's call. And as the screen slowly darkened, the stage lights came on. The feel you get when our palms touch. Kon Se-jin's face, smiling brightly, filled the screen. Da-dun-dun, and, along with the fast-paced electro house accompaniment, a spectacular group dance unfolded on stage. Wow. Unlike watching on a screen, the spatial sense of the choreography came alive in person, making it feel more powerful. It was even somewhat shocking to the woman, who was seeing an idol stage live for the first time. Should I have gone to a mixed singers concert, not just a ballad singers? She regretted it unconsciously and happily immersed herself in watching the stage before her. Thank you. So by the time she was applauding the contestants leaving after their stage, she was already in a completely excited state. This is kind of fun. Waiting for the preparation time between stages was boring, but watching the trainees' stages while the broadcast equipment was moving had its own unique charm. The disappointing part was that the team's skill level fluctuated depending on the contestants. This team is a bit... The second team was disappointing, while the third and fourth teams were fun again. Since she had never done so-called fandom activities before, only the overall feeling remained, rather than a detailed appreciation of each stage. So she quickly forgot them. For now, her remaining impression was that the first team was the best so far. They said to vote for the two best teams when leaving, right? Keeping the first team in one spot for sure, she continued to watch the stages. The following teams also had their own concepts and were fun, but they didn't evoke as much excitement as the first team. I'm a bit tired. Actually, the skills of the later teams weren't inferior to the earlier ones. It was just that continuously watching unfamiliar songs performed live made the initial novelty wear off and boredom set in. And the contestant her friend asked her to watch still hadn't appeared. Isn't it the last team now? Suppressing the urge to take out her smartphone, she barely focused and listened to the next team's introduction. This stage is the band Taeyang Seums, and a video that looked like a music broadcast from 10 years ago played on the screen. This song. It's a cheering song she heard at the baseball stadium with a friend who likes baseball. So this is how they originally sang it. Well, it wasn't as exciting as in the baseball stadium. It just had a lot of high notes and seemed like a difficult song to sing. She was watching the vocalist passionately singing on the screen without much interest when the MC's booming voice startled her. And the contestants reinterpreting this stage are Ryu Chang-woo, Lee Se-jin, Kim Yoo-jun, Park Moon-dae, Min Jong-hoon, Kim Rae-bin, and Cha Yu-jin. Did he just say Park Moon-dae? She hurriedly stared at the screen again. The profile pictures of this round's contestants were displayed on the screen. They're all familiar faces. No wonder it's the last team. There are many famous contestants. Her rising anticipation made her adjust her sitting position. Cheers several times louder than before pierced her ears from all around. Oh my God, they're really popular. Right now, the Hero Squad team is now entering. Before she could even think it was tacky, the stage fell silent. It was a dark stage where even the screen lights had disappeared. The moment a beam of blue spotlight pierced through it. The figure of a contestant, pointing his index finger towards the sky like a gun muzzle, was revealed. A sleek black jumpsuit with a pattern like a racing suit absorbed the intense blue light. In his hand, a red finger suit glistened under the spotlight. And a low voice was heard, "Yeah, hero time." Hero time. Instantly, the same letters filled the screen. Creak! An intense bass began to shake the speakers along with an overt glitch sound. All the stage lights came back on as if igniting, and the 7 people began to move in perfect unison. Limbs clad head to toe in black hit the floor, bodies twisted, and precise knife-like group choreography unfolded. They were all wearing black jumpsuits of different patterns. Cha Yu-jin, positioned in the center, began singing, "My heart burns like the sun," brilliantly. A contestant who rose from the back took over. "Soaring high into the distant sky so I can fly farther and catch it." Where the typical band sound should have been, a heavy and powerful dubstep sound remained, retaining only a rocking feel. Wob, 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 weeb, brrrr, and then group choreography again. The contestants, raising one hand, moved as if performing martial arts. She stared at the stage with her mouth open. The one moving more intensely during his part caught her eye. The choreography consisted of large, clear movements without any fussy details. A composition that could have seemed monotonous and over the top instead felt just intense thanks to the rapidly changing formations. The one thing that saves the world is a burning, foolish passion Ryu Cheong-woo, wearing a navy blue headband, sang the pre-chorus. Just as a sharp and cool choreography, as if casting a spell was mixed in, the chorus erupted. Fly. Until the very end. Until the day I shine like that sun. The contestant who hit a refreshing high note while kicking his leg forward had shining platinum blonde hair. The chocolate-colored gloss suited him, as if it were made from his own hair. While hitting that high note, the contestant was smiling brightly. Crazy. Is that Moon Day? The woman reflexively covered her mouth. Dick! The photos were taken so badly. In the photo her friend showed her, claiming she took it herself. He wasn't like this. Shouldn't such a cool and cute guy be photographed properly? Shattering the low expectations she had formed beforehand had an immense destructive power. After all, there is no business like the taste business. Was my taste similar to my friend's all along? As she was having this new realization, the stage entered a new phase. As Park Moon-dae sat down, Kim Rae-bin entered the vacated spot. The goggles with purple lenses shook near his forehead, rising like a star, shining like the sun. Huh? A rap part had been inserted instead of the continuous high notes of the chorus that should have been in the original song. However, the remaining chorus melody didn't disappear. Instead, it was processed with a synthesizer, like a sampler, and added as a flat sound over the intense dubstep track. With the rap layered on top, the momentum of the previous high notes wasn't diminished. It actually felt easier to listen to. Since the lyrics of that part were vague, the directly translated English rap lyrics actually made the song feel more modern. It flies away. In this moment, my heart burning like the sun, time. Take your wings and fly up. Let's catch up to the moon. Wow. The woman, who didn't know the original song well, only felt that this version is better, but she could definitely tell the arrangement was much better than the other teams. And above all, the stage was just cool. By the time the final chorus was approaching, she was almost leaning forward from her seat towards the stage. Fly to that end. This time, Park Moon-dae and Kim Rae-bin sang the chorus as if exchanging lines from each end of the formation. The choreography, moving as if they were one entity, looked like a wave. Under the information like laser lights, the black jumpsuits amplified the feeling of being SF comic characters. And with the final ultra-high note of the last chorus, I will save your world, who? She swallowed the gas that tried to escape audibly. Park Moon-dae, raising his head under the hazy front spotlight, looked like he would save the world right that very moment. No, it was clear he was saving her right now. On stage, Cha Yoo-jin leaped out with a back tumbling during the final rap break. His body, slicing through the air, landed on the stage floor like a sequence from an action movie. Thud, a very symbolic superhero landing. Over the remaining top-line accompaniment, a narration like a glitchy guide announcement flowed. Thank you for flying Hero Air today. The boys on stage slowly turned around. And simultaneously, while raising one thumb, they winked. At that moment, she realized for the first time that her surroundings were filled with tremendous noise. All sorts of cheers and screams that she had unconsciously ignored while focusing on the stage now rang in her ears. What was more surprising was that she herself was screaming, "It's insane! Insane!" The person who had snubbed her earlier was also screaming, almost jumping out of his seat. The slogan in his hand was already crumpled and being shaken wildly, failing to serve its original purpose at all. In her mind, images of a smiling Park Moon-dae hitting the high note, and Park Moon-dae spinning around played on an endless loop. Simultaneously, determined not to miss a single shot of Park Moon-dae exiting, she opened her eyes wide and thought, Vote! I have to vote! And above all, she was sure of one thing. Definitely first place. They're definitely first place. This team was the winner. After all stages were over and the live audience had left, the ranking announcement began immediately in front of the empty audience seats. With the contestants lined up for each team, the MC announced the next ranking. And in third place is the Hero Squad team, who reinterpreted. Huh? That's unbelievable. As soon as the MC's announcement finished, the place was filled with sounds of exclamation from all sides. I stared at the screen with cold eyes. I knew this would happen, Chapter 31. Huh, they got third place? No way, they did that well? They had the highest rankings to begin with? And the reaction was great too, wasn't it? When we placed third, the contestants from other teams around us buzzed with chatter. Honestly, this situation was predictable from the moment they said the live audience could vote for 2 teams each. They all used strategic votes. Those who come to the live audience to this extent mostly have a contestant they heavily support. Those audience members would first vote for the team containing their favorite contestant, and then they probably cast their second vote for a team that was low-ranked but skilled. They wouldn't vote for a team like ours, which could be a competitor to their main pick. Thinking about it that way, honestly, getting third place was a decent performance. It means we got all the votes from the few people who just came to watch, plus the votes from the audience members whose pick is in this team. However, the team members seemed quite shocked. Thank you, Ryu Chung-woo, who responded to the beat late, bowed his head with difficulty as he greeted. The team members diligently followed suit with their thank yous, but their expressions clearly showed they were trying hard to look calm. Thank you. I also bowed my head. The first and second place announcements were postponed until the ranking announcement ceremony. Among them was the team Choi Won-gil had assembled, which was similar to the first mission team. Then, shareholders, we'll see you at the ranking announcement ceremony with the news of the team mission first place winner. After the MC's closing remarks, I think I saw Choi Won-gil glancing over here with a triumphant expression. Is he an idiot? This guy is annoying every time. Is it because he hasn't yet tasted the bitterness of editing? The other team members were also in a state of shock, as if their souls had left their bodies. Ryu Chung-woo patted the shoulders of the team members who were clapping like zombies one by one. You worked hard. We did our best and it was great, right? Let's not worry. Yeah, that's right. We did great. Well, it's true that we did well on stage, as Cha Yu-jin said. So, if we gain popularity points from this, fine, but we shouldn't get discouraged. Since there's no one in this team who seems likely to be eliminated in the next ranking announcement anyway, this was the best possible outcome. The problem is the editing. As long as they don't use an edit that saves only Ryu Chung-woo and sacrifices all the others, it should be a decent result. Because the stage turned out well. Since the other guys also have their own fan bases, any moderate malicious editing will likely be neutralized within their fandom. Kim Rae-bin, who messed up the first team mission broadcast but was firmly reestablished in the top ranks by his fans through adult money, was an example. And speak of the devil, he's approaching me. Park Moon-dae-hyung. Yeah, what's up? Kim Rae-bin bowed his head. Thank you so much for everything. Could we exchange contact information? Sure. I readily gave him my number. He was a contestant where having a connection wasn't bad. Thanks to his ridiculously good composing trait, we also managed the arrangement easily. Moreover, judging by his personality, unlike Kon Se-jin, who contacts you at all hours, he seemed like the type to only call for business and finish it quickly when necessary. Kim Rae-bin received the number and bowed his head again. I'll send greetings occasionally. Sounds good. I can't tell if I'm talking to an aspiring idol or to a junior colleague. Now that I think about it, is this an opportunity to join the so-called popular contestants group? Since this team mission also ended successfully, if I just build a few friendly connections by the next episode's airing, there's a possibility my public image will be reorganized. The guys associated with Park Moon-dae in the early episodes were mostly dangerous elements from the future up to the final ranking. Moreover, Wouldn't my survival rate be higher if I stick with guys who will have a higher final ranking than me? There's also a non-negligible possibility that my reputation among Chayujin's fans could become somewhat hostile if I stick with Kim Raebin. Ugh, trying to calculate all this made my head spin. But when you're facing sudden death, you can't afford to worry about pride. You've worked hard. You've been through a lot. While packing my belongings to leave, I was still thinking when someone lightly poked my back from behind. Hey. I turned my head to see Seon Ah-hyun making a serious expression. Why is this guy, who I've only exchanged greetings with for the past week, suddenly coming to talk to me with a determined face? Is it bad news? Seon Ah-hyun looked around, confirmed no one was watching, then opened his eyes wide and whispered quickly, It's about Choi Won-gil. Yeah, what about Choi Won-gil? Why is Choi Won-gil being brought up all of a sudden? Did he cause trouble again over parts and come to vent? Surprisingly, this random thought was half right. He's such a bad kid. Seon Ah-hyun was almost panting and was almost... No. What kind of personality must one have to make this pushover this furious? Why, what happened? Why, yes! Seon Ah-hyun nodded vigorously, then cautiously began explaining what happened during the last team mission. At first, he kept asking for his own part. Oh, my prediction was completely right. He kept bringing you up, kept comparing. To summarize Seon Ah-hyun's jumbled explanation about Choi Won-gil's actions, it went roughly like this. I didn't get much camera time in the first mission, so I need to make up for it this time. I assembled the team, so they should be thankful to me. Why did you give Moon Dae-hyung parts but not me, even though I'm also a main vocal candidate? It feels like favoritism based on personal connections. He even apparently said the latter while crying during an interview with the production team. It seems he learned from the last team mission that kindness wins. While the team members, who felt betrayed after being kind, were flustered, Kon Se-jin wisely soothed Choi Won-gil and resolved the situation. A wise choice considering the broadcast. But thanks to that, the pent-up resentment of the team members who couldn't speak their minds properly seems to have had nowhere to go. Seon Ah-hyun's initially cautious tone had completely transformed into a furious state by the end of his story. He seemed to stutter, not out of nervousness, but out of sheer anger. Yo, you have to be careful. He might talk badly about you. I wanted to tell you. Seon Ah-hyun's face was bright red, but even in that state, he was careful about Park Moon-dae, eventually speaking in a roundabout way. Perhaps this was the main point he wanted to make. While the situation was somewhat funny, this is, well, I'm also touched in a way. In this busy survival audition where everyone is focused on their own success, to have a guy who treats me not for image management but like a real friend. It makes me, who used to divide groups into hierarchies when managing idols, feel ashamed. This isn't middle school class assignment. My future knowledge is already becoming obsolete as my team, from the first mission, skyrocketed. But I guess I still think like an editing director. I chuckled and replied, yeah, all right, thanks. No. Seon Ah-hyun was startled and then quickly waved his hands and returned to his usual timid self. Kon Se-jin, who had appeared out of nowhere after the conversation ended, came and put an arm around our shoulders. He's a guy who seems to have a strange ability to appear wherever there's a conversation. Friends. What's up? I was just telling him. What? That. Kon Se-jin shrugged. It seems Choi Won-gil has been marked as a troll to the point where he's referred to by pronouns instead of his name. Next time, we just won't be on the same team. The one who gets stressed loses. Look at this. It's a world where you should look at good things. Ooh? Kon Se-jin naturally changed the subject, then pulled something up on his smartphone screen and turned it towards me and Seon Ah-hyun. It was an SNS post with photos of subway station advertisement boards. The timing for the ads has already come. Placing ads in public facilities is one of the representative forms of support from Idol fans. I remember my photos being put up a few times too. Of course, they were uploaded under the data site Fan Cafe name. I thought he was just showing us that his own ad board was up, but it wasn't just that. Look, isn't this our set? Huh? Looking again, they were indeed photos taken of nearby ad boards showing each other looking at one another. Under the photos, I could see the posted text, Hongdae Entrance Station, and the project members' ads are up together. So precious. I got the postcards. Kan Se-jin laughed heartily. Ah, isn't it really amazing? How did they put up the ads so neatly? Did they coordinate? They probably fought over it. Thinking about how much money and time they must have spent to secure the ad boards at a major transfer station made me feel a bit sorry. Thank you for investing in Park Moon-dae's survival chances. A new worry arose. Even if I debut and avoid sudden death, it seems I'll have to diligently pay back the debt during the trainee period. It seems I'm headed for a hellish repayment schedule. While I was feeling troubled by the strange sense of debt, Kan Se-jin got to the main point. Want to go see these? The fans left messages too. It's only right we go check them out once. Now, can't we each uphold that duty separately? But Seona Hyun's eyes sparkled and he immediately agreed. Yeah. Good. You're coming too, right, Moonday? When should we go? Starting by assuming we're all going together is exactly the same method he used to trick us into the group viewing for episode 3. But still, as Kan Se-jin said, I did need to go see the ad boards at least once anyway. It would be easier to deal with if people recognize me if I'm not alone. I looked back and forth between the two guys for a moment, then just nodded. If we're going, it'd be best to go within this week. The sooner the better. Yeah. As the two chatted excitedly and tried to set a date, I packed my bag again. Well, the basics weren't bad, and a few days later, I put on the same black mask I bought at the convenience store last time. Destination, Hongdae Entrance Station. Since I'd been holed up at home when I wasn't filming, it had been a while since I'd been out. Seona Hyun, should we have lunch after seeing the ad boards? I found a few restaurants that look good, if it's okay with you guys. More. A message came from Seona Hyun, still so considerate. Checking Kan Se-jin's response, which was full of emojis, I went outside and waited for the bus. The apartment I rented for cheap wasn't within a 20-minute walking distance to a subway station. If I just quietly transfer at a stop near Hongdae Entrance Station, it should be fine. That thought was a miscalculation. Park Moon-dae, is that you? Over there. This happened as soon as I got off the bus and crossed the crosswalk. We hadn't even arrived at the intended location yet, but people were already gathering. Only a few people recognized me right away, but a crowd attracts more crowds. Who is it? Is he a celebrity, an idol? This isn't good. After hesitating, I bowed in greeting and started running. I would have liked to interact more if possible, but the atmosphere was unusual. The impact of the most popular audition program at this point was formidable. Then again, if you turn on the news these days, there's always at least one news article related to. I was complacent because I don't go out much. Under these circumstances, I need to quickly see the ad board and disappear. While quickly running down into the subway station, my phone vibrated, but I planned to check it after losing the crowd. And I understood the situation as soon as I arrived at the location where the 3 ad boards were placed. Because the 2 who had already arrived at the ad boards were surrounded by smartphones. I guess this is the situation as soon as you arrive. These fools came out without wearing masks. Amidst that, people who recognized Park Moon-dae cheered, Moon-dae! Moon-dae is here too. It was awkward, but I was also grateful. Well, this is something. Chapter 32. Let's quickly do what we need to do first. First, I grabbed Seona Hyun, who was flustered by people's questions and requests around the ad board. Big Se-jin. We need to take proof photos. Seona Hyun finally snapped out of it and slowly made his way to his own ad board. I found the camera on the smartphone he handed me. People reacted immediately. Photos! Let us make some room. They're taking photos of the kids. Surprisingly, when handled assertively, people voluntarily started creating distance and stepping back. Maybe I've seen too many people desperately trying to take photos, so I was overly worried. Look here. Okay. Ah Hyun is so handsome. The last comment wasn't from me, but from someone who seemed to be a Seon Ah Hyun fan. Seon Ah Hyun's face turned red as if malfunctioning. No. After posing awkwardly a few times like that, Seon Ah Hyun finally found his composure. Anyway, I mechanically framed the shot and took the photo. And the moment I lowered the smartphone, Big Sejin shouted from the side, "Moon Day! Me too! Me too!" I turned my body, still holding Seon Ah-hyun's phone, and took Big Sejin's proof photo as well. It was annoying to take because Big Sejin changed his pose several times, but people were diligently filming the scene with their own smartphones. So cute. Do other poses too? Does that mean I didn't even need to take the proof photos myself? Couldn't I have just gone home today and downloaded whatever pops up on the internet? Moon Day, you too. It would be weird if only I didn't take one, so I also moved to the front of my ad board. Seeing the ad board completely revealed with people having stepped back, I even felt intimidated by its size. The photo used for Park Moon Day's ad board was one taken at the production presentation. Fortunately, it wasn't a peace sign or finger heart photo, but my blank face was a bit embarrassing. Let's not make eye contact. When I turned my head slightly, I saw the phrase written on the background, Park Moon Day, savior who appeared like a comet. In small letters below, it even said, "Please buy lots of shares." That it's a very impactful phrase, I can't deny that. You worked hard. I quietly took my proof photo. I had to show at least this much sincerity. And the moment I finished taking the photo and stepped away from the ad board, people's voices poured in again. Did you come to see the ads? What should I do? Did the practice go well? I'm voting for you. People were gathering to the point of obstructing passage. It was definitely more crowded than when I got off the bus alone by myself. That was the downside of coming as a trio. Wasn't this looking like it could turn into a disturbance if we weren't careful? I wanted to sign a few and then go, but it seemed difficult. I guess we have to use the advantage of being three. I signaled to the other two with my eyes. Fortunately, they seemed to understand the signal. We bowed our heads repeatedly. Thank you. We'll work hard. And we immediately ran towards the nearest exit. When three tall guys run at once, the path naturally opens up. We're going in now. Thank you, Big Sejin shouted, waving his hand as we ran in. Faint voices answering back, following his lead, could be heard. Bye, kids. Get home safe. Fighting. Fortunately, no one seemed to find us rude as the voices were bright. It was the first time I was running while hearing so many cheers. The feeling was incredible and peculiar. We immediately caught a taxi at the entrance we ran out from. Oh, that was so great. As soon as the taxi started, Big Sejin said this, laughing heartily. Seon Ah-hyun was also nodding his head vigorously, seeming very excited. Was it that enjoyable? Of course, I felt the sense of debt more than gratitude, but I didn't feel particularly elated just because many people recognize me. Is it a matter of temperament, or it could be an age problem? Those guys are all 21 after all. Just as I was feeling somewhat detached in my thoughts, Big Sejin suddenly let out an "oh" of admiration and pulled out his smartphone. And a message immediately arrived in the group chat. Photo. It was a photo of me taken in front of Park Moon Day's ad board. Whether the exposure was wrong or what, the colors were all blown out, and my face was blurry and distorted against the white ad board. This bastard takes terrible photos. Isn't the blurriness giving it a sense of realism? It's so realistic that you can't see anything but the realism in the photo. When I looked at the bastard, Big Sejin laughed and pretended nothing was wrong, speaking to Seon Ah-hyun. Right, Ah-hyun. Your proof shots are on your phone too, right? Yeah, just a sec. Seon Ah-hyun hurriedly took out his smartphone and uploaded photos to the group chat. They were the photos I took of Big Sejin and Seon Ah-hyun. Why are you uploading my photos? It seems he panicked and uploaded them all at once. Ooh, the photos Moon Day took. Big Sejin, who was peering at the screen pretending to be interested, paused as if his words got stuck for a moment. Then, with a slightly flustered face, he started giving a genuinely admiring exclamation this time. Oh, you're really good at taking photos. It was only natural, considering I made a living from it for years. I also glanced at the screen. Perfectly level compositions, natural body proportions, photos that captured expressions and poses well, were uploaded one by one. It seemed my skills hadn't rusted. Just as I was feeling a bit proud, Big Sajin added, in a slightly subdued tone, "Yeah, next time, I'll take better ones of you too. My bad." This also seemed sincere. Big Sajin, who doesn't feel businesslike, "I'm seeing all sorts of things today." I just shrugged my shoulders. Well, photos with a sense of realism are fine too. Big Sajin made a surprised face for a moment, then quickly smiled and changed the subject. Right? By the way, are the famous restaurants Ahion recommended across this road? What a shame. It's fine. Next time we can come together. See, right. We were talking about that too. Going to the restaurant Sion Ahion found now was out of the question. Since he only picked places trending on SNS, if we went with this many people, our meal would be live streamed on someone else's SNS. Moreover, Shonahyun didn't seem particularly skilled at searching as the places smelled of viral marketing and the cost-performance ratio seemed poor. I was lost in thought for a moment, then checked the navigation as we passed ID Station. "Driver, could you please stop at the overpass ahead?" "I can do that." "Yes, then." I looked back at the two in the back seat. "I know a quiet place. Want to go there?" "Ooh, of course I agree." "Of course." Good idea." Sorted. I asked the driver for permission and entered the restaurant into the navigation, and only after the meal was completely over did I realize I had voluntarily done something I didn't necessarily need to do. Damn it. I'm becoming friends with them. The woman looking at her smartphone repeatedly went through cycles of painful groans and worry. On the screen was the choice that had plunged her into a dilemma. Idle Incorporated stock package. Massive discount. 80%. Under the large banner were stocks bundled with various services sold by THET, the channel group company that broadcasts. For example, if you buy this THET music site package, you get a 3-month streaming pass at a 50% discount, and the right to buy 20 shares of stock. In short, it meant she could give Moonday 20 more votes. These broadcast company bastards sold stocks almost exclusively in some kind of package form, apart from the monthly pass that lets you vote once more per day. The scary part is that these packages have such high discount rates that they create a dual structure where existing service users use the package for the discount and end up falling for it. These business tactics are really vicious. The woman sighed and scrolled the page up and down, then saw a new message pop up. It was a message from that friend who had applied for the live audience for her and told her to watch Park Moon Day. Yeonju. Crazy Moon Day. Sighting just dropped. Gasp. The link she hastily clicked led to an SNS with Chiti. "Oh my god, I just came out to eat Sam Gipsel, and I ran into Ida's contestants. I think they're the ones who sang that soft, sweet song." In the attached photo, taken in a Dat Genji room with partitions, Park Moon Day, Seon Ah-hyun, and Big Sejin were receiving Sam Gipsel. Lively reactions continued below the photo. "Just look at the way he looks at the Sam Gipsel. The kids are going to jump out KKK. Rather than chicken without roots, K Sam Gipsel is the way to go. Oh, you know your stuff. Please enact the Chicken Chabul Act. I fully support these three staying close." After seeing the ad board, did you go deep to eat this? The background is chilling. Ad board? Just in case, the woman searched for Park Moon Day ad board. Immediately, a post from a few hours ago, shared tens of thousands of times, appeared at the top. Went to take a proof shot in front of Moon Day's ad board and ran away. There were so many people we couldn't stay long. But he was so cute and kind, my simping heart is shattered. He's so handsome. Even with a mask on, his hotness leaks out. He's so cool. Short video. When she played the attached video, Park Moonday, wearing a black hoodie and a black baseball cap in the chilly air, was seen taking photos in front of his ad board. You're so handsome. I'll buy lots of your shares, Moonday. Thank you. Park Moonday replied, seeming slightly embarrassed by the pouring compliments. And the video ended with him running away swiftly with the other two contestants and disappearing. Cute Moonday is more sociable than I thought. As expected, moonpanging isn't a brainwashing cult, but official doctrine. What? A Tibet fox? A heretic? The PD who did the snake-like editing should die, damn it. Our kid was just calm. The platinum blonde hair looks good, even with a hat on. He's cute. So cute. As she was stomping her feet, she realized Park Moonday's ad board photo looked familiar. It was the photo her friend had shown her, claiming she took it herself. She quickly typed a message. Minsol. Hey, isn't this the one you went to see? Congrats. I heard Moonday saw it. Yeonju, I was just about to pass out after seeing that and just came to... It wasn't me, it was a fan union project, but it's so crazy. My heart. Boom. When she retorted, why didn't you tell me this first? The reply came, my heart was beating so fast I couldn't type properly. The woman grumbled and sent a congratulatory emoji, and she thought, I want to support him too. She was happy that Park Moonday was doing well, and that she could see many great stages. In the end, she returned to the purchase page from before and bought the music package. After boldly purchasing Moonday's shares, she checked the comments section of the citing post, which was already showing signs of conflict. Please take the photo down. Stalking is a crime. No, I just happened to see him somewhere. What's stalking? It's just a sighting. Is seeing someone eating a crime now? Please say something that makes sense. Yeah, I blocked you, tiered 7. After this exchange, the heated reactions died down awkwardly. It was because since news about Park Moonday was hard to come by, people got reflexively excited about the rare sighting, then realized it could be an invasion of privacy. The woman also felt awkward and closed the window. She had forgotten that Moonday hadn't even debuted yet. But he was so cool. Recalling the live audience experience that made her mind go blank even now, she remembered what she had been doing. Eek! Live broadcast. That's right. She had been using her spare time to look at the stock purchase page while waiting for the Idol Incorporated broadcast to start. She grabbed the remote control in a panic and fortunately could watch the broadcast from the start. Phew! Just as she sighed in relief and relaxed, the MC's meaningful face suddenly filled the screen. Everyone, do you remember the promise of, as if making an important announcement at a boardroom table, the MC spoke seriously, tapping the desk. We promise to proceed with everything based on your votes. So even now, numerous votes are ongoing on our homepage regarding the final debut number, evaluation song selection, etc. For reference, people were already lamenting. I accidentally voted for the final debut number to be too small in the beginning. And today, we intend to fulfill one more of those promises. Everyone, have you found any contestants you dislike while watching so far? What? Right after the broadcast started, the production team threw a huge bomb in front of the confused viewers. Then, sell that contestant's shares. The newly introduced shareholders, you can now sell the shares of contestants you don't want to see anymore. The stock purchase rights that shareholders buy can now also be used as stock sell-off rights. In other words, instead of buying a specific contestant's shares, you can sell them off to create a negative count. It was the arrival of hell by popular vote. Chapter 33. After the new system was introduced and that allows participants' stock counts to be decreased. Is this for real? Ixo, are the producers crazy? The internet became a mess. They're really out of their minds. What if someone gets maliciously targeted? They're opening hate voting? This isn't just spicy, it's hellfire. For real. I don't think I can watch the next ranking announcement. It's going to be too painful. What are these trash bastards doing to the kids? If this happens, shouldn't we boycott? Posts criticizing the production team and the program first flooded every community. It was a natural reaction, but after this criticism settled as the baseline sentiment, posts like this gradually started appearing. Organizing contestants who benefit from this negative voting versus contestants who stand to lose. It was a contestant evaluation. If this continues, posts slandering contestants one doesn't like will soon run rampant. Sigh. I skimmed through that post, which had reached the best post board in just 7 minutes. As I scrolled down, I found the name I was looking for. Park Moonday, drop risk level 2 stars. Whenever his name comes up, whether it's malicious or kind editing, he always ends up getting cursed at. There are people who are sick and tired of him to a pathological level. It feels like his pride will be shattered. 2 stars, it's acceptable. Frankly, I expected this. Because the Park Moonday on broadcast is an extremely divisive character bound to be polarizing. The PR Live and first team mission edits worked favorably, so we just barely recovered. But the participants from Project 31 are latecomers at this point in the first team mission. It seems they can't help but get hit by the malicious fans of existing strong contestants. Scrolling down, I saw Big Sejan's fans had also put him in the drop risk category. Of course, I can't trust just this one post. But the fact that the post wasn't ignored and became popular suggests it's somewhat similar to the general opinion. Of course, the comments were a mess. They wrote even the brainwashing cult stuff, nothing bastard pretending to be an expert on ADIS, pretending to dominate internet opinion. So annoying, ha 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 ha. I'm already tired. I wish they'd stop this for real. Stop urging people to downvote. Who do you think you are? You're so transparent. That's why you're sucking up to the troll. But it's mostly right. Admit reality. And among these comments, I also saw people talking about contestants who had climbed in rank. They were mainly picking on, circling, and enjoying contestants likely to fall. Ha 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 ha. Lee Si-jin rank drop confirmed. What about Kim Rabin? He'll drop more. His fans need to cheer up. Of course, attempts by fans to sway opinion like saying, I don't know why they wrote he's in the safe zone, were also quite noticeable. Ryu Chang-woo should tone down pushing the former national representative angle. Since everything from his fans to the broadcast is lukewarm, I think many people might actually sell his shares out of annoyance. They're already using tactics. Of course, there was plenty of talk about Park Moonday, too. I wish the fans who support Moonday would unify their stance a bit. His skills are one thing, but they say they can't hate him, but then they criticize his personality based on the edited broadcast. That's what the people supporting Moonday say. I hope Moonday doesn't get too stressed. I hesitated, then closed the window. Actually, I had intended to check the reaction to the newly aired episode 6 rather than the hey, so there wasn't much about it here. Well, I didn't have much screen time in episode 6 either. The stage of the team I was in was scheduled for the next episode. Since only a very partial view of the team formation and song selection process was shown, there wasn't much reaction. Ugh, why is Moonday in the same team as Rabian number 1? I hate it, 777. Kim Rabin number 1, please stop your charity work. Your last team was trash, too. Really, apart from his face, there's nothing to see. What can you do picking someone like that? Moonday, don't get close to Yujin. Just stay still. Mainly only these malicious fan reactions remained. No, I'm not sure if these can even be called fans. Looking closely, Kim Rabin is getting it too? It was a type I'd occasionally seen even back in my data selling days. They don't believe the broadcast that supports Moonday and don't believe his personality is due to evil editing. That's the logic. Listen to Moonday singing a cappella on the PR Live. He's better than on the broadcast. And why do you believe the edited interview cuts but pretend not to see the videos of Moonday actually being kind to other contestants? Suddenly talking to myself, oh dear, don't stake your life on idols, ma'am. I reported this. Well, I'm sorry. Seeing people suffering after buying Park Moon-dae stock for no reason made me feel bad. It's not like I can change the direction of the broadcast by doing better. Actually, I already knew. I knew about this negative vote being introduced, even as a civil servant, because it was so controversial. Had walked a tightrope between buzz and controversy like it was insane about 2 or 3 times, and this was the first incident. Anyway, with the current trend, it seemed like I wouldn't be eliminated even if my vote count dropped considerably, so I didn't pay much attention. But now that it's actually happening, it's a bit bothersome. I don't know why they insist he's kind while watching that edit. The important thing is that the reactions of people who dislike being in the same team as Park Moon-dae are more active than the positive reactions. Even viewers who view Park Moon-dae favorably are saying it's a pity he couldn't be with his first team mission teammates. I laughed with my arms crossed. I was really curious how public opinion would change once episode 7 aired. The stage was definitely good, and there was a limit to how much that could be distorted with editing. Until then, I should just organize my status window and work on practice achievements. Buzz. My smartphone rang while I was thinking. It was that damn group chat with my same-age friends. I unconsciously opened my smartphone. As if they had copied and pasted, 2 messages arrived almost simultaneously. Kim Rae-bin. Hyung, I hope you're doing well. This is contestant Kim Rae-bin. The reason I'm contacting you like this is because I have a request. Kim Rae-bin. Cha Yoo-jin and I have a schedule tomorrow to check the ads our fans put up at Gangnam Station, and I was wondering if you also wanted to go check your ads together more. Did my ad go up at Gangnam Station too? When I searched, I found SNS posts saying it started today. Annoying. How did Kim Rae-bin find out? But the timing wasn't good. A shitty system where you can sell off shares has just been introduced. No need to become a target. If a happy sighting comes out here now, nonsense like, is Park Moon-dae feeling confident, will definitely come out. Moreover, going with Kim Rae-bin and Cha Yoo-jin, a certain comment popped into my head. Are you scared of the negative votes? Stop pretending to be close to the popular kids, ha 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 ha. No need to create the ammunition myself. Let's try to protect the stomachs of the people supporting Park Moon-dae as much as possible. It's best to wait and see until episode 7 airs. I immediately typed a reply. Park Moon-dae. I have things to do, so it might be difficult. Let's meet next time. Kim Rae-bin. Yes, then I'll contact you again later. I guess I'll see him at the filming. Thinking that, I started stretching before starting my workout. Let's just build up my stamina. Little did I know then that Kim Rae-bin would send me a greeting every single day until the next filming. And not just any greeting, but with colorful greeting image files that looked like they were made by elders. Kim Rae-bin. If you smile, fortune comes. Let's make today a happy one with a joyful morning. Is it because his field is art? Every teenager I meet lately has such a unique sensibility. And finally, Friday evening arrived. Kim Rae-bin. Have a happy Friday. With a heart full of sincerity is sharing happiness and health. Wow, this guy's elder-style images are gradually upgrading. Now it even has glittering effects. Park Moon-dae. Yeah, you take care too. Kim Rae-bin. Thank you. Anyway, for this Friday to become happy and healthy as per the text in Kim Rae-bin's image file, today's episode 7 needed to go well. I started watching episode 7 while drinking beer. My screen time was highly likely to come at the very end of episode 7, because the production team tends to push the team with the highest average ranking to the very end of the broadcast time. As expected, other teams came out one after another. I wasn't particularly interested, but I watched carefully to see if there was anyone who could surge up. No one stands out. There was no particularly friendly or hostile editing, just ordinary storylines of part conflicts and struggling due to lack of skill before overcoming them. Then, in the latter half, the team Choi Won-gil had picked was shown. It was a team largely composed of contestants from the same first mission team, including Seon Ah-hyun and Big Sejin. The editing potential exploded here. Choi Won-gil. I don't know why you're only doing this to me. Hee Il-jun. What? A crying Choi Won-gil's interview cut was cross-edited with the flustered looks of his teammates. Choi Won-gil, glaring. Moon Dae-hyung, aren't you going too far? Choi Won-gil had completely lost context. Wow, they're really sending him off like this. The production team detonated the bomb of Choi Won-gil's uncooperative attitude from the first mission here. Honestly, he acted pretty annoyingly during the first mission, but I didn't know it had built up this much to explode. But he hadn't piled up this karma stack only for me. Kwon Hee-seung, because they don't listen to me. It seems Gold 2 had been getting a lot of flack since the first mission. They probably didn't even listen to him properly when the cameras were off. Kwon Hee-seung. I'm the youngest, and my rank is the lowest, so maybe that's why. Of course, the production team that captured that as a fixed shot and broadcast it were also nasty bastards. Trying to see the viewers skyrocket, they're sacrificing another contestant. Lee Se-jin B. Hey, Won-gil, I understand how you feel. Sit here and calm down. Just as Seon Ah-hyun had said, the broadcast showed that Big Se-jin stepped forward and resolved the conflict. Choi Won-gil. I admit I was a bit emotional. That interview was followed by a heartwarming scene of the team working hard in practice and showing a good performance on stage, but no one could miss the fact that it was like covering your eyes and saying you can't see. The internet pages were already flooded with curses. Is Choi Won-gil's personality for real? He himself is the one who creates the awkward atmosphere, ha 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 ha. But what he did is anger management disorder level. Yeah, and it seems he only acts like that to easy targets, which makes me feel worse. Did you see how Choi Won-gil ignores him? It reminded me of my hard times at school. I got PTSD. We need to reevaluate Park Moon-dae, seeing that scene. To have endured that was saintly. It's problematic if Park Moon-dae gets praised too much. They arbitrarily build up his character, and then if something suspicious appears, the curse backlash becomes twice as strong. Fortunately, this team's stage was decent, so the appreciation for the stage took up some share, and the topic about Choi Won-gil died down a bit. When the topic comes up again, it will probably focus solely on criticizing Choi Won-gil. He didn't look mentally well. He's going to have a hard time. I sighed and closed the comment page. Now 2 teams remain. It was time for my screen time. Of course, at the very bottom, assuming the other guys didn't eat it all up. There are just too many high-ranking guys. I lowered my expectations and continued watching. And I was surprised. Thump! Kim Rae-bin's interview was being shown on screen, reconstructed with majestic background music, with golden subtitles that shimmered, along with captions that seemed like an homage to something. Hasimon Rae-bin's teammate gathering journey, Kim Rae-bin. First, I plan to recruit contestant Park Moon-dae. Click. I choked on the beer I was drinking. Chapter 34. On-screen, Kim Rae-bin calmly explained his reasons. Kim Rae-bin. Participant Park Moon-dae possesses a vocal range that never cracks, so he gives us flexibility in our song selection. Kim Rae-bin. I also witnessed many instances where he flexibly accommodated other teammates during group activities. He is my first-pick teammate. Immediately after, the scene cross-cut to Kim Rae-bin instantly winning a minigame and selecting Park Moon-dae. This was followed by an interview with a bewildered-looking Park Moon-dae. I did think about it, but why me? Thanks to the BGM and added captions, Park Moon-dae, who joined Kim Rae-bin's team and bowed in greeting, looked utterly flustered. This was followed by another shot of Kim Rae-bin clenching both his fists, expressing a small sense of victory. It felt like a compiled clip made for YouTube. It wasn't the first time the production team had created reactions out of nothing, but this was the first time they had pinpointed his inner thoughts so accurately. Kim Rae-bin, next is participant Cha Yoo-jin, Kim Rae-bin, and participant Ryu Chang-woo. The broadcast continued to show Kim Rae-bin picking his team members without a hint of hesitation, following his own logic. while the chosen members looked puzzled. It was an edit that had its own quirky, cute charm. It seems they're trying to save Kim Rabin. This was an edit that recalled and reinforced his sharp image from the first round. However, that atmosphere didn't last long. The word "but" appeared ominously on the screen, followed by a scene with an awkward, tense atmosphere, filled only with the sound of white noise. Midterm evaluation, practice room. Judge, who did the arrangement? The scene cross-cut between Kim Rabin lowering his head and some teammates looking back at him. A large caption appeared again. What in the world happened? And then a commercial break started. Seriously. I chugged the rest of my beer. That desperate attempt to grab viewership, it's both annoying and impressive. Amazing, you bastards from the Re-Idol production team. During the break, I checked online, and all sorts of speculation was running wild. The general consensus was, did Kim Rabin mess up another team match? The moment he revealed why he picked Park Munday, I knew his judgment was terrible. No way is Park Munday getting dragged into this already. Maybe the beer made me irritable, but I was angrier than usual. I roughly turned off the screen and poured another drink. Just as the commercial ended. As expected, the broadcast resumed from the discussion scene after the team was finalized. Ryu Chang-woo. Should we hear Sejin's opinion first? It was an edit highlighting Ryu Chang-woo, who was good at including even the less socially adept members. His calm handling of Lee Sejin's nervous reaction was shown on screen. Lee Sejin is a problem too. Is this going to be another edit where Ryu Chang-woo carries everything? A few scenes were inserted, charmingly showcasing Cha Yu-jin's talent for picking up choreography quickly, and a few scenes showed Kim Rabin struggling with the arrangement, but so far, it was Ryu Chang-woo's show. The situation changed starting from the midterm evaluation. You've altered the original song quite a bit, but it feels worse than the original. The judges' comments were edited to seem even more severe than their originally lukewarm atmosphere. The original composer's shameless, smiling remark was edited in for maximum effect. In your performance, I couldn't feel the power that the song possesses. I hadn't expected this nonsense to dominate the broadcast as if it were a murder case. Anyway, in the serious atmosphere, one teammate pointed out Kim Rabin as the person responsible for the arrangement. The arrangement was done by Rabin. The edit heavily emphasized the teammates all turning their eyes sharply towards Kim Rabin. It was spine-chilling editing. Damn it! He pulled that stunt to cover this up, but are they all going down together? At that moment, the screen suddenly started a close-up on Park Munday. Huh? No way! On screen, Park Munday had a thoughtful expression, then suddenly made a suggestion. I think it would be good to lower the key. How about adding a fill too? The arrangement should suit the cheer squad concept. Okay. It was a scene where several teammates were suggesting that Kim Rabin try adding some ill-fitting arrangement elements. A visual effect was used to make it seem like Park Munday was observing this intently. Then the scene cut back to the midterm evaluation. Park Munday opened his mouth nonchalantly. Yes, since Rabin is capable of arranging, we discussed it with him as the arranger, and the direction of the arrangement was decided together by all of us giving our opinions. A close-up of Kim Rabin's surprised face was shown. Then, Park Munday's interview was inserted. "Ko, why did you cover for Kim Rabin?" Park Munday puzzled. "I just told the truth. That was a cut and paste from an arrangement-related interview he did during the first team match." Huh. I'd carefully talked about it from the start to naturally deflect any blame, but with the magic of editing, it looked like Park Munday, who never cares about others' perceptions, had just blurted out the truth. No matter how many times I experience it, it's still baffling. Whether I was flustered or not, the broadcast continued. Sincere delivery. Heo Il-jun. I'm sorry. After a teammate apologized to Kim Rabin, the atmosphere rapidly changed to hopeful and warm, culminating in a touching interview from Kim Rabin. Kim Rabin, I feel like I've received everything from my teammates. Kim Rabin's face, smiling faintly as he said this, didn't look like he had a bad personality at all. And the new arrangement, absurdly, was presented as something Kim Rabin and Park Moon-dae had excitedly whipped up together on their own during a break. Ryu Chang-woo. It's forbidden to talk about work during break time. Ryu Chang-woo. But I went in and Rabin was already at the keyboard and Moon-dae was excitedly saying we were going to slay this time. With Ryu Chang-woo's interview serving as narration, the time-lapse process of them arranging really did look that way, making it even funnier. Ryu Chang-woo. I guess geniuses are just like that. After that, a series of short clips followed, making it seem as if Ryu Chang-woo was looking after the two antisocial geniuses and the team had fused together well, concluding the stage preparation segment. I truly never imagined they would edit it like this. Anyway, it wasn't a bad edit, so I should be satisfied with this outcome. I already thought our stage was the best, but thanks to the production team openly carrying and editing it so well, I was very satisfied. The ending was good too. Third place, situation no one predicted. They highlighted this team's third place, even using a mid-episode commercial break, making it seem incredibly unexpected and shocking. You could say they did everything they could. It was a neat profit. It was good. I immediately cleaned up the empty bottles. Now that the tension was gone, fatigue washed over me. I can check the internet monitoring tomorrow. Because I didn't check the reactions right away, I only realized around noon the next day that the impact of my screen time in episode 7 was much bigger than I had expected. I've decided to embrace Park Moon-dae. Compared to the bastards from the first team match, he was an angel. Looking at Moon-dae again, he's actually not bad, and he seems comfortable with Rabin. You two should just stay on the same team forever. The rabbit and the mynah bird are a fantasy combo, but it's even more of a hyper-evolution because one's a medieval rabbit and the other's a Sigor Zob, ha ha ha. Hey, did you know this combo was predicted? LOL. Unexpected. I thought they'd fight, but they became close, ha ha ha. Oh. Surprisingly, right after episode 7 aired, Park Moon-dae's reputation rapidly turned around among Kim Rabin's fans. Most were normal fan accounts that didn't slander other participants, but some were accounts that, just the day before, had been calling Park Moon-dae names and mocking him. Their stance change was impressive. Park Moon-dae's fan accounts seemed relieved, worrying less about negative votes, but I also saw a few people who were angry. To think they acted like that then, and now they're licking his boots. It makes me speechless. It also makes me, who was criticized with him, feel complicated. Just thinking about having to fangirl with kids like that if they debut makes me tired already. I'll just focus on Moon-dae. Moon-dae showed a great attitude, gave us a great fan cam, and even did a great stage. Why should I care about the others? I hope they don't get too stressed. I can spend money on jacket photos, but it seems these people can't, which made me feel a bit sorry. Even if they debut through the show and end up in the same team, the current participants are all competitors, so maybe it's an unavoidable part of the process. Still, most were in a mood to enjoy the fact that the stage turned out well. Thanks to episode 7 being scheduled back-to-back from midnight right after the live broadcast until this morning and lunch, it was seeing a good influx of new viewers. The stage video immediately entered YouTube's real-time popular rankings. How did they pull off this insane concept so well, you insane people? They're high-lows coming from my GPA, but I love them. Wow, the kids match their own colors, too. They're each pulling out an item like it's a flash mob. My heart melts at these details. This stage got third? Aren't the strategic votes shameless? Here's a guide. 006 Chayujin, red. 0 Min Jung-hoon, 184 Ryu Chang-woo. The individual fan cams released in the early morning were also seeing terrifying view count increases. While it was partly because the stage was bigger than the first team match, even considering that, The view count for Park Moon-dae's fan cam was increasing incredibly fast for a main vocalist. The comments were more favorable than in the first round, and the ratio of singer comments had decreased. Can't deny he's a genius. Moon-dae, thank you for going blonde. Thanks to you, your Nuna gathered strength and withdrew her resignation letter. I'll buy lots of your stocks. Let's debut and do silver hair and purple hair too. Following the hyphy concept, he even pulled off a high-low concept. This guy's amazing. I'll cheer for you a lot. I hope you debut. Why does he get more handsome and cooler every time I see him? If he debuts, won't I go bankrupt? It was embarrassing, but I felt a bit proud. Although it's something I'm forced to do, you can't deny there's a sense of accomplishment. Just as I thought that, the pinned best comment caught my eye. He's young, cute, and a decent main vocalist. A complete package, like a 5-star fire starter. We should have grabbed him from the streets, but I'm so thankful he walked onto the audition panel on his own 2 feet. Moon-dae, you can't leave now. Honestly, it was a little scary. If I debut, I hope I don't get hit with a status effect like cannot retire. I shook off the pointless delusion that brought no benefit and collected myself. Anyway, at this rate, it seemed there would be nothing to worry about for the next ranking announcement either. Now, just 2 more stages left, right? After 2 more team matches, this program ends. It feels like we're finally entering the mid to late stages. I thought I'd feel relieved that the day to get rid of this trashy status effect is getting closer, but that wasn't necessarily the case. It's probably because the results were much better than I had expected. Having been stuck in my room for years as a civil service exam student, without feeling any sense of accomplishment, this taste of success was quite stimulating. Of course, being mentally drained and tired is a bigger part. If I avoid sudden death and look back a few years from now, I might think of this as a meaningful experience. Of course, that's only if I don't die, so survival comes first. Zzz, the moment I was stealing my resolve, a message came in. Kon Sejin. Moon-dae, you doing well? Want to go to the filming together? Including Ah-hyun. And so, on the day of filming, the guys' faces I met were completely dead-looking. No, even Choi Won-gil, who was always causing trouble, was eliminated, so why the long faces? Who hurt you? Chapter 35, I met up with Sun Ah-yeon and Big Sejin at a restaurant before heading to the filming set, as they insisted on getting something to eat first. Kondae, hello. But even with the food in front of them, both had terribly dark expressions. One looked like a social interaction vending machine running on empty, and the other looked like he was about to burst into tears at any moment. Must be because of the negative votes. It was the most logical guess. I was going to leave them alone, but seeing them like this even while eating made me ask, are you worried about the votes? Both of your expressions aren't great. At that, they reflexively looked at each other's faces. It seemed they were so caught up in their own state, they hadn't realized the other was also feeling down. Kondae, you're like a ghost. I mean, it's hard not to worry. I've been looking at the internet too much, haha. Big Sejin started rambling lifelessly. Hearing that, Sun Ah-yeon also nodded with a grim face. People really seem to hate me. Oh dear. It seems they went and dug up all the unnecessary comments. Judging by the atmosphere, they clearly couldn't let go of their SNS and kept searching their own names. Since they were about to enter the filming set and see just how many people disliked them in numerical form, it was understandable that the food wasn't going down easily. You still have to eat before we go in. After pondering for a moment, I finally sighed and spoke. It's an audition program, so wouldn't there be more people voting to eliminate you as competition rather than just out of pure hate? Having a lot of votes could also mean you seem promising. Just last team match, wasn't the team full of high-ranked players only placed 3rd in the live vote? My point is, unless the number is excessively high, there's no need to pay it any mind. Of course, saying this won't make them stop caring, but having a mental loophole to cling to might make them feel a bit better. As expected, Big Sejin recovered first. That's true. He picked up his spoon with a wry smile and muttered as if talking to himself. I really need to achieve something this time. My trainee period has been too long. Well, anyway, let's eat up and go in strong. He clumsily brushed aside the words that had unintentionally slipped out and resumed eating with determination. Sun Ah-yeon still had an anxious, worried expression, but at the "shouldn't we at least eat" remark, he also resumed eating determinedly. It's tough getting them to eat even one meal. I held back a sigh and resumed my own meal. As a latecomer, I did get hit a bit. But if even guys like them, who have decent recognition and have never been completely wrecked by edits, are acting like this, the other participants must be worse. The atmosphere at today's filming is going to be no joke, and this prediction hit the mark perfectly. From participants in danger of elimination to the high-ranked ones, everyone had a funeral-like atmosphere. This was because the slander and doxing of participants online had intensified after the vote to eliminate system was introduced. The only excited one was Cha Yu-jin. It didn't seem like the confidence of a first-place holder, but more like a personality thing. Why aren't you all depressed? He even came over to my side and happily did the ad shoot cell chant all by himself. He really had an incredible personality. Soon after, filming began. Welcome, everyone, to the second ranking announcement ceremony of... Who knows how it will look on broadcast, but the ranking announcement proceeded in a more depressed atmosphere than ever before. The ranks announced today are the first to incorporate the newly introduced system. Your rank is determined by how many people bought and sold your stocks. Gulps. The sound of someone swallowing and small praying voices could be heard. It was pitiful seeing grown men brought to this state. But before that, we must announce the final first-place team from the last team match, right? I mentioned that an amazing prize awaits the final first-place team. The MC smoothly delivered his lines even in the heavy atmosphere. That is nullification. What? Huh. Instantly, the surroundings filled with astonishment. The team that placed first will have their rank evaluated based on the numbers excluding the negative values from... The reactions didn't get louder. Instead, they died down powerlessly. And someone muttered softly, "That's too much." Certainly, it was an idea you couldn't have if you respected the participants. It was just the production team arbitrarily giving and taking away benefits. Weren't they the ones who introduced the negative voting system without prior notice and slammed it down with episode 6 in the first place? What did you expect? First place is, congratulations, Team Giganpic, who reinterpreted, the team Choi Won-gil was on ultimately took the final first place. This was nothing less than a lifeline for Choi Won-gil, who was almost certain to be eliminated due to the system. Choi Won-gil was visibly relieved, but it wasn't actually a good thing. He's been marked now. If he had been eliminated due to negative votes, the probability of a sympathetic public opinion rising was high. But by surviving like that, unless he does something absolutely amazing in the next team match, negative public opinion was sure to run rampant. Anyway, with appropriate acceptance speeches, the first place announcement concluded. Then let's now begin the ranking announcement ceremony. The total number of passers this time was 30, like the last ranking announcement, starting from 28th place, leaving 2 spots for last. 28th place is participant Park Jun-kyung. Up to 20th place, there weren't major changes. There were no participants whose votes were shockingly low or high, and it was just participants who fit those ranks being called without much surprise. The real changes started from within the top 20. 20th place is participant Choi Won-gil. Wow. Incredible. It was a higher rank than even gold, too. It seemed that voters, conscious of the negative votes, had gathered and voted for him, ironically raising his rank. At the end of a long, rambling speech, Choi Won-gil added an apology. Also, I deeply reflect on my immature attitudes. I will show you a better side from now on, sob. He sniffled and went to his rank seat. Wouldn't it have been better to apologize from Gold 2's spot? Well, it's not my place to judge. Let me just worry about my own rank. To summarize the ranks after that, Lee Si-jin plummeted, and Kim Rae-bin successfully sacrificed himself and settled in 6th place. And participants who were on Choi Won-gil's team, like Big Se-jin, rose. They were already on an upward trend, and when the negative votes were filtered out, their ranks shot up. Judging by the flow, it seemed I might have risen a bit too, so I was preparing to react immediately, even if I was called quickly. But that wasn't necessary. My rank had gone up. 4th place is Participant Park Moon Day. It was a safe passage I hadn't even expected in this chaotic battlefield. I hadn't been called by 5th place, so I thought maybe I'd plummeted below 28th, but I never imagined I'd be called at 4th place. I stood up flustered, and an even more embarrassing thing awaited me. "Congratulations!" Ryu Chang-woo stood up, came over, and with a friendly expression, patted my back. Cha Yu-jin also came over and followed Ryu Chang-woo's lead, giving me a light congratulations. Congratulations! I was just planning to briefly acknowledge the people I know on my way. It seemed that because the stage response was so good, they had arbitrarily shortened the emotional distance. Especially Ryu Chang-woo. It seemed part of it was that he had no close participants left, since everyone from his last team match had been eliminated. I awkwardly accepted the congratulations, and even did a high five with Sun Ah-yeon, who was standing there stiffly. And so I went up to the platform. I felt like I'd become some kind of social kingpin. It was very unfamiliar. First, I thank the shareholders who invested in me. I will remember that this rank is more than I deserve based on my skills, and I will always strive to deliver results worthy of your investment. The moment my standard speech ended, the MC jumped in. Participant Park Monday, you've been delighting shareholders with uniquely standout ideas every stage. Do you have any ideas you'd like to try next? It was a troublesome question. Being asked to act cute would have been easier. Let's just give a vague general answer. I'm thinking, I'd like to try something a bit cheerful next time. Haha, is PopCon making you say that? Participant Park Monday will look forward to your next stage. Is there an MC who interprets cheerful as idle pop? Of course, I can't blame the MC, so I just bowed politely and went to my seat. The lavish sofa for the 4th place holder seemed frankly embarrassing, but since it was given, I honestly felt comfortable and waited for the rest of the ranking announcements. 3rd place is Participant Cha Yu-jin. Wow. But she was first. Cha Yu-jin, who was first in the last ranking, had fallen 2 spots. However, he didn't seem to mind much. With a bright, "I'm happy to receive a high rank," he settled into the sofa. And then came the long-awaited 1st and 2nd place candidates. Isn't this just cruel? Sun Ah-yeon stood up shakily and went to the platform. He looked like he would faint on the spot if he got 1st place. The glorious 1st place for is congratulations. It's participant Ryu Chang-woo. Thank you. 1st place was Ryu Chang-woo. Frankly, unless something unexpected happened, I knew it would be like this. Being a national team member with a likable broadcast image, he probably wasn't affected much by the negative votes either. After Ryu Chang-woo and Sun Ah-yeon's speeches, the depressing 29th and 30th place announcements followed. They dragged it out so much that even my back was getting sore from the sofa. But the real highlight came next. This is the rank you would have received if the system had not existed. This was because the production team bastards publicly revealed the target number and deducted votes, recalculated and plastered it on the screen. Sighs of lamentation continued here and there. I can't look. I also quickly found Park Monday on the screen by 893,452 cell, 12,257, combined rank 4th, by only rank 3rd, or 3rd place. Checking who was originally in my 4th place spot, it was Sun Ah-yeon. It seemed that among the top ranks, where vote counts were similar, a meaningful difference was made by the negative votes. But I felt a different emotion rather than regret. This is conceptual. Cell 12,057. That's right, seeing a 5-digit number representing the will of people who wanted Park Monday to fail, despite the good performance results, was a bit of a strange feeling. The impact of this is greater than I thought. Wait, stop talking nonsense. My goal is to debut and avoid sudden death. When I should be focusing solely on that X-like goal, what does it matter if 1 out of 90 people wants me to fail? Let's just be grateful for the 890 win votes that will save me from sudden death. I defined the situation and terminated that train of thought. But looking around, most people were in an I'm insanely self-conscious mode, regardless of how their rank turned out. This next team match is going to go really, really well. I could already vividly imagine the participants crying rivers of tears. Please wait for further instructions. Perhaps flustered by the funeral-like atmosphere, the filming for the next team match, which should have started immediately after the ranking ceremony, was temporarily paused. Instead, the production team brought out some strange mini-event. As expected of a hastily thrown-together plan, it was utterly ridiculous. Chapter 36. The production team's explanation was simple. Have fun like you're at karaoke and win prizes. In other words, the underlying meaning was this. Lighten up a bit amongst yourselves, enjoy a healing trip vibe, and take home some of the PPL products we got from T10 for promotion. I'm sure everyone guessed the context, but the atmosphere was still much better than right after the ranking announcement. The prizes were good, and the framework was fun. There are no ranks, and it's run on a volunteer basis. If you come up, you can definitely win one of the prizes we have prepared. Okay. The voices responding sounded more at ease. It was a no-lose situation. The fact that there's no MC probably made it feel more like a break, which also helped. Honestly, I kind of wanted the dryer too. Although I had nowhere to put it anyway, who would have thought a large home appliance would come out as a prize in such a hastily planned event? The program must be doing really well. I was thinking that while looking at the picture of the kimchi refrigerator included in the prizes when the product images disappeared from the screen and large letters appeared. Talent show, random death. Rule, the last person standing wins. They didn't even change the font. The classic Batong font was glaring. Regardless of my feelings, a 5-second countdown soon started on the screen. Then, even the participants who were in better shape rushed out and started waiting. Start! And then, famous K-pop choruses started flowing out one after another without rest. I know this one. Ah, you got it wrong. Get out! Ugh, what was it? At first, perhaps for screen time, participants joined mechanically, but towards the end, they were almost doing conga lines, cheering on the winners. After about 12 songs, a winner emerged. Thank you. It was Big Sejin. No one asked, but I'll give my acceptance speech. I think I honed my skills for this day during my PR live streams. Woo! Big Sejin, who had done similar content during his PR, laughed brightly and quickly plugged the Byungi fan into his back to cool down. Now for my prize, KS 0-calorie sweet potato, 1 box. I will give it to Monday. The participants burst out laughing at Big Sejin's quick change of stance. Even the staff were covering their mouths and laughing, so I couldn't muster the energy to glare seriously at Big Sejin, who was winking at me. Just how far will this drumming image follow me? I had a foreboding feeling that if this kept up, it would follow me until I retired. Anyway, after Big Sejin provided a big laugh and left, the atmosphere warmed up even more. Next one, please. I'm winning this one, for real. After about 4 more rounds like that, most participants were genuinely into the talent show, and a few coveted home appliances were still left as prizes. Then, the 6th talent show category appeared on the screen on the talent show, Random Noraebang. Rule, the person who sings the entire first verse wins. This category is made for me. Wow, I really want to go, but did I already win? What do I do? Ignoring Big Sejin's joking, I hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Ooh, Monday, are you confident? I wasn't really that confident. I didn't have a strong desire to do it either. It was more of a defensive move, thinking that if I acted passive after the number of participants was set, it might look like I was slacking. Of course, if I win and get the dryer, that's even better. With 7 prizes left, that's a 14% chance, a probability worth hoping for. I waited for the countdown to end with the 3 other participants who had stepped forward. The production staff quietly placed a microphone on the floor and left. Start. The moment the screen changed, the intro immediately played. Bong pack, bong pack.
Bong pakra, bong pak. A lively bangju melody unique to the genre filled the hall. Huh? The faces of the participants who expected K-pop fell. That's right. What started playing was a K-trot norebang accompaniment. Wait. The participants listened intently to the intro with confused expressions, but they couldn't possibly tell which song it was just from the intro, as there were more than a few trot songs that start with an upbeat bangju rhythm. After struggling for a moment, I quietly stepped forward and picked up the microphone. Monday knows trot. I could even hear Gold One muttering from here.
Does he just know it? Hyung, do you really know that song? Without answering the numerous exclamations, I just started singing as the intro ended. I come to the streets of Seoul's Namdaemun, but the person I'm looking for isn't here. The participants buzzed. Wow, how did he know it? How did I know? I've heard it a lot, so I know. After doing a few event shoots, I ended up seeing many trot singers' stages. Especially since they were often scheduled right before the idol stages, I've heard quite a few songs that were popular enough with the older generation to be performed in the latter half of events. I've seen the original singer of this song stage. Well, I've seen it a lot, sometimes twice a day. Later, the singer even recognized me and gave a wink to the camera. My conscience vividly recalled that I had uploaded the video on YouTube. So it's helpful like this. The one I was looking for, the one I hoped for. It was a fairly famous song, so when the chorus started, the participants joined in. I wondered if the singer felt like this at events. Has left Seoul. After finishing the first verse with unnecessary flair, the participants sent applause, along with exclamations. This felt more like the reaction to seeing a magic trick at a kids' show rather than cheers. It was embarrassing, but I had succeeded, so I decided to focus on picking the prize. I bowed towards the participants a few times, put down the microphone, and grabbed the prize box. When I unfolded the slip I caught a glimpse of a silver body in the picture. Wait, the dryer kimchi refrigerator. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, a kimchi fridge. Monday, what's going on? So the one Monday was looking for was a refrigerator. The participants swarmed out, surrounded me, and went crazy with excitement. I was looking at the slip with a dumbfounded expression when I suddenly realized something. Don't they give you the prize before tax? I didn't have the money to pay the taxes. I guess I'll have to sell it secondhand as soon as I receive it, pay the taxes first, and then maybe fill up my bank account a little. Anyway, it felt good to have caught a big one. Big Sejin, who was congratulating me, quietly whispered, Monday, let's share the prize. Mean. Go eat some sweet potatoes. After the talent show ended with a final flourish, the team match filming began in a fully relaxed atmosphere. Perhaps because it was difficult for the MC to proceed with the adjusted filming schedule, surprisingly, Youngjin took over and announced the new team match. We're already at the third team match. Participants, I hope you will congratulate yourselves for making it this far, from 77 to 30. It wasn't the MC's cheerful voice, but Youngjin proceeded with the situation calmly and seriously. Above all, because they were the words of an already successful idol, the participants seemed to receive them more meaningfully. Right in front of me, Gold 2 was grinning foolishly and patting his own head. It was a pitiful sight. This third team match will form teams in a somewhat unique way. Let's see, so far, teams have been formed by participant choice. So it was about time for another factor to intervene. But that factor was quite unique. It's through a big data algorithm. What? Big data. As a concept you'd normally see in IT news suddenly appeared. The participants looked at Youngjin with puzzled expressions. Youngjin smiled and continued. Analyze the patterns in which you, shareholders, buy your stocks. So, teams have been formed based on the stocks that a majority of shareholders purchased simultaneously. In short, it means the viewers who spend money decide the teams by grouping together the participants they like together. You can check the detailed analysis data on the homepage. Everyone, are you ready to meet your teammates chosen by the shareholders' big data? Wow, this is so fascinating. The participants buzzed with intrigued expressions and started looking around to see who they might be with. I also casually looked around at the participants. Well, Sun Ah-yeon and Big Sejin are probably in. You could tell just by looking at SNS. Sure enough, even Sun Ah-yeon's eyes were sparkling as he gave me a small wave. Big Sejin went a step further, hitting my back and saying, let's work well together. Sure. Big Sejin burst out laughing alone at my bland response. It seemed he had spoken just to tease me. You all seem ready. Then please come out in order and receive a box. A table lined with black boxes was set up behind Youngjin. Inside the box is a badge. After receiving your box, please move to the hallway and enter the room marked with the shape of that badge. Youngjin then started calling participants in order and handing them boxes. Of course, Park Monday was called early on. Participant Park Monday, please come and receive your box. I took the box with the Park Monday name tag and went out into the hallway. Naturally, a staff member with a camera was waiting in the hallway. I opened the box in front of them as instructed, revealing a badge shaped like a rabbit's head. A rabbit? I muttered, feeling slightly bewildered, then consciously closed my mouth and looked up to check the rooms lined up in the hallway. Each room had a nameplate. And then I saw what I was looking for on the very last room. Overall, then it had the vibe of a kindergarten classroom. Well, it's just for dividing teams. Guessing it was intended as humor, I opened the door directly. I wasn't too nervous, as any participants likely to be on my team would be called later than me. I'll probably be the first one. But the moment I opened the door and stepped quietly inside, someone sitting on the floor lifted their head abruptly and stared at me. It was Kim Rae-bin. What are you doing here? Park Monday Hyung. Kim Rae-bin stood up quickly with a pleased expression, then quietly moved aside, making room for me. It seemed like a gesture for me to sit in the middle. Why bother when the room is empty? I didn't know we could be on the same team again. I'm really happy. Yeah, let's work well together. Yes. While a peaceful conversation took place, complex reasoning was happening in my head. Why is Kim Rae-bin on the same team? The only time scenes of me interacting with Kim Rae-bin were broadcast was in the recent episode 7. Does that mean the voting patterns after episode 7 were significant enough to influence his big data algorithm? Of course, it's possible if they only considered the stocks from the most recent ranking announcement. As I was weighing the possibilities, I realized a simple fact. Aha. It's because Kim Rae-bin has few associated participants. I don't know how they weighted it, but the most plausible explanation was that since the participants associated with Kim Rae-bin were pretty much just me and Cha Yu-jin, he ended up in the team I'm in. Well, it's good to have a high-ranking participant. Having neatly organized my thoughts, I sat down on the floor. Kim Rae-bin immediately spoke to me again. Hyung, the song you sang just now at the talent show. I like that song too. Oh, really? I wondered if I really needed to know that Kim Rae-bin likes trot. But anyway, I killed time by chatting with him until the next teammate arrived. And it was quite some time later that the next teammate opened the door and came in. Chapter 37. The next participant to enter the room after me was Sun Ah-yeon. I'm here. Sun Ah-yeon peeked quietly into the room with a tense face. But the moment our eyes met, his expression brightened and he rushed inside. Then he smiled widely. I'm glad we're together again this time. Yeah, let's work well together. I'll do my best. It was at that moment that Sun Ah-yeon, who had been happily talking right away, made eye contact with Kim Rae-bin, who had been silently watching from the side. Only then did Sun Ah-yeon notice Kim Rae-bin's presence and jumped in surprise, turning red. Come to think of it, these two have no connection. Their ranks were different, and they'd never been on a team together before. Sun Ah-yeon glanced nervously between me and Kim Rae-bin, swallowed hard, and greeted Kim Rae-bin cautiously. Please, to take care of me. It was utterly pitiful. Yes, please take care of me as well. No, please, you take care of me. Kim Rae-bin also bowed his head seriously. In response, Sun Ah-yan also bowed his head deeply towards the floor. It was a bizarre scene, like something out of an internet meme. With just these two, the conversation won't progress. Just as I was watching the endless bowing exchange between Kim Rae-bin and Sun Ah-yan, our third teammate swung the door open and entered energetically. "Who are the rabbits?" It was Big Sejin. He was waving the rabbit-shaped badge in one hand, and for some reason, seemed completely immersed in the room's concept. Big Sejin quickly identified Sun Ah-yan and Kim Rae-bin. Then he looked at me and burst out laughing. "What? Why is Monday here?" When I looked at him with a "What nonsense are you talking about?" expression, Big Sejin continued slowly. "No, there's a room, so I thought you'd obviously be there, and I was hoping we couldn't be together this time." Was the Ticket Fox interview not enough for him? While the puppy image was something I tried to avoid for the team's composition, hunting is a different matter, and I wanted to punch this guy right in the face. Big Sejin, quick on the uptake, quietly moved closer to the others and changed the subject. "Anyway, isn't it good to be together? Our team members are good again this time. Let's do well. Is there one more person left?" There were 6 rooms with nameplates. Considering there are currently 30 participants, it was highly likely that 5 people would be assigned per room. So, with 4 people here so far, 1 is indeed left. But I had no idea who it would be. Well, the ranks and positions are already well covered. The team was well balanced in terms of image, with members covering all positions. The ranks were high, and everyone's skills were decent. Kim Rae-bin would handle the arrangement, and Big Sejin would probably casually take the leader role anyway, so that was fine too. With main vocalist Sun Ah-yan here, stage composition was also easy. Frankly, the 4 of us could handle it just fine. As long as a troll doesn't come. I thought of a few candidates to filter out, including Choi Won-gil. As long as it wasn't them, anyone else would be fine. The problem was that my teams had never been formed smoothly so far. I assessed the situation. Here, I could handle even Lee Sejin. He's uncooperative, but he's not the type to actively throw bombs at others for his own gain. We could manage him with careful handling. Still, his mentality might have taken a hit in this ranking announcement, so it would be better if he wasn't with us. So, the last member on my wish list would be... Looking at the list of participants who aren't already taken, there's only 1 left. Gold 1 would be the most comfortable. Just as I was thinking of the most likely participant, Big Sejin laughed and made a suggestion. "How about we hide behind the door? Since it's the last person, wouldn't it be nice to give them a warm, energetic welcome?" It was a childish idea, but if the last member's reaction was good, it could also be a fun prank for the broadcast. The problem was the thought that if Choi Won-gil came in, the atmosphere would get awkward. But the others were already heading behind the door, so I just gave up. Trying to stop them now would just make me look bad in front of the camera. As I listened with one ear to the team members whispering behind the door, Big Sejin, who was pressed against the wall, whispered loudly, "They're here." Then he put his finger to his lips and gestured for quiet. Since I was keeping my mouth shut anyway, I just continued to do so. Soon, footsteps were heard, and the door opened. "Excuse me, huh? Gotcha." Heads popped out from behind the door, one after another with a time delay. "Gamers!" The participant who had opened the door and was looking inside jumped into the air, performing a physical gag. More of a scaredy cat than expected. "Congratulations on your broadcast screen time." Amidst the playful screams, the last member was a familiar face. "Aigu. Sorry, Hyung." It was Gold 1 whom I hadn't expected joining us. Not bad. For the first time, I gave a positive assessment of the team composition. Let's all work well together, our rabbit class. Woohoo! Perfect. The discussion started with sensible reactions from everyone without a single disapproving look. Including my university life, this was the most warm and friendly atmosphere I'd ever experienced in a team project. With cameras pointed at us, there were no complaints or people trying to act up. It really is like kindergarten. Of course, not every team was a group project dream team like For instance, the 2 or 3 teams that ended up with only lower-ranked members due to the grouping already had an atmosphere of giving up. Let's do our best. This is how it turned out. However, surprisingly, the most chaotic situation came from another team composed of top-ranked trainees. Choi Won-gil and Lee Se-jin ended up on the team with Ryu Chang-woo and Cha Yu-jin. On top of that, the troll who had caused Kim Rae-bin's elimination was also on that team. A few participants whispered among themselves. They can be grouped like that? The combination is fascinating. You could almost hear the sound of Ryu Chang-woo's stomach ulcer melting from here. It's unfortunate, but from my perspective, it's actually good. It's convenient if they attract all the editing aggro. While I was briefly drawing conclusions, Big Se-jin was moving the discussion forward. All right, then let's talk about the song first. Does anyone have a song they want to do? Most of the team members raised their hands with shining eyes. Even Sun Ah-yeon quietly raised his, looking incredibly excited, which was unusual. It made sense. Finally, the first free song selection team match had arrived. I recalled the MC's announcement from earlier. You can create your own stage in every detail, song, choreography, concept, however you want. Namely, it was the production team trying to get away with doing less work. Last season, at least they let you win it through mini-games. That meant the production team had prepared about 10 patterns of concepts in advance, including styling and stage sets. The participants would choose from among them. But this season, there's none of that. It's basically figure it out yourselves. I guess at the planning stage of the season, the budget was too tight to prepare things in advance. Thankfully, as the program became popular, they must have received a lot of additional budget, so the one advantage now was that there was almost no budget limit for this content. That's probably why these guys are so excited. I listened carefully to the other team members' opinions one by one. As the speaking order was set clockwise, Sun Ah-yeon, who got to speak first, shouted directly, "How about..." Its characteristics are high notes and choreography with a musically sophisticated structure. Its fresh and polished high-teen sensibility hit the target audience perfectly. It was a song by a 9-member boy group released 5 years ago, which gave that group their first music show win. Judging by his past behavior, it was a song Sun Ah-yeon was very likely to love. Ooh, a masterpiece right from the first suggestion. Good. Right. We've never shown that kind of clean, refreshing charm before either. I also gave my opinion. It's a good choice. Ooh, yay, Sun Ah-yeon, beaming, nodded his head vigorously. His face said he'd be happy even if it wasn't chosen, just from the positive reactions. How does one live to have that kind of face? I found it both pitiful and baffling. Next is Rae-bin. Considering the webverse composition, I think our senior's VTix is the most effective choice. His spiel came out as if prepared. It uses a lot of Oriental sound samples, so the concept is distinctive, and the vocal range is appropriate. It's a song with difficult choreography, making it easy to show performance elements, and it's easy to insert a dance break during the instrumental interlude. I can also draft an arrangement within a day. He really seems to want to do it. I wasn't the only one who thought so, as the other members let out a slow, slightly dumbfounded Perhaps realizing he'd been too forward, Kim Rae-bin finally checked the room's mood and spoke hesitantly. I mean, of course, if there are other good opinions, those are fine too. Okie dokie, the song Rae-bin picked is good too, but let's carefully hear other opinions as well. Big Se-jin smoothly moved on. But it's better to listen in detail to the opinion of the guy who's going to do the arranging, right? It seemed Big Se-jin himself had a song he wanted to push, as he didn't seem inclined to entertain Kim Rae-bin's suggestion further. Should I bring it up now? I opened my mouth. Which of the elements you mentioned did you like the most? Huh? Well, it's not that a specific element appealed to me, but rather I considered it the most suitable overall for the assignment. It was an answer focused on the overall stage completeness. I nodded. It's a perspective we should continue to reference. Right, I was really surprised. Rae-bin has it all planned out. Thank you. As the team members praised him, Kim Rae-bin bowed his head and muttered. After a brief atmosphere of watching a flustered Kim Rabin with amusement, Big Sejin gave his final opinion. The time has come. We've come this far. It's time to do a sexy concept. Sexy. Eek. Ooh. Cringing and recoiling reactions followed. Big Sejin laughed out loud. Can you honestly deny it? You can't, right? He said it so blatantly it was shameless, but he's not wrong. You couldn't deny it was a bold idea. If executed properly, there's no concept stronger than this. If we could maintain a sophisticated level and show a teasing side, the sexy concept was a traditionally proven route to success. I crossed my arms and asked Big Sejin, "What song do you want to do it with?" Huh? As expected, Conde gets it. I don't particularly have one song I'm pushing hard for. I want to compare several songs and decide on the one that best showcases the sexy concept through discussion. How about it? It was persuasive, but the others' opinions were also persuasive. I turned my head and looked at Gold One, who hadn't spoken yet. Gold One looked completely drained. I
Don't know. I was just going to suggest we try to incorporate the rabbit a bit. But everyone else has such clear visions, huh? It seemed he had lost his will to fight because the other opinions were so firm. Understandable. I shrugged my shoulders. What do you want to do? Me? I don't have anything specific in mind. When I answered Sun Ayun's question directly, Big Sejin's eyes lit up. Oh, then I want to hear Moonday's choice.
Which of our ideas do you like the most? At Big Sejin's words, the gazes of the remaining team members focused on me. It was very burdensome, but it wasn't a situation I could ignore. Which one do I like the most? I became lost in thought. Chapter 38. For now, I'd like to do... Sun Ayun was visibly flustered. His attitude suggested he hadn't expected me to support his song choice in the slightest. Really? Yeah. It was true, that was a good song, and it got bonus points for being a song from 5 years ago. The song that Kim Rabin mentioned was from the year before last. I thought this during the first team match, too, but Vitik's latest songs are burdensome. Kim Rabin himself seemed confident, but there was no need for me to take that risk. However, I couldn't completely ignore the opinion of Kim Rabin, who would be leading the arrangement. To utilize his trait, I needed to give him a keyword that matched his tastes. Coincidentally, in contrast to Sun Ayun's overjoyed expression, Kim Rabin looked slightly sullen. He probably expected his opinion to be rejected. But since self-production is the theme of this team match, it would be hard to use the original song as is. So I think it would be good to have a groundbreaking arrangement. Personally, I liked the Eastern style from Rabin's earlier suggestions. Kim Rabin seemed lost in thought for a moment, then his face lit up. Indeed, the lyrics wouldn't be awkward either. If we choose the instruments well, we could create a very sophisticated arrangement. If we modify the choreography to match the arrangement, we could create a very impressive stage as well. That's a relief. Kim Rabin was on board for now. That left Big Sejin and Gold One. I turned my head and looked at them. The moment our eyes met, Big Sejin smiled slyly. Then, how about arranging it in a sexy Eastern style? Since we're going with an Eastern style anyway, we have to decide what kind of mood to use within that, right? We might as well go for impactful and sexy, that's what I'm saying. He wasn't wrong. He probably planned this from the start. None of the opinions voiced so far precluded a sexy concept. So no matter what I answered, he would have steered it this way. You're good at talking, making it hard to refuse without seeming like a jerk. You really are an incredible guy, seriously. Gold One sighed, half-jokingly. It was effectively an approval. Judging by their expressions, the other two were also on board. Ha, am I good? Big Sejin shrugged. With this, the opinions of 4 team members were reflected in the song selection. Since it's turned out like this, let's incorporate the last guy's opinion too. There were few viewers who disliked a fair and democratic team atmosphere. I opened my mouth again calmly. Gold One looked for his turn. What I said? It's fine. It was just a suggestion. No, I think it would fit well. The rabbit? Yes, the rabbit that appears in old Korean folk tales, you know? The other team members seem to recall various stories. The tale of the hare? Is that the story about the rabbit racing the turtle a Korean one? That's an Aesop's fable. Amidst the murmuring team members, only Big Sajin smiled. A quick-witted guy. The moon rabbit? The moon rabbit, correct. It was the rabbit from the old folk tale that pounds the elixir of life with a pestle in the moon, also known as the jade rabbit. It's also famous for the line about being under the cassia tree. How are you supposed to make that sexy? He seemed to have imagined some kind of finger-sized rabbit. However, Kim Rae-bin seemed to like this keyword, as his eyes were already sparkling as he chimed in. It was frankly convenient not having to open my mouth. We don't have to use it as is. We can take the motif and reinterpret it. If we can utilize the image of a mythical animal, well, it could be a charming concept. Ah, is that so? Well, of course, it would be nice if my opinion was used. Gold One nodded blankly. Big Sejin immediately wrapped up the situation. I like it too. Then, shall we decide on the song for now? Some teams around us had already decided on their songs and were informing the production team. Time-wise, it was right for our team to also finalize the song selection and move on to details, all in favor of reinterpreting the stage for with a sexy Eastern-style concept featuring the moon rabbit. Please raise your hands. Immediately, everyone's hands went up. Big Sajin, who had also raised his hand the moment the words were out, laughed. Ha, so democratic. All our opinions have been reflected. Let's do our best. Yeah, And so, the discussion ended with warm applause, just as it had begun. That's when it happened. I'm serious. Someone from the team in front shouted and stood up. His face came into view. It was Lee Si-jin. What's going on? A fight? Participants around whispered softly. But the atmosphere was one of holding back words. Saying something unnecessary was akin to signaling you wanted to be the sacrificial lamb for the edit. Despite this, Lee Si-jin was glaring at the participants across from him. I could see Choi Won-gil's stiff face and Cha Yu-jin's completely hardened expression. But the standoff didn't last long. Lee Si-jin, who had stood up, turned around abruptly and ran out of the filming set. Wow, that guy. Fortunately, Ryu Chang-woo immediately regained his composure and followed Lee Se-jin out. You guys wait here for a bit. Se-jin-ah, Lee Se-jin. A camera hurriedly followed Ryu Chang-woo. That team really is a mess. Considering Cha Yu-jin was also involved, the underlying issues must have been significant. Aigu. Gold One let out a tired sigh. Kim Rae-bin seemed to darken, perhaps haunted by the trauma from the last team match. However, no one was tactless enough to go over and offer comfort or ask questions. It was several weeks into filming. There were no participants left who couldn't read the situation. They're just sacrificial lambs for the broadcast. So, this quickly finished reporting our song choice to the production team and moved to the practice room. It was a wise decision. Returned to the dorm long past midnight. Everyone looked like wilted bean sprouts. The bed is good. Big Sejin made a dying sound and collapsed onto the bed. He was KO'd, unable to withstand the insane schedule of having to handle arrangement, choreography modification, and stage construction all by themselves in such a short time. Tired, Sonayon managed to say that much before being unable to get up from the bed. Having been in a state of extreme tension, continuously recreating the choreography to match the arrangement progress, it seemed his mental strength had finally given out. Gold One said he needed to eat something and wobbled off to another room. He probably planned to mooch some of Gold Two's cup noodles. Well, he'll manage. May I use the shower first? Sure. Kim Rae-bin called Suna Yeon's name a few times, and getting no answer, he asked for my understanding and went into the bathroom. So I was the only sane person left in this room. Why am I relatively fine? Of course, it's because of the status window. I checked the new trait that had appeared at the bottom. Trait, Bacchus 500B. A lot of spirit and a healthy body. All fatigue accumulation speed, 50%. This was the trait I acquired as the next stage reward after the fame achievement following the broadcast of the last team match stage, fame's butterfly effect. 500,000 people have remembered your existence. Unlock trait, click. Honestly, it's a number that doesn't feel real. 500,000 people? Just how popular is the program for over 500,000 people to remember a single participant? It's an astonishing number, even for a top-ranked participant. The fact that it seemed like it would soon break 1 million was even slightly frightening. 1 million people, remembering Park Monday. At times like this, I'm somewhat glad it's someone else's body. Anyway, the fame achievement unlock at the 500,000 unit was a jackpot. It was the most useful thing I'd gotten so far in a survival show environment. It didn't increase my lung capacity or add muscle strength, but days that were busy and physically draining definitely became more manageable. To think I still have the mental space to organize my thoughts after running like this all day. I got up and stretched briefly. I was still tired and lethargic, of course. I should wash up and sleep as soon as Kim Rabin comes out. Just then there was a sound at the door. Was it Gold One? But if it were him, there's no way he'd bother knocking before coming in. If it were staff, they would have already identified themselves. I had no idea who it could be. Knock, 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 knock. But the knocking on the door continued. However, the teammates inside the room were all in a dead sleep. How annoying. I sighed, got up, and opened the door. Cha Yujin was standing outside. That in itself was a bit unexpected, but still understandable. I could assume he came to see Kim Rabin, since they're from the same agency. The problem was that he was crying his eyes out. Cha Yujin was sniffling, having cried all the water out of his eyes and nose. Why is he here crying? It was extremely awkward. There were fixed cameras installed in the dorm hallway and inside the rooms. That meant his coming here crying was all being captured. I had no idea how this would look on broadcast. No, more than that. Why did he crawl here of all places? Wouldn't consulting with Ryu Chang-woo be the sensible thing? Given Ryu Chang-woo's personality, he would have already handled it well. Why come to another team and create potential for rumors? Then again, he doesn't seem like the type to think that far. During a brief moment of silence, I ran through all sorts of thoughts before finally speaking. Did you come to see Rabin? Sniffle, I came to see you and Kim Rabin, Cha Yujin answered with an unclear pronunciation. Why me? It's not like we'd built up a deep bond. Well, I guess you really liked the last team match. Anyway, the result was good and the process was, from Cha Yujin's perspective, probably enjoyable without much worry. Tasting the chaos of this team match must have made him miss the old days. Anyway, if I sent him away now, no matter how it looked on broadcast, it was unlikely they would edit it positively for me. It didn't sound like he was coming in. I held back a sigh and answered, Come in, Rabin is washing up. Okay. Cha Yujin continued to sniffle as he entered the room. The other team members in the beds were in a deep, death-like sleep. I was sure they wouldn't wake up from this level of noise, so I didn't bother to lower my voice. He just stood blankly in front of a nearby table. Should I give him something to hold? I looked at Cha Yujin's pitiful state and took a few chocolate bars from my bag and handed them to him. Some sugar might make him feel a bit better. Thank you. Cha Yujin took the chocolate bar with a tearful pronunciation and put it in his mouth. Only the sound of him munching on the chocolate echoed in the room. I grew impatient. What the hell? Should I say something? If I asked and ended up getting involved in another team's affairs, that would be the most troublesome situation. But leaving my mouth shut and letting him wait for Kim Rabin was also a problem. Kim Rabin isn't exactly the most socially adept type either. Who knows if the situation might escalate into something bigger? It would be troublesome if the arrow ended up pointing at me, who's just a bystander. In the end, with the feeling of removing a landmine, I opened my mouth again. Chapter 39. Did something happen? I asked vaguely on purpose. I really hoped the person listening would also give an appropriately vague answer. However, Cha Yujin, with the chocolate bar in his mouth, started crying even harder, tears streaming down. This is exhausting. I don't know if it's because people in this field are naturally sensitive, or if the survival show has ground them down so harshly. But I feel like I've been seeing too many people crying lately. Everyone is scary. If I talk about it, I'm scared, sob. I see. Cha Yujin seemed completely deflated. There was no trace left of the bright, cheerful chatterbox from just a while ago. It seems the other team must have exploded in just one day. They said it was and it's living up to its name. Those guys have a clear future of being ridiculed, with the room name attached once it airs. That said, it was laughable for Park Moon-dae to be giving Cha Yujin any advice. No matter what I said, if I slipped up even slightly, it was the perfect setup for posts like, "Is Park Moon-dae only nice to me?" to pop up and for internet opinion to turn against me. Because we're on different teams. I just need to send him away once he calms down a bit. I just seriously said something else. Should I give you another chocolate bar? Cha Yujin nodded. I took one more chocolate bar out of my bag and gave it to him. I hope he eats a lot. It was a good thing I still had another large bag left. If I looked stingy, my image would be ruined. And so, with the sound of crying from the bathroom as background noise, I spent some time silently with Cha Yujin, who was munching on his chocolate bar. Not long after, Cha Yujin, still holding chocolate bars in both hands, bowed his head deeply and stood up. Thank you. It seemed he had calmed down a bit and was thinking of going back. I was immensely grateful that he didn't recount the details. Let me say one thing that fits the situation, even if I don't mean it. Are you sure you're okay with leaving without seeing Raybin? Yes, I'm okay. All right. Cha Yujin had stopped crying and seemed to have gathered himself a bit, looking slightly more composed than before. I wonder if that's a sugar high. I was worried he might wander around crying again when the sugar crash came, but sending this walking bomb away was the priority for now. I watched Cha Yujin walk down the dimly lit hallway for a moment before closing the door, and I let out a sigh of relief. I'm glad this is over, but are there cameras everywhere? Now that we're entering the latter half, I needed to be more careful not to get caught in any editing traps. If I crash once, I might not have time to recover. The problem was that no matter how careful I was, I couldn't control every situation. Just don't stand out. If I just keep going like this, I'll make it to the finals. I reaffirmed this to myself and lay down on the bed, and I fell asleep instantly. I realized I had fallen asleep without even realizing it the next morning. While the participants were suffering, banging their heads against planning and creative tasks as they devoted themselves to stage preparation. Outside the filming set, episode 8 of aired. What? Why him? This is crazy, ha 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 ha. Unexpected rankings emerged, especially in the upper ranks, and the real-time viewer reactions were full of shock. But the most intense reaction was to the reward for the last team match's winning team, negative votes nullified. The fact that you could only partially escape this cruel voting system designed to reflect how much people dislike you made people anxious. What a brutal betrayal. So, I was an idiot for spending money on this program? There's a participant. The production team is pushing 100%. Ha ha ha. Are they only letting them avoid this? The ironic thing was that this anger was directed more at the participants than at the production team who created the system and planned the winning reward. The biggest beneficiary of this reward, Choi Won-gil, who was originally in the elimination zone but survived, was of course being torn to shreds by public opinion. But the viewers' anger didn't stop there. The public opinion for participants whose ranks rose significantly within the winning team also temporarily worsened drastically. Sun Ah-yeon beat Cha Yujin for second place. Is he crying again? So annoying, always crying. Must be nice not having your votes deducted. Our kid is smiling gratefully even after being treated badly, but seeing him with a dead face after that is even more annoying. Ugh, Sun Ah-yeon, who can't even speak properly, is second place. Ha 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 ha. How is he going to give acceptance speeches if he debuts stutter? Sympathy vote fans, get a grip. Ha ha. The comments are insane. Shouldn't we at least maintain some basic decency? Let the fangirls come. You guys are really beyond imagination. Disgusting. Can't accept it, so You start with the insults, haha, you. You don't actually think second place is justified, do you? Even blatant, colorful criticisms that had previously been kept off the surface out of a sense of minimal morality appeared in the comments. Many people were shocked or tried to stop it. But when numbers are similar, aggressive opinions tend to gain momentary power. However, as a counter-reaction, favorable public opinion formed for participants who showed a generous attitude despite their ranks being affected by the negative votes and the winning team reward. You guys worked hard. Where there is light, there must be shadow. Don't pay too much attention to the strange investors trying to cut you down. I'm cheering for you. You must have been disappointed. Thank you for showing a generous side. Thanks to this, Park Mundae, whose pre-adjusted rank was actually higher, managed to luckily avoid the massive wave of criticism, even though his rank rose. Instead, there was a slight shift in the fan base. While people who liked Monday's team from the first team match were shrinking back from the critical, those who preferred Park Monday's demeanor in the second team match became the majority. Mundia, congrats on 4th place. You worked hard. Video of him receiving congrats from second team members. Hyung, what are you doing? The expression on Monday's face, ha ha ha. Why is the cat acting like this when it's a puppy? Screenshot from the scene with Cha Yu-jin. Meme photo of a cat and dog. It's so funny that Mundy couldn't handle the kids this time and became a half-forced insider, ha ha ha. Look at this corner. CEO Mun is handing out snacks. This kid is an angel. President Mun, short video. The fans of 2 other participants who previously didn't have strong associated groups also got excited and subtly joined in on this trend. They were the fans of Cha Yu-jin and Kim Rae-bin, CEO Mun. Kim Rae-bin, Cha Yu-jin, puppy, rabbit, kitten. Isn't this a heart-throbbing combination? Please just let them be together. Our kids look like they'd ignore me if I saw them on the street. But the fact that they're actually wandering cuties is so adorable. Animal heroes, move out! From here, combinations even including Ryu Chang-woo started circulating on SNS. With new people falling for the program after the second team match aired, mixed with people pouring out their anger and strategic votes towards participants, the overheated atmosphere intensified even more. The internet was a veritable battlefield of chaos due to this extreme immersion, swinging between fiery curses and warm support. It was worse because the program was riding a peak of popularity. Beyond entertainment communities, you could now find posts about on any online community you entered, and every post was swarming with people fighting with those who disagreed, a participant from that crazy, popular survival show these days. This participant named Cha Yu-jin, do girls these days like guys who look like this pretty boy type? What a sign of the times. Ugh, he looks like a sly fox. What an unlucky face. I'll vote for him, haha. Wow, he's a handsome young man. Our daughter likes him a lot. I heard this show is popular among kids these days. I saw a friend singing and dancing to it. I'll give him a vote later if he debuts. You mean Park Monday? Haha, he looks a bit plain. But shouldn't a singer be good at singing? Ha ha. Get a grip, Granny. If you're old and have no taste, what can you do? Cha Yu-jin is very handsome. That polite young man is also very nice. I support these two. You're the one who needs to get a grip. You're so deep in your delusions, your manner of speaking is a mess. Reactions from a community that's late to the re-idol party, Deepiki. Ha ha, the chaotic collaboration of the bully junior and the Hyung, who yells at the company. Ha 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 ha. Cha Yu-jin is so handsome. I, a high school student, saved a picture of Cha Yu-jin, a giant baby giraffe who's 100 tall. The fact that Sun Ah-yeon, who isn't even mentioned here, is second place is ridiculous. This guy isn't even a netizen representative. Why are your thoughts so narrow-minded? Ha ha! If you even criticize Sun Ah-yeon, his fans call you a son of a bitch, or you just shouldn't mention him. What you're doing now isn't criticism, it's abuse. Sun Ah-yeon worked hard, didn't he? This person is having another outburst, ha 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 ha, and, as luck would have it, right at this timing, The participants gained real-time access to this tumultuous internet opinion. Frankly, my first thought was this: I survived. I had luckily avoided the criticism, and I wasn't being praised so aggressively that a backlash was imminent. So it was a perfect state. I was even subtly grouped with the top-ranked participants, which I had been worried about. However, I didn't feel much joy beyond relief. I scrolled with my thumb. A scroll bar appeared on the side as the endless comments full of curses slid upwards. This is quite something. To be blunt, among the participants currently being cursed out, if you exclude Choi Won-gil, there aren't any who are that morally corrupt. Most are just passionate kids. Do they really deserve to be beaten down this much? It's none of my business, and frankly, if other guys get eliminated, I benefit from the reflected advantage, which is good for survival, but it still leaves a bad taste. And of all times, why now? We will now distribute devices for research purposes. Because this team match was self-produced, they temporarily lent us smartphones for researching specific concept materials. Normally, possessing smartphones during filming is prohibited. This allowed participants to be isolated from outside Yulun, but that shield was broken for this team match. And because the program was so explosively popular, you couldn't avoid related posts once you connected to the internet. Thanks to this, pretty much every participant had looked up things about themselves. The dorm bedroom was silent, filled with teammates silently staring at their smartphones. I'm sure the other rooms were similar, and of all teams, this one has a participant who is currently under concentrated fire online. Sun Ah-yeon. I hope he's not crying. I felt like I should check on Sun Ah-yeon, who was probably in the upper bunk, but I was breaking out in a cold sweat. It was because of a bad premonition. Don't tell me his mentality is breaking and his trait gets deactivated. If Sun Ah-yeon's tenacity trait gets deactivated, the lack of self-esteem status ailment will revive. If Sun Ah-yeon, who would then suffer the insane penalty of all stats dropping by 2 levels, could even properly perform on stage. It wouldn't be strange if both the stage completion and the team match edit were ruined. I let out a silent sigh, and I thought my luck with teammates was good. There isn't a single team match that goes easily. I should at least check his status. Sun Ah-yeon. I leaned my face out over the edge of the bed and looked down. Sun Ah-yeon, who had been sitting on his bed, looked up. Yeah. Why does he seem fine? Chapter 40. I was taken aback. Given Sun Ah-yeon's personality, I thought he'd be sniffling in a corner somewhere, but he looked calmer than I expected. How should I put it? It seemed like he'd actually gotten tougher. He wasn't even holding his smartphone. Sun Ah-yeon, seeing me call his name and then fall silent, was the one who became flustered and asked back, Why? No need to make a big deal out of it. I trailed off and instead took a chocolate bar out of my bag. It was a behavior learned from the Cha Yujin incident. Want one? Yeah, thank you. Sun Ah-yeon received the chocolate bar with both hands as if receiving a precious item, and then carefully put it in his own bag. Is he not going to eat it? Perhaps sensing my question, Sun Ah-yeon mumbled, I have to manage my weight. My body gets heavy and my voice gets weird. I can't get used to eating at night. Oh, really? I guess it's different for someone who majored in dance. I was about to just accept it and move on when I suddenly noticed a contradiction. Didn't you give me a chocolate bar past midnight during the grade evaluation? Monday is different. I was so hungry back then, so that's what it was. Just as I was about to find this absurd, I heard laughter from the top bunk. That's right, back then, Park Monday was so skinny, I thought he was managing it intensely. But I guess it's just his constitution. Seeing how much you eat, the stuff going into your mouth doesn't match your weight at all. If it were me, I would have become a pig long ago. From the top bunk, Big Seijin and Gold One chimed in one after the other. It was noisy, but thanks to that first comment, the room's atmosphere seemed to loosen up a bit. Sun Ah-yeon also let out a small laugh at their words. But when his eyes met my still stern gaze, he flinched and covered his mouth, letting out a fake cough. Really, a pitiful guy. Without a word, I handed him the water bottle on the headboard. Sun Ayun received the bottle after fumbling a few times and took a sip. Then he muttered softly, I'm sleepy now that it's all over. I guess so. When he said that, it seemed like Sun Ayun had probably checked the online opinion and was saying that. However, I thought he hadn't looked into it in detail and was maintaining his composure. After hesitating, I cautiously broached the subject. It might only make you more anxious, so let's not look for anything else online and just stick to researching materials. Sun Ayun made an ambiguous sound, then suddenly straightened up and answered, I already knew about it, so, it's fine, I'm prepared. Huh? What is he talking about now? Sun Ayun muttered with a slightly troubled expression. But before the shoot, I'd already seen all those kinds of posts. While searching for myself, they kept coming up, So that's why he looked so dead when we met on the first day of shooting. The public opinion wasn't as fierce then as it is now. But isn't the internet a place where all sorts of things come up if you just search for them? It seems Sun Ah-hyun isn't very familiar with the internet, so he probably didn't know his limits and ended up looking at everything. Just how far did he search? It feels like he probably even checked out the worst communities where hate posts pop up all day long. Sun Ah-yeon tacked on more words, sounding like he was making excuses. Well, I kind of knew it would be like this. I was mentally prepared too. It's fine. I'm kind of used to it. But, yeah, Sun Ah-yeon quickly nodded, but I gradually felt more heavy-hearted. Saying you're used to it sounds like you're talking about getting used to being maliciously slandered. I've thought this before, but it's clear he's been through a lot in his peer relationships. Teenage boys are scary. I instinctively patted his back. It won't last long, so don't worry. Once we just nail the stage performance, it'll all disappear. Really? Of course. It's a survival program, isn't it? Unless you're a truly malicious bastard. All those keyboard warriors in their rooms are like that. Reality is shit, so they act like big shots online, where they can get away with it. Once another celebrity becomes a hot topic, everyone will flock over there. I shrugged. Starting tomorrow, I might be the one getting hated on. No. You haven't done anything wrong. You haven't done anything wrong either. As Sun Ah-yeon floundered, unable to speak, Big Sajin from the top bunk answered for him. So, you're trying to tell Ah-hyun, don't think getting hated on is something you just have to accept, right? But it's just too tasty. If I were a viewer, I'd be spamming the comments section. Yeah, right. Wow, is that not working anymore? Big Sajin laughed mischievously and shook the bed. Gold One, who was using the lower bunk, grumbled but didn't hold back words of encouragement for his teammates. Stop it, you crazy bastard. The bed's gonna break. Anyway, let's just do our best. Let's absolutely nail this stage performance. Let's do it. The relentless effort to somehow turn the situation into a joke lightened the bedroom's atmosphere. A warm, friendly mood was created. And then Kim Rae-bin, who had been keeping his mouth shut the whole time, spoke up in a small voice. In that spirit, I found and organized reference materials for sound effects and prop patterns. Would it be okay if I upload them to the group chat now? Right. That's right. That was the reason he had his smartphone out. It seemed he had found the materials earlier but couldn't bring it up because of the atmosphere. Thinking about it from Kim Rae-bin's perspective, he took all kinds of abuse during the first team battle, so the current internet atmosphere must seem rather mild to him. Searching for materials probably wasn't a problem for him at all. Well, of course. Yes, it's uploaded. The sound of Gold One's fake cough echoed in the bedroom, and at the same time, vibrations came from smartphones here and there. I checked the materials Kim Rae-bin had uploaded. Fabrics, textures, patterns. List, mock-up base, prop patterns, detailed list, rough base, Clicking on them, the way they were organized by category was no ordinary feat. Even the production team probably didn't expect this level of work. His skills are good. Perhaps the others had similar thoughts, as exclamations and simple praises were exchanged. Big Seijin even let out a whistle. Thank you. After Kim Rae-bin's sincere words of thanks, the team members continued discussing costumes and stage props until 3 a.m. Their determination to make the stage performance great, no matter what, seemed to be manifesting in the action of, we'll just sleep less. In my case, it's because I have a status window, but these guys were really amazing. After seeing off those who devoted themselves to work and practice from dawn till dawn again, the damn midterm evaluation time came once more. This time, the stage director, music director, and even the costume team sat down with the trainers to conduct the evaluation. First, if I were to do a self-evaluation, even thinking as objectively as possible, this team's current direction was good. Still, I wasn't exactly expecting much, because until now, we had never received a good evaluation during the midterm feedback sessions. But this time, the result was blatantly positive. I loved it. Just keep going like this. The feedback started with those sentences. Seeing the trainers smiling brightly and the impressed judges, the team members gradually realized the situation was real. First, the choreographer. Who did the choreography? You all did it together? No, there must be someone who led it. Wow, am I right? You really all did it together? All right, who did it will probably be revealed on the broadcast. Anyway, it's so good I have nothing to say. Next was the vocal trainer. The fact that your pitch doesn't waver even while moving like that is just so impressive. And the way the singing style changed to match the newly interpreted parts is also very charming. Take this feeling all the way to the final stage. Even Young Ran unusually praised them openly. I can tell this is a stage that involved a lot of thought and practice, and the fact that it doesn't feel amateurish despite that is the most excellent part. It already has a sense of completion, even though it's just a midterm evaluation. I look forward to seeing it on stage soon. Up to this point, the team members had become a broken record of thank you, firing off nothing but gratitude. In the midst of this continuous stream of praise that wouldn't be strange if someone started crying tears of emotion, even the directors and the costume team didn't hold back their compliments. Looking at the drafts you prepared here, we could immediately feel how much care you put into the detailed parts. Seeing what you've prepared now, we think it will suit the stage very well. This team progressed through the arrangement very smoothly. There's a member who already knows a lot, and since you came with your requests organized without any disagreements among yourselves, we also enjoyed producing the sound. Seeing the stage today, it perfectly meets our expectations. This team entered the costume production stage very quickly too. The concept is clear, and there weren't many ambiguous parts. We look forward to seeing you perform on stage soon wearing the clothes we made. After this whirlwind of praise ended, the team members' faces looked truly dazed. It seemed like they were happy but couldn't quite believe it, as they just nodded their heads with blank expressions. Even Big Sajin couldn't properly deliver his closing remarks. Team, thank you. We'll work even harder. Don't work so hard that you hurt yourselves. With the closing remarks and the judges' applause, we bowed together and returned to our seats. The completely elated team members watched the other team's stages with only reflexive reactions, following the general mood. They were in a world of their own. I too was lost in thought. Is it really going this well? Having been completely immersed in perfecting it without proper sleep for days, I couldn't be sure how good it would look. At best, I thought, it'll probably be okay. Well, it feels good anyway. I felt slightly elevated by the sense of achievement. I just stared at the other team's performances and savored that sense of accomplishment for a while. The midterm evaluation completely ended close to midnight. That was so good. Me too. Me three. The team members chattered on their beds. It seemed it only truly sunk in now that it was over, as an unprecedented sense of happiness dripped from their voices. I think we can really win. Yeah. This pattern of enthusiastic agreement repeated a few more times. Are we going to bed like this today? It looks like I can get over 4 hours of sleep for the first time in a while. I quickly closed my eyes. But at that moment, Another topic came up. We haven't decided the color for the costume sleeves yet. Oh, right. These guys were really something else. I forced my eyes open. Damn it. I also have a few things I saw. Just a moment. The sound of Big Sejin operating his smartphone clicked softly. From here, let's... But the next words didn't follow. Big Sejin was just staring at his smartphone screen, frozen. What's wrong with you? Big Sejin's face, which had turned pale, was looking at a web screen. In the dark bedroom, the glowing smartphone screen was clearly visible, even from quite a distance. It's the Gossip Forum. It was a forum linked to a portal site, famous as a breeding ground for all kinds of conflict, fights, and controversial posts. I didn't say anything more to Big Sejin and accessed that forum on my own smartphone, and I saw a post that had been uploaded just 30 minutes ago, but had already exploded in popularity. Accused contestant Big Sejin of school violence. It was a massive landmine. This damn mess. No wonder I had a good feeling about today. Chapter 41. In the entertainment industry, school violence is a scandal with truly no redemption. The data accumulated from past incidents proves it. Especially the moment bullying or physical violence makes the list, it's over. I've never seen any method work other than being expelled and going to the military. And it just had to be a fellow contestant on the same team? Let's verify it first. I first clicked on the posted article. In the meantime, more comments had been added. I accuse contestant Big Sejin of school violence. I'm writing this because I'm so angry and sad, I feel like I'm gonna die. The contestant Lee Sejin, who uses the stage name Big Sejin from he, bullied people throughout his time at Changsol High School. Seeing posts online praising him as a model student for running for student council president in high school, I feel so wronged and tearful that I can't sleep. Lee Sejin drank and smoked since middle school, hung out with a rough crowd, and bullied me. The long, continued text earnestly detailed Big Sejin's clever acts of school violence. The descriptions of one-on-one bullying, complete with specific instances, were meticulous. Even to my eyes, they felt persuasive. This isn't just some random troll rumor. It was a well-written post, whether true or not. There were even photos attached at the bottom. The poster's own high school graduation yearbook, and a photo of Big Sejin holding a cigarette. Beneath the photo, this text was added. I have plenty of other photos, too. If you have any sense of the situation, withdraw now. Even if nothing else, I absolutely cannot stand someone like you becoming an idol. Even if it's not true, once a label sticks, it's hard to remove, and they've even provided evidence. For an audition program, this was practically a death sentence. And it was also a massive poison pill for this team. Even if Big Sejin held on, team editing would be a mess. And if he dropped out, it would be hell. They'd have to redo everything from part distribution to formations and practice accordingly. I held back a sigh and raised my head. Verification first. I just saw the post. A heavy silence washed over them. No one asked back what it was about. It seems the others have all seen it too. Big Sejin was silently staring at his smartphone screen, his head bowed. Is the person in this photo definitely you? I don't know, Big Sejin muttered in a troubled voice. Oh, I've never taken a photo like this, but he couldn't definitively say it wasn't him. I asked again, did you smoke? Just back then, there was some stuff, but I quit right away. And I never did this. Really, why would I do this at school? Big Sejin, whose voice had been rising, suddenly shut his mouth as if his breath was cut off. Then he lowered his gaze back to his smartphone. He's looking at the comments. It was clear the comments wouldn't be pleasant. Gold One, sensing the situation, quickly tried to stop him. Hey, don't look at that, turn it off. Off right now. We should respond, but yeah, it's already over. Big Sejin put down his smartphone. His hand was trembling slightly as he set it down. Honestly, wouldn't you believe me? If I said I smoked but never took that photo, and that everything about bullying is a lie, it's not credible, is it? As he said this, Big Sejin was gradually becoming calmer. No, rather than becoming calm, he was resigning himself. People won't believe me, will they? With photos attached, it did seem hard to overturn. Big Sage genuinely looked wronged, and the behavior described in the accusatory post was quite different from Big Sage's usual demeanor. With his personality, I can't really see him bullying someone and leaving behind loose ends like this. Unless he cleverly manipulated the situation so the victim didn't even realize they were being bullied, making them suffer naturally. It wasn't impossible for this kind of backlash to occur, but this is also just speculation. I don't know him that well, so I can't jump to conclusions. People naturally have many sides. Haven't I often seen cases where a man who's trash to others is a devoted father to his own son? I thought for a moment, then turned my smartphone screen back on. I started carefully rereading the accusatory post about Big Sagen from the beginning. Meanwhile, Big Sagen and the other team members began floundering in despair and sadness. Big Sagen muttered in a low voice, I'll drop out tomorrow. Just wait a minute. Calm down, let's think. I've thought about it enough. The part about smoking is true, and if I stay here, they'll just keep criticizing the team. Big Sagen's voice sounded like it was about to crack. If I lay low for a bit, then release an explanation, maybe I can debut somewhere later. And also, I really don't remember taking it, but since the photo exists, I feel unjustly accused too. Hearing Big Sagen, who always had an air of confidence, talk like this, the other members seemed unable to bring themselves to say anything else. I, still looking at my smartphone, responded to his words. That doesn't seem like a very good idea. Why? The person who wrote this posted, withdraw now if you know it's good for you. If you drop out now, that statement becomes an established fact. Seeing me, who isn't even the person involved, keep refuting him, Big Seijin seemed to be getting gradually heated. Stop it. You're just giving me false hope. Even if I refute it in this situation, the result will be the same. Finding the right angle for the refutation is what's important. What? I held up my smartphone and showed the screen to Big Seijin. On the screen was the last photo included in the accusatory post, zoomed in. This is a composite. His eyes are going to pop out. Stop being so surprised. If he had been thinking calmly, he probably would have guessed it was a composite himself first, but it seems he was too flustered to do so. I handed my smartphone to Big Seijin. Then I pointed with my finger at the part of the photo on the screen that gave it away. First, the hand holding the cigarette. Here, if you zoom in and check it with the design program, the pixels are slightly broken. They probably deliberately lowered the quality, but you can still see a few points where it shows. Then the cigarette. The cigarette's brightness doesn't match. With the exposure value of this photo, it should be brighter than this, but it looks too dark. Probably they lowered it a bit too much during the process of reducing it. It was a mistake beginners often make when inserting black objects into a photo. Black things should stand out, but because it looks awkward, they end up blurring it. My smartphone's performance is low-end, so it took a bit of work, but it was no problem for this kind of verification. Who would have thought I'd benefit from that data correction work I did? I briefly reminisced about the past when I took on extra requests like, please remove that stain-like pattern on the clothes, please. How do you know this? Are you sure? Yeah. Big Seijin stared at the smartphone silently. Just when I thought I saw a glimmer of hope in his eyes, Gold One shouted, then we should post right away that it's a composite. That's right. We have to post... No, wait a minute. Perhaps because he was popular in real life, he doesn't seem to understand internet culture well. I calmly explained. I looked into it too, and even among your fans, there are plenty who have noticed it's a composite. Then if we just wait, the fans will... No, what you're saying is, even if there are points suggesting it's a composite, they'll say you're just making excuses because you're cornered, so they won't believe it. They'll dismiss it as your fans defending you because they like you. Before the room atmosphere sours further, I need to add an explanation immediately. So, find it. The original photo. If you present it alongside the original, they won't be able to refute the claim that it's a composite. Looking at how Big Seijin in the photo is staring at the lens, it seems he was aware of the camera's presence. That meant there was a high possibility one of his friends took it. But contacting all his friends in this situation is risky. A friend might have been the one who sold him out. Judging by the fact the poster confidently included the photo, they probably are confident that no one has the original. No, wait a second. This is easy to overlook, so it might actually be the opposite. If not that. I was lost in thought for a moment, then asked Big Seijin, when you take photos with other people, do you usually save them all? If I'm in them, yes. Then for now, how about we start by looking through your album for days where you took a lot of photos for events or meetings. If they cropped Big Seijin from a group photo where many were taken and changed the background, it would be understandable for them to be confident the original couldn't be found. By the way, what exactly did you used to do? Are you actually an NIS agent? There's no way. I quickly brushed off Gold One's nonsense. The other team members had already gathered around Big Seijin and were searching through the photos with keen eyes. Look through group photos, too, not just solo ones. They might have cropped it from one. Okay. Big Seijin, who had finally returned to his usual tone, swiftly opened his gallery on his smartphone. And so a time-consuming search began. Just how many photos did this guy, Big Seijin, take? High school photos kept coming endlessly. Less than an hour had passed, and they hadn't even finished looking through the first year. Seijin, you have a lot of friends. Huh. Sun Ah-hyun muttered this in a tired voice, enough to make one nod in agreement. Big Seijin let out an awkward laugh and quickly scrolled through the photos. And around the time photos from the first semester of second year appeared. Hyung, this one! Kim Rae-bin pointed at one of the photos as it scrolled past. Big Seijin quickly checked the photo. It was a photo of 5 or 6 people standing together, smiling at the camera. Before and after this photo, there were several others taken in the same place, only with different poses. Big Seijin was slightly apart from the group in the corner, and when they zoomed in on his upper body, it was clear. It was the photo used in the accusatory post. Ha! Big Seijin let out a short sigh of relief, his head dropping. Then he muttered in a somewhat hollow voice, "It's from the election campaign period. I see. Come to think of it, the accusatory post mentioned something about running for student council president at the beginning. Someone must have really hated him for that. I should have told him to look for photos from this period first. Well, at least we found it." Phew! Big Seijin, as if his strength had drained, leaned back. He almost hit his head on the wall behind the bed, but he clearly couldn't care about that right now. Thank goodness, it's in my photo album. Right, I nodded. From the top bunk, Gold One said excitedly, "You have an agency, right? Send it to them. Let's release a rebuttal and fight back." It was sensible advice. Since the issue has already blown up, it would be cleaner to respond officially with the evidence. However, the reaction was hesitant. To the agency. Big Seijin made a complicated expression and rubbed the back of his neck. That's a bit. Why? That's what agencies are for. Chapter 42. Big Seijin gave a wry smile. My agency is Happy Friend, you see. Ah. In that moment, the other idle trainees roughly grasped the situation. And I, a former data geek, also caught on. That place, it's famous for being unable to handle initial responses properly. Come to think of it, this issue has blown up, yet his agency hasn't even contacted him. It had been over an hour since the post went up, and all sorts of SNS were in an uproar by now. If it were an agency with any scale and quick wits, they would have already discreetly contacted Big Seijin. Well, but I joined because they're known for producing albums well, you know. Big Seijin laughed formally a few times, then got up from the bed. How about asking a friend to upload it? You have lots of friends. According to our rules, official internet activity is prohibited during filming, so maybe we can ask people we know. If we send them the photo and ask them to upload it, There will probably be some who'd be excited to do it. Just give up. I'm already regretting getting involved too much. But since I've started, I might as well go all the way, so I finally advised him. If you contact them directly, that will leave a record too. It's better to tell the production staff and have them upload it officially. I phrased it Wei-1D to imply, it seems like the culprit might be among your acquaintances right now, so be careful. Big Sajin nodded as if he immediately understood. That would be better. Let's see. Big Sajin opened the memo app on his smartphone, then looked at the other team members still gathered around and smiled weakly. You must all be tired. Thank you for your concern. I'll write this quietly by myself. Everyone, please go to sleep now. But in a situation like this, leaving you alone and just happily sleeping feels a bit at Gold One's worry, Big Sajin answered seriously. If we all don't sleep, won't we really face hardship tomorrow? It's true that tomorrow's schedule is packed with things to do. It was a very persuasive statement. In the end, the remaining team members all returned to their own beds with conflicted expressions. I too lay down on my bed and fell asleep. However, strangely enough, I woke up again in the early morning because I was thirsty. I must have talked too much before sleeping. When I quietly got up and headed to the sink, Big Sajin, who was looking at his smartphone while leaning on the table, reacted. Monday, not sleeping? Thirsty. I see. Seeing that he was still awake, it seemed Big Sajin still hadn't finished working on the statement, or he was still digging through online Yulun. Neither was a particularly good sign. Did you finish writing it? I wrote it, but Big Sajin looked down at his smartphone with a conflicted expression, then spoke after a brief pause. It just seemed like if I uploaded it myself, it would just create more talk. What kind of talk? Well, first, the fact that I'm communicating directly via SNS during filming would be seen as a privilege. If my statement is firm, reactions like, I knew his personality was like that, and if it's soft, he's scared, so he's being humble, stuff like that, you know? It was a plausible scenario. So I tried writing it as if from an anonymous friend, want to see once? Big Sajin handed me a smartphone. Yeah, I'm Big Sajin's friend. The photo in the accusatory post uploaded today is a composite. I had the original photo among the photos I possess. Original photo and composite photo. The second photo was created by cutting out the first one. How is it? What should I do about this? If this were normal school life, this would be a recommended statement. It contains everything that needs to be said, has a clear structure, and is easy to read. The problem is that it's not suitable for an anonymous internet site. I unconsciously looked at the bed. The bed was waiting for me. But if I tell him to upload this, there's a high probability that everything I did at midnight will be in vain. Say, sleep, I'll get it tomorrow. It's not bad. What? I said it's not bad. In the end, I reluctantly brought my own smartphone, feeling resigned. So I'm doing it after all, damn it. 3:30 a.m. It was time when most normal people would be in bed. Only the hardcore internet users would be staying up, engaging in trivial chatter. The controversy over Big Sajin's school violence had also calmed down after its initial surge, and was only popping up intermittently through sporadic comments. At that time, a post was uploaded to an anonymous site related to Idol fans. I think I found Big Sajin's photo. Isn't the original of this attached was a group photo of Big Sajin and other students whose faces were roughly blurred out. It was a light-hearted post written from a common telecom IP, but comments from the early morning users who saw its content instantly poured in. By this point, screenshots of this post began to be shared on SNS and community feeds. Mysterious act of justice, JPG. Feat Big Sajin school violence false. Big Sajin school violence. Photo manipulation discovered. Someone found Big Sajin's original photo. Just like when the first post appeared, the number of comments increased rapidly. The post seemed more truthful because of the added nuance of seeming to be found by chance. Public opinion quickly shifted to a direction mocking the school violence accusation post. Big Sajin's fans, who hadn't been able to sleep, quickly joined in uploading the screenshots. They combatively posted comments, happily refuting attempts at muddying the waters like, even if the photo is manipulated, the content could be true. And so, the information that the accusation post was manipulated dominated the online Yulun in just 3 hours. This was achieved even before the usual workday start time was over. "It's deleted," Big Sajin muttered. Once it became known that the photo was manipulated and public opinion completely turned, the guy who wrote the accusation post silently deleted the post and disappeared without a trace. If he had stubbornly clung on and made things messier, it would have been troublesome, but it seemed he gave up since the Yulun flipped too completely. What a relief, really. Big Seijin let out a deep sigh of relief and dropped his head onto the table. As the tension eased, he seemed to be overwhelmed by fatigue. "Thank you, I really am in your debt." He had reason to be thankful. If he had uploaded the draft as it was, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Data Geek Skills Level 1. I never dreamed that the habit of snooping around here and there to check price trends would come in handy like this again. Let's consider this hardship as paying off some karma. If only you hadn't even touched cigarettes in the first place, this mess wouldn't have happened. It seems so. Why did you start? Back then, I was in a debut team. We even recorded a demo, but they put another guy in instead of me for the debut group, and their album sold well. At Happy Friend? Hasn't that place had no successful boy groups in the last 5 years? No, a different place. But for a while, no other team wanted me. And this place here is the connection I got now. I see. At this point, the number of male idols who debuted from an audition program and hit it big with their first album could be counted on one hand, and they were all from major agencies. Wouldn't it have been better to prepare properly even if it was late? From 17, even after 5 years, he'd be 22. That's an age where you could debut as the eldest in a team. Rather than Happy Friend, it would have been more rational to stick with a major agency. Back then, they promised so convincingly that they'd debut a new team within the year that I signed, but they haven't put one out, and it's already the 3rd year. Haha. I see. Verbal agreements originally shouldn't be trusted, but since he was a high school freshman tricked by sweet talk, it seems he didn't have the capacity to deal with that. As you can see, among the Happy Friend agency trainees here, there isn't a single one ready to debut immediately. So I have to debut through this program. So what I'm trying to say is, thank you for stopping me from dropping out. Park Monday. This is the first time this guy has been so openly straightforward and revealed his inner thoughts. Is this his version of sincerity? Yeah, be very thankful. What? Big Sajin laughed and then banged his head back on the table. It seems he wants to laugh but is too exhausted to manage it. I pondered blankly. Have I become too close without realizing it? I tried to keep some distance because he was a potential risk, but at some point, it got brushed aside and it feels like we've become excessively close. Anyway, looking at his track record so far, the probability seems low. Big Sajin likely couldn't make a comeback because the school violence issue hit society hard. Even if society hadn't paid attention, overturning public opinion like now wouldn't have been easy, so a comeback would have been difficult. But actor Lee Sejin's star power also doesn't seem to have reached comeback status yet. Still, Lee Sejin's broadcast screen time and image might have been affected by the variable of desperation, so Big Sajin arguably had a higher possibility. Anyway, this isn't the most important issue right now. Let's just box up the Super Dinger's cat for now. The urgent matter now is the upcoming team battle stage. Beep, 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 beep. Wow. Ugh. Right on time with the morning wake-up signal, the team members rose from their beds, groggy. Another day without rest begins. As I stood there with sleepy eyes, Big Sajin spoke to me again, seemingly continuing our earlier conversation. Hey, seriously, I'll treat you to a meal after this is over. What do you want to eat? Beef. And does it have to be Korean? As long as it's tasty. There were exactly 50 hours left until the team battle rehearsal. The third team battle stage. was held on one of the large stages of Music Bomb, THET's flagship music program. The meaning was for them to stand on the same stage where real senior idols stand and show a great performance, but it honestly seemed more like it was to get good reaction shots. Right on this stage, the senior group VTC conducted their pre-recording just before Seoul. Whoa! The participants cheered at the MC's words. Honestly, the stage set was completely different. So aside from occupying the same space, there was no commonality. But the participants seemed excited just by the fact that they were using the same space as top-tier idols. I didn't feel bad about it either. VTIC, they were damn good. It was worth the effort of practicing until my throat felt raw. Just like the senior idols did, please show us your skills to the fullest. After the MC finished the scripted lines and left, the rehearsal preparations began in earnest. Everyone, we'll go in the order of the main broadcast. Yes! Instantly, the stage area became noisy with instructions and music. According to the schedule, the participants still had a little time, so the team gathered in a corner first. Shall we do a cheer before we go? We've all worked really hard. Let's show a great performance worthy of that effort. Ah, good idea. Let's do that. The team members nodded repeatedly with tense faces, but it was clear that their tension came not from anxiety, but from anticipation. The team members all piled their hands together. Fighting! The shout was almost combative. Unbelievable. Even though there was no camera closely following us, it felt strange that I had voluntarily participated in this. Still, it wasn't a bad feeling. Then let's go! Truly, the stage was right before us. Chapter 43, the area outside the Music Bomb stage, where the third team battle was being held, was a sea of people. And the majority of the crowd were not official audience members, but people who had come hoping they might at least hear something from outside the walls. A certain university student, pushing her way through the crowd to get into the entrance line, was annoyed by this fact. Why are they all gathering here in a noisy crowd when they can't even get in? She couldn't understand why they were so excited amongst themselves when they couldn't even see anything properly. They were like this during the last second round, too, but the scale has gotten even bigger. She clicked her tongue in irritation as she got in line. Judging by the length, it seemed it would take forever just to get in. So annoying. The people in front and behind her were holding slogans or snacks they had received. Coincidentally, the names written on those slogans were different. Park Monday, debut. He's really gotten popular. She pursed her lips, recalling the last second team battle. It put her in a bad mood that the person in 10th place was a Park Monday fan, especially since Kim Rabin, whom she liked, had been on the same team as Park Monday. Why do people like that try-hard edgelord? She grumbled. However, she still couldn't deny that the moment his stage ended last time, crazy cheers had erupted. Though at least it had become harder to mock Park Monday online now. Well, since he was okay on stage, I'll give him that. While forcibly denying it, she glared daggers at the slogan for Park Monday. She didn't know who made it, but seeing it here made her even more annoyed. Please keep order! Don't push! They lined up according to the numbers they received beforehand and entered, but from the middle onward, people started running. Since it was all standing room with no assigned seats, it was advantageous to get in first. She managed to grab a spot right in front of the stage. I did it! She couldn't help but praise herself for being the 18th person to successfully apply for the audience. It was a feat made possible because the number of applicants had surged, and the production team had changed the application process back to first come, first served. I'll get to see it from right up close. Her heart pounded with excitement. However, only after time had passed, right before that expectation could turn into discomfort, did the MC finally enter. Welcome, everyone, to the third team battle stage of... An explosive cheer erupted, mixed with relief and joy that it was finally starting, along with the pent-up irritation. Just start already, she shouted internally, gripping the fence tightly. The theme for this team battle is, from song selection to stage design, the participants have chosen and created every element of the performance themselves. Kim Rae-bin must have absolutely killed it with this. Praising her pick, who was only bad at politicking, she let out cheers of excitement like the other audience members. Furthermore, by analyzing shareholders' past investment tendencies with a big data algorithm, the participants that shareholders collectively like have been formed into teams. At the MC's words, the audience members whispered to each other here and there, asking what nonsense this was. It wasn't that they didn't understand the words, but they just didn't get why they had done such a useless thing instead of just using a different method. Anyway, the MC naturally finished the opening proceedings. It seems your expectations are high. Then right now, the opening stage will be revealed. Whoa! The song chosen by the participants is The Emotional Idol, Maximates. The audience immediately focused their attention on the stage. Just in case their favorite participant might appear now, their expectant gazes turned towards the dark stage. Though it's better if he comes out later. I don't know, just come out now. As if answering that thought, light burst forth from the stage. Whoosh! But it wasn't completely bright yet. Thick, yellow beam lights surged up from below the stage. The beams of light still chaotically illuminated the dark stage above. The barely visible stage held only a single giant tree stump and a rising wind instrument sound. Woo-yong, woo-woo-yong, woo-woo-woo-woo. It was the sound of a large bamboo flute from the beginning of a traditional Korean court music piece. An elegant and lonely sound wandered alone across the stage, and then a figure jumped out from the far corner of the stage. It was a hanbok, as calm as celadon porcelain. A tall man wearing a wooden rabbit mask on his head ran out, sliced through the air, and flipped backward. The daegum sound twisted. Following the movement of the figure landing on one foot, the robe he wore fluttered, revealing the western suit worn underneath. At that moment, the beam lights that had been slicing the stage completely disappeared. On the now completely calm stage, a voice rang out instead of the daegum. My waiting is long and always joyful. Despite there being no accompaniment, not a single note was off. It was a perfect sound, as if it had been recorded. And now the audience knew whose voice it was. Park Mun-dae. As the deep bass voice faded, light returned to the stage. Dong 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 hua, dung dong dong hua. On the stage, 5 figures wearing wooden rabbit masks were now standing in a circle. Behind them, against the black stage background, a seemingly flowing Milky Way was revealed. And then the group choreography. Sruruk, the slow and sensuous movements that started gradually became more complex and intense with the beat. It was a sight that looked like some kind of natural phenomenon. Even though the speed changed continuously and the timing could easily have been off, not a single person was out of sync with the beat or the movements. Following that precarious balance, the tone of the previously dull bass voice sharpened, and a modern bass line subtly balanced it from behind. And the daegum and the modified piano sound began to play on top of the layers. Ooh-wee, wee-wee-wee, ooh-wee. The moment the bass voice completely became a part of the musical structure. Holding its breath, the 5 people simultaneously lifted their rabbit masks to the side of their heads in sync with the choreography. At the same time, the person on the far right began to sing. It was Park Mun-dae. At every moment I wait for you, there's always an excited me, along with the choreography Big Seijin, who had turned his back completely to the stage from the far left, smiled brightly. There's no time for anxiety to approach, because I already know you'll surely, like a magic trick. The formation changed and Kim Rabin popped out from the back. Come to this place that will meet the scent of you who is convinced lingers in every spot, somehow. Rabin, the university student holding the fence unconsciously shouted. She wanted to scream out loud, but had somehow managed to hold back. And by this team's part, not just her, but most of the audience had clearly noticed one thing. They changed all the lyrics to Korean. That's right. They had changed the few English words that were mixed in entirely to Korean, matching the stage's atmosphere. As expected, our idol is a genius. She cheered internally, feeling a sense of pride, as if she herself had changed the lyrics. She showed no sign of imagining that another team member might have changed them. However, sucked into the stage, that appreciation also vanished from her mind in an instant. It's such an obvious thing. It's my daily life, the story of you getting to know me. Receiving the voice of Gold 1, Ha Yeoljun, Big Seijin completed the pre-chorus. It's already been decided. An unavoidable fate is approaching. Sun Ah-hyun came out as the center. The rabbit mask was turned a little clumsily, covering his temple. Nevertheless, his face was sparkling. He looks handsome. The university student seeing Sun Ah-hyun up close couldn't form a negative impression and felt frustrated. Sun Ah-hyun, standing straight and elegant, began to sing. I like waiting. My waiting is long and always joyful. Huh? Right after that, familiar movements began to mix in. It was the hand movements, the point choreography of the original song. But they had cleverly added new footwork to those hand movements, creating a stronger feeling. Swish! The choreography, which used the body more dynamically and on a larger scale than the original sing, was incredibly impressive when combined with the fluttering robes. Rather than the emotional and simple original song, the stage was being completed with a romantic and splendid historical drama. Style. When this waiting ends, you will recognize the facing me. My scent has already brightened. Park Mun-dae sang the high note in the latter part of the chorus. Perhaps he got excited during the shoot, as his hair, which had now gotten closer to blonde, had swept over the mask and was flowing along with it. His hair's a bit crazy too, but I'll allow it. She forcibly suppressed her admiration, thinking it must be because the stylist today had done stage makeup worthy of a life's masterpiece. And the moment the note ended, Park Mun-dae completely twisted his body to the side. What? The audience, who had been focused on the participants' movements and expressions, reflexively turned their gaze to the back. Over the blue light flowing from behind the stage, a giant deep blue scroll was being drawn. Before they knew it, only string and wind instruments remained. Using that as background music, the deep blue scroll drew a giant circle. The circle, completed with traces like ink strokes, as if drawn with ink, glowed with a jade green light. The round blue light source between the beams of light. It was the Earth, as seen from the moon. The participants, in sync with the melody, smoothly fell to the floor and rose again once, naturally taking off their robes and shaking them out. The light white clothes as if dreaming the path to leave to meet you. The participants were now wearing complete Western suits. Their bodies created a short and intense group choreography. With full body movements closer to lines than forms, they sharply and smoothly drew curves. The feeling was very sharp. The accompaniment, devoid of percussion, had somehow turned somewhat sensual. Kim Rae-bin is insane. Unbelievable. And the university student was startled, thinking she might have made the noise herself, but then realized the sound was coming from all around. That you've been waiting for me too, a vivid sense of déjà vu. Changing the lyrics from déjà vu to a sense of déjà vu, the sound became sharper as if swallowing them. So you won't hesitate. At that moment, percussion re-entered the accompaniment. The slightly blatant sensuality vanished in an instant. I like waiting. My waiting is long and always joyful with the returning chorus. Big Seijin came out as the center and held the focus of the complex group choreography. The choreography became more spectacular. When this waiting ends, you will recognize the facing you. My scent has already brightened, and then a soft hum followed. It was the melody of the chorus. Combined with the choreography of moving their lips, it was as if someone was humming it absent-mindedly while waiting for someone. The bass in the accompaniment sounded like a heartbeat. The university student belatedly realized that Park Mun-dae was adding a note an octave higher alone, over this hum. She got goosebumps. That was a bit cool. She swallowed dryly. On stage, the intro choreography was being varied once again. The formation changed endlessly, and naturally the five gathered around the single prop on the stage, The giant tree stump. It was the stump of an osmanthus tree. Naturally floating onto the stump, they took off the western suit blazers they were wearing over their hanbok and threw them down. Revealing the mail jacket designed like a shirt, Big Seijin looked straight ahead and smiled. He pulled the rabbit mask back over his face and sang the final line, "Wait for me." As the blue light of the earth and the sky poured down upon the moon, rabbits comforting each other, sitting leaning against the osmanthus tree stump, the stage concluded, and a huge cheer that could shatter the filming sight burst forth. Kayak! Below the stage, all sorts of shouts and reactions, even those telling others to shut up, overflowed with all kinds of reactions. It was because, from the opening stage, they had seen a combination of highly ranked participants they never expected, resulting in an incredibly high-quality performance. On top of that, this intensely conceptual stage had the quality to stimulate the hearts of enthusiasts. Because they couldn't interpret everything at once, it made them want to watch it multiple times and find the hidden elements. Surely, many audience members would be anxiously counting the days left until the broadcast. "They've all gone crazy," the university student who had let go of the fence muttered as if possessed. She had only just come to her senses after the stage lights went dark, after she had been screaming. With the opening being this overwhelming, the next teams would automatically be compared to this stage. She hesitated, but eventually acknowledged her excited heart. "Well, these moon rabbit guys are good too." Her face, as she muttered, "You could put Ryu Changwoo's healing energy in there and it would be perfect for debut," had lost all the irritation she felt when entering. Chapter 44. After finishing their stage, the team entered the group waiting room for reaction shots. It was a room with a large monitor installed so they could watch the other team's stages. Incidentally, the moment they came down from the stage, these guys cried their eyes out indiscriminately, so everyone's eyes were swollen like buns. Frankly, it was understandable. After preparing this so intensely without proper rest for over 10 days, and having finished it safely, it made sense. If I were in my 20s, I would have cried too. "How is it that you didn't shed a single tear Monday?" "You really are from the NIS. I am not." I stopped Gold One's attempt to bring up that old joke again. The team members around us giggled. The atmosphere was relaxed. This means we know we killed it. Although we didn't explicitly say it out loud because we were with participants from other teams, we had already gotten an estimate from the midterm evaluation and rehearsals. Unless someone from another team suddenly unleashed insane potential and performed a miracle on stage, this one was a win. Thanks to that, our reactions were particularly good whenever another team's stage came on. I guess it's because our minds were at ease, so we could enjoy the other team's stages without any ulterior motives. They're doing well on their own. I also returned to the perspective of a spectator for once and enjoyed the stages, of course, while moderately looking at the cameras around and giving some reactions too. Let's put the second and third teams aside for now. The second team's arrangement was a bit lacking, and they couldn't complete the choreography on time, so over half the members messed up their moves during the mix break and the latter part. The third team seemed to have gone for a sexy concept like Big Seijin, but it was just so excessively and senselessly over the top that it was a bit made you go. To that extent, women might like it more. The key was how much the broadcast would correct it with editing. And the fourth team seemed to have at least broken even. This team, which had Gold 2, chose a cute and exciting song. They didn't rearrange the original song much, but it suited them well. "His song is good!" When Gold 2 came out as the center, I shouted excitedly. I also sent applause their way. Now only one team remained. It was Ryu Chungwoo's team, the one that tasted hellfire. That unlucky bastard. If you don't feel even a little bit of sympathy for Ryu Chungwoo in this situation, You've probably never done a group project before. It was clear even to my eyes that the relationship between Lisa Jin and Choi Won-gil was completely broken. And yet, he gathered one troll, Heo Cheong-woo, and even Cha Yu-jin and completed the stage? That alone was an achievement worthy of getting paid. Incidentally, Heo Cheong-woo was still in a dazed state and had been coming by every 2 or 3 days to take snacks with him. I don't know if he would put as much effort into the stage as the amount of chocolate that entered his mouth, but it didn't matter. It's not like he was on our team or anything. Fighting! Big Seijin, who had been sending encouragement to each team leaving the waiting room for the stage, also cheered for Ryu Chung-woo's team. After some time passed, Ryu Chung-woo's team appeared on the monitor screen. It's starting! As the saying goes, even a shrimp can be a whale among whales. Since it was a team gathered with high-ranking, high-grade guys, an air of anticipation filled the waiting room. Of course, it might have been the anticipation of hoping they'd fail, not do well. But Ryu Chung-woo's team did not fail. Why is that bastard flying around? It's because Cha Yu-jin was grabbing the center and digging in. Every time he pushed forward as the center in the chorus, an optical illusion occurred, making the stage's completion look better. No wonder he got first place before. I thought his mentality was broken, but he became a different person on stage. Is it thanks to his trait? I recalled Cha Yu-jin's trait that I confirmed in the last team battle. Trait, black hole, A. A gravitational force that sucks in everything, stage immersion plus 150%. With something like this equipped, it's no wonder he debuted if he was just normal. Ooh! When Ryu Chung-woo's team's stage ended, the participants in the waiting room exclaimed in admiration and applauded. Cha Yu-jin is really good. Right. I could hear the team whispering next to me, but their voices didn't sound anxious. It was probably because they thought that no matter how amazing Cha Yu-jin was, there was a clear difference in the overall completeness. The problem is that we were the opening. Impressions tend to fade over time. I wish we had won the minigame to decide the stage order. I didn't think Gold 1 would fail that badly. I recalled Gold 1's confident remark when he went out as the team representative for the minigame. Just trust me. However, that statement never came true. Having poured all his energy into the rock, paper, scissors within the team, Gold 1 was utterly destroyed in the subsequent team representative match, like a rotten egg. What if we can't get first place by a narrow margin because of this order? Frankly, the one who would be most disappointed is Gold 1, because the rest of the team members would make it to the finals, even if their rank dropped considerably. Gold 1's rank was precarious, so winning this team battle was important. Judging from the trends so far, the production team would definitely give a prize that helps survival this time. They'll probably announce the results soon. Since the last team's stage is over, there's roughly about an hour left until the team battle ranking announcement. The probability was high that they'd pull the same dogshit move of postponing everything until the next ranking ceremony, only announcing first and second place, but anyway, we get a rough idea. And an hour and a half later, the result was exactly as predicted. The remaining candidates for first place are 2 teams, team and team. Which team will ultimately claim the glory of the final victory? That is Ryu Chung-woo's team name. Up to this point, it was a predictable development. The result is, please check it at the ranking announcement ceremony. I expected that too. But if we do this every time, you all will find it too boring, right? So, we will announce the team battle victory benefit right now. Oh? That I didn't expect. The victory benefit is unconditional survival in the next ranking announcement ceremony. That was excessively good. There are only 30 people left. Why would they give out such a reward? No, wait. The MC swallowed his words. However, only one person can receive that benefit. Until the next ranking announcement ceremony, the candidate teams for first place must decide, through internal team discussion, one participant who will receive the benefit. The production team's ideas were becoming more and more outlandish the further the program went. Isn't this just a slap in the face to the rest of the members who don't get it? Even the one who receives it will be the target of concentrated fire from their own teammates, and get all kinds of curses thrown at them. Then again, just from what I, a mere civil servant, remember, the production team never gave up on creating aggro until the final episode. They were a bunch of bastards. Anyway, frankly, for the team, it wasn't a problem at all, because the one who would receive it was already decided. It has to be Gold One. For the sake of communalism, it's not like the rest of us seem likely to get eliminated anyway. Rather than receiving it and becoming a target of criticism, they'd probably prefer to give it up neatly and build their image. The only potential problem would be if Sun Ah-hyun, who was recently ridiculed online, got scared in advance and said he would take it. But given his personality, that seemed unlikely. Big Seijin, because of the school violence rumor, was in a position where his image had reversed, so he'd probably judge the rankings well. I roughly glanced at the team members' expressions. The way they were glancing at Gold One made it clear they all had similar thoughts. Gold One looked embarrassed but showed no sign of refusing. He'd probably just politely decline a few times for form's sake. This side is no problem. As expected, the problem seems to be that team over there. I could vividly imagine the production team's hearts pounding with excitement, wondering just what kind of dispute would unfold over in the team. Then we will conclude the third team battle of shareholders. We'll see you at the ranking announcement ceremony. Clap, clap, with the sound of applause. The filming ended as the participants bowed their heads towards the cameras. Thank you for your hard work. See you at the next filming. While the voices of polite participants chimed here and there, the team, who had changed back into their clothes, gathered together first, and instantly, the victory benefit was offered to Gold One. Since we all worked hard, shall we let the eldest take it? Yes, thank you. Good idea. I'm really thankful, but let's discuss a bit more. Big Seijin smiled awkwardly and wrapped up the conversation. Hyung, don't you know? The more we discuss, the later we'll just sleep. Now that the filming was over and the tension had completely vanished, the fact that they hadn't slept properly for days hit them relentlessly. Because of that, they were having a conversation with their eyes half closed. Right. Thank you, guys. I'll treat you to a meal. Haha, thank you, Hyung. I won't order something shameless like beef. It feels like he said that for me to hear, but I'll ignore it. I'm tired. Anyway, in that harmonious atmosphere, the team disbanded. I yawned and tapped the navigation on my smartphone towards the bus stop. Mamunde. I looked up to see Sun Ah-hyun with his fists clenched. Surely he's not trying to hit me. What? Do you want to go home together? My parents are coming to pick me up. Sure, thanks. Given the program's popularity, moving by bus would be difficult now, so I was just about to call a taxi anyway. I can save on taxi fare thanks to this. It was a bit burdensome to meet another participant's parents, but, getting a ride couldn't be that big of a deal, right? No, thank you. Sun Ah-hyun walked ahead excitedly and then stopped in front of a black sedan parked on the roadside. It was a foreign luxury car. As expected, his family seems well off. I had guessed after seeing the place where Sun Ah-hyun lived alone. I followed Sun Ah-hyun into the car and greeted them as politely as possible. Hello. It's nice to meet you, Monday. Get in. Did our Ah-hyun do well this time, too? Dad. The family atmosphere was more friendly than I had expected. I could see his parents smiling warmly as Sun Ah-hyun flailed, his face turning bright red. Yes, he did very well. You'll be surprised when you see the broadcast. That's our son. Sun Ah-hyun buried his face in the headrest of the passenger seat, looking like he might die of shame. His expressions became freer when he was with his family. As I thought, the root of his issues was definitely his peer relationships. I politely told them the address of my studio and leaned back in the seat, waiting comfortably for the ride to end. I just had to answer the occasional question, so it was easy. The phase where I felt strange seeing a happy family had passed long ago. Thanks to that, I could fully enjoy this comfortable seating. Get home safely. Yes, thank you. I'll contact you. Okay. It was only after multiple farewells with Sun Ah-hyun's family that I could get off at my address. They shared more TMI than I expected. Did I really need to know that Sun Ah-hyun went to Europe to study and even learned ballet? I passed the worn-out stairs and hallway and approached the studio I had rented. Now, once I get inside, I'm going straight to sleep no matter what. This damn. The door is open, chapter 45. Carefully remove my hand from the studio door handle, making no sound. I clearly double-locked it when I left for filming, but when I came back, all the locks were undone. An intruder has come. A problem that follows fame. It's a privacy invasion issue. It was a problem I'd already worried about. I just left it as it was because I had no other financial countermeasures. First of all, there's nothing valuable inside. I hadn't bought much, and my clothes were all already at the filming location, so there was nothing of value in the studio. Then I'll just quietly leave like this. The moment I thought that far, my smartphone rang. Bzz, bzz. Sun Ah-hyun. The moment I saw the name on the screen, I realized the problem. The walls of the studio are at the level of paper, so there's no soundproofing. I'm screwed. I hurriedly moved away from the door and immediately ran towards the emergency exit. Just as I was crouching in the corner in front of the emergency exit, waiting for the right moment to slip in, I heard the door open. Creak! I saw the back of the head of a strange woman who poked her head out the door, looked around, and then went back inside. She was a woman with a very ordinary face. The problem was that I was seeing her for the first time, and she was trespassing in someone else's house. A cold sweat broke out. She must have heard. I first went out to the stairs outside the emergency exit and answered the phone. The caller was, as shown on the screen, Sun Ah-hyun. Have you eaten yet? Not yet, but I don't think now is the time for me to eat. Huh? There's someone trespassing in my room. Huh? From behind the phone, I could hear Sun Ah-hyun gulping and his parents asking what was wrong. Normally, I would have brushed it off and hung up, but this wasn't a situation I could dismiss as annoying. I think I'll have to ask for a ride to the police station. If I reported it to 112 and a police car came, the neighborhood would become noisy. And if I handled it myself, strange rumors might arise unnecessarily. It's the final stretch, no need to give them any excuses. So I plan to go directly, explain the situation, and hand it over quietly. I thought calling a taxi would take forever, but this worked out better. Wait, we'll come right away. Come down right now, we need to report. I plan to go and do it myself. Could you just give me a ride to Mimanheon police station? Oh, of course. I went down the stairs while talking to Sun Ah-hyun. I really am experiencing all sorts of things. Fortunately, what happened afterward progressed smoothly. Thanks to Sun Ah-hyun and his parents, who were more shocked than me, rushing to the police station immediately, I could file the report right away. Yes? A woman. I don't know her. I see. The police seemed a bit lethargic, but they dispatched officers anyway. And the truth that was revealed was this. I never thought it would be just one person. There were a total of 4 people inside the studio. They had rummaged through everything together and were haphazardly using the dishes and clothing items. It seemed a few people, who had a history of stalking other idols, had joined forces, tracked me down, and broken into my poorly secured studio. I never imagined it. I shrugged blankly. The bigger problem was that the police consistently maintained an attitude of not really wanting to arrest them. The neighborhood's public peace must be bad. The 4 people who were caught also showed no signs of tension and kept trying to talk to me, giggling. Mundeya, aren't you turning around? Your ears work, right? Answer us. Park Monday. It'll probably be a release without charges or a fine. If it weren't for the studio being broken into, it would probably just blow over. Monday. Are you okay? Huh? I'm okay. Sun Ah-hyun was fidgeting, picking up and putting down his phone. From my perspective, having had my meal ruined, it was almost pitiful. The story I heard after things settled down was this. We decided to eat out nearby, and I thought, wouldn't it be nice if you came to eat too? Ah, so that's why you called. Thanks to that, I ended up joining Sun Ah-hyun's family for their meal out. This place makes good ribs. I diligently brought the meat to my mouth. Since I couldn't sleep, I should at least eat well. My goodness, there are so many strange people in the world these days. How can they do such things? Wouldn't it be better to contact your parents first? Sun Ah-hyun's parents seemed very upset as they repeated this conversation pattern several times. I thought for a moment, but decided to tell them the truth. I received a lot of help from them today in various ways, and I'm even getting a free meal, so I should at least show the sincerity of answering honestly. I had an accident a while ago. I don't have parents. Gasp. Watching Sun Ah-hyun's profile as he gulped, his mother's voice became quieter. Is there no one else to contact? Not particularly. No one comes to mind. Part of it was that I, having entered Park Mun-dae's body, knew no one. But there was also no record of Park Mun-dae having a guardian either. Seeing it like this were really similar. Thinking about it now, it was somewhat interesting. I wondered if one of the reasons I entered Park Mun-dae's body was a similarity in circumstances. But since the atmosphere at the table was sinking like a stone, I needed to recover the situation first. It hasn't been like this since I was very young. It's the result of various circumstances. Even now, I don't have any particular problems living. Is that so? Yes. Instead of unnecessary fuss, Sun Ah-hyun's mother smiled. I see. Living alone must keep you busy with this and that. Thank you for looking after our Ah-hyun so well until now. Not at all. I'm the one who received a lot of help. I thought Sun Ah-hyun would flail and deny it, but he was silent. I looked back to see Sun Ah-hyun tightly pursing his lips and diligently flipping the meat. Come to think of it, did he also not know I don't have parents? Thinking back, I only talked about it with the production team, and after that, I never mentioned it on broadcast. Then he probably would have been curious, but Sun Ah-hyun seemed to be trying his best not to show it. I guess he wants that kind of reaction. Now that I think about it, I wonder if the reason Sun Ah-hyun followed Park Mun-dae around so persistently in the early days of filming was rooted in that. Was it because I casually brushed off and reacted to Sun Ah-hyun's symptoms during the first ranking evaluation? The guess seems somewhat plausible. Well, it's not an important inference anyway. I shrugged and picked up more meat to eat. Since there was no other way for now, I decided to spend the night in that studio and start looking for a new place tomorrow. But right after the meal, an unexpected lifeline came down. You're going back there? They were caught, so they probably won't come back today at least. But still, when I mentioned I planned to go back to the studio, Sun Ah-hyun and his family, who were shocked, whispered among themselves. And it was decided that I would stay at Sun Ah-hyun's rented house until the next filming. I didn't really understand, but let's just keep my mouth shut and follow along, since it's beneficial. Around the time Park Mun-dae was enjoying the unexpected upgrade in his living quarters, people who had finished being part of the studio audience were spreading spoilers online as if they had made a pact. Because the program was doing so well, the non-disclosure agreement clauses were no longer effective. The most mentioned individual was undoubtedly Cha Yoo-jin, but as a team, the team was overwhelmingly dominant. The teams after them were unlucky to have that as the opening. There's a reason they have high ranks. They were all semifinals level. I bet the internet will be flipped upside down when the stage airs. Why does Sun Ah-hyun get hate? He was really good. There were many people trying to suppress the atmosphere, saying it was just public opinion from fans of the team participants, but as verified audience accounts kept popping up, they quietly left comments of defeat and disappeared. And here there was an operator of a fan account for Park Mun-dae, who was muttering all day long because neither they nor their acquaintances had won the audience lottery. It was the very same person who had secretly brought a camera to the first team battle and then became fixed on Park Mun-dae. My connections were lacking. Since he was a participant whose fandom was still newly formed, she had restrained from being too cliquey as a fan account, and what she got in return was a defeat in the information war. With trembling hands, she clicked on the current popular article. Went to the audience recording, photo included. This is my first time doing something like this. So I went with a pounding heart. And just seeing Munde's face was worth it and more. Munde came out in the first team wearing a rabbit mask and hanbok. He was like a character from a well-made historical drama. I couldn't handle how good-looking he was. I took a slight photo. And this talk about the stage being broadcast edited is complete nonsense. He was so good, my heart is still pounding. His singing was really at an inhuman level, and his dancing was sharp too. I don't know where those bugs who scream that he can't do it come from. I'll write a detailed review later. She read that post word for word, and upon seeing the mention of a photo, couldn't resist and scrolled down quickly. Below is a photo of Park Munde's upper body, wearing the rabbit mask askew and a robe. Eek! Park Munde, with his bleached hair and a navy blue robe against a black background sparkling with starlight, was so damn handsome it made her heart ache. Should I buy the data? Unable to control her greed, she muttered. But the people selling data probably also worried about legal issues, so they usually only sold such things after the broadcast aired. Just imagining that appearance, which she could only see in the episode 9 preview or, at the latest, in the episode 10 main broadcast, made her head spin. Let's just look at the ads. She pulled up the new ad draft to post before the broadcast and tried to steady her mind. No, but if we use that photo from then in this ad too, it would be good. And she accessed SNS again, letting out a cry. Her routine of searching for post-audience reviews continued until the episode 9 preview was released. Staying at Sun Ah-hyun's rented house provided a qualitatively different life from living in the studio. Of course, there was the headache of dealing with the studio landlord and compensation for the damaged front door lock. But that level of trouble happened annually, even before I entered Park Munde's body, so it wasn't particularly upsetting. The important thing was sleeping in a room without bugs. And the fact that the soundproofing was good enough to sleep without earplugs was also a plus. However, the joy of a noise-free environment was not a benefit I could enjoy today. Hey, you've been living cozy, just amongst yourselves. It was because Big Sajin had found out. Big Sajin, who had been pestering the team group chat to watch episode 9 together, went into overdrive upon hearing I was staying at Sun Ah-hyun's place, and ultimately barged in first thing in the morning. Come on in. Sun Ah-hyun just seemed happy. Since the homeowner was fine with it, it didn't seem like something I could comment on. Big Sajin chuckled and went to the living room, then pulled out the board game he had brought. He really seemed to think of it as a full-fledged sleepover. Bzz, bzz. Isn't that Park Munde's phone ringing? Ah, it is. I confirmed my smartphone on the table was vibrating. Kim Rae-bin. Hello, Hyung. Today is the day episode 9 airs. If you have time, would you be able to watch it together? Since we're on the same team anyway, it probably wouldn't matter if he came here too. With Big Sajin here, a quiet viewing was impossible anyway. Rae-bin wants to watch episode 9 together. Should I call him over? Of course. Good idea. It was unanimously agreed upon immediately. Without much thought, I sent Kim Rae-bin a text explaining the situation. After a short pause, a reply came. Kim Rae-bin. I have Cha Yu-jin with me. Would it be okay if we watch together? That's a bit. Chapter 46. Honestly, having just Cha Yu-jin along wouldn't completely ruin the viewing atmosphere, but if a scene comes up in episode 9 where Cha Yu-jin's team atmosphere plummets into hell, it would probably become quite solemn. Is there a need to make things unnecessarily uncomfortable? I fiddled with my smartphone and thought for a moment. I was trying to choose an appropriate phrase to decline. That's when Big Sajin butted in. What's up? Kim Rae-bin is asking if he can bring Cha Yu-jin too. Wouldn't it be fine? Big Sajin smiled wryly. Do you really think the production team will air that team's story in episode 9? It'll probably come out in the episode 10 preview or something. Wow, I didn't think that far. And the fact that he said it so blatantly. It seems like he's become more outspoken, perhaps because of the strange trust built from the school violence rumor incident. It's even better if we build camaraderie this time. Right. The homeowner's opinion is important. Hyun, what do you think? I'm fine with it. He says it's fine, Sona Hyun shouted yes brightly, and then focused on organizing the board game pieces. It seems this guy's personality has changed a bit too. To readily invite fellow contestants, he hasn't known that long to his own house. Well, if that's the case, might as well tell them to come. I sent Kim Raebin a message with a blank expression. Kim Raebin and Cha Yu-jin arrived just past lunchtime. "Oh, come on in," Big Sajin greeted them cheerfully. Incidentally, Gold One, who had joined upon Big Sajin's remark of, "Since it's turned out like this, we should call Hyung too," was also present in the living room. It's true that it would be weird not to invite only Gold One among the team members, but having Cha Yu-jin here was equally weird. "Hello. Nice to meet you." Surprisingly, Cha Yu-jin bowed his head politely and then held out the volume-based waist bag he was carrying. By the way, the bag was full of snacks. "I ordered chicken for now, but if you want to eat anything else, we can order more." "Yes." Kim Raebin nodded his head and quietly sat in a corner. He probably meant he wouldn't order anything, but Cha Yu-jin, his eyes sparkling, asked, "Then can we order pizza too?" "Of course." "Wow." Leaving only an exclamation, Cha Yu-jin opened the delivery app. I thought he was still out of it, but he was still sharp when it came to things he wanted to do for himself. Kim Raebin calmly exchanged greetings. "Did you Youngs join this morning?" "Ah, I did. Monday came even earlier." "Eh?" There was no need to bring it up, but it was a bit annoying. Anyway, I couldn't ignore it, so I explained the incident that happened at my studio. Suna Hyun interjected from time to time to supplement the story. It went like this. "So when I went inside the front door, he said there were other people too." "Egg!" And it wasn't just one person, there were 3 more. Right. So it took some time for the police to take them away. The police officers were so perfunctory, acting like it was nothing. It was too much. Too much, yeah. Repeating this process, the incident had somehow become increasingly exaggerated, transforming into something fit for a fabricated internet story. Thanks to this, the participants who heard the whole explanation were astonished. "Wow, you were lucky to come to Ah Hyun's place. That's scary." "Right. I've also had people come to my house before, but I'm worried it might be like that. I have younger siblings at home too." Who came, you said?" "Ah, I heard later that they kept hanging around in front, pressing the doorbell, so my younger sibling couldn't go out." Ugh. Mainly those living alone or in company dormitories shared similar experiences. It was a chilling topic fitting to discuss before the shocking and terrifying main broadcast of. While eating chicken, the conversation even passed through stories about the child of a friend of a participant they knew. So I went in, and the motion detector in the living room went beep, 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 beep. That's crazy. By the time we were eating the pizza that arrived next, the TV finally started playing the Episode 8 rerun before the main broadcast of Episode 9. We enjoyed Episode 8 while adding appropriate comments. By the end, even Cha Yu-jin was blending well into the atmosphere. "You really didn't feel any regret about third place?" "I regretted it, but it was good." "Ah, that's right." Cha Yu-jin chuckled at Gold One's words. I wondered what kind of mess happened in the team to make a guy like that submit like this. Only after the pizza box was completely emptied did Episode 9 begin. Comeback. Idlink. The slightly cringy logo appeared, and the first segment shown was the healing camp. Here, the participating contestants received screen time fairly evenly. I don't know if it's because it was content meant to be healing, or an attempt to cover up the poor, rushed planning. Anyway, most of them captured humorous moments that highlighted their characters. Moonbae Jin was a prime example. The problem was my screen time. It was pitiful in its own way, and crazy in its own way. In this moment, he dominates the stage. Park Monday. Is he serious about Trot? What kind of subtitles are they putting up while I'm singing? It was so cringy it made my back tingle, which meant it was meant to be funny. And the others laughed well. Kia! It's screen time that makes you look very good-natured. Congratulations, Monday. The last one was Big Seijin, I silently poked Big Sejin's back once as he was drinking soda. Kayak! I should have just laughed. Park Mundy's screen time didn't end there. After the scene of contestants jumping out of the kimchi refrigerator and it turning into a crucible of heat, they even inserted an interview as if to stamp a seal on it. Do you like trot? Park Munday, yes. After the immediate answer, a shot of him showing his thumb was inserted. That's the interview after I said I liked the team and went back, isn't it? What kind of fabrication are these crazy people doing every episode? The subtitles were driving the nail in further. Park Mun-dae, the trot lover contestant, be happy with your kimchi refrigerator. I haven't even received the kimchi refrigerator yet, you bastards. The more infuriating point is that my screen time in episode 9 ended with that. They only showed things with no substance. If it were the early stages, I would have been grateful for the fair screen time, but not now, because it's not a very beneficial edit at a point where the final team battle is just around the corner. A comment like, "He doesn't look desperate," could be fatal in a survival program's final vote. And the Park Mun-dae shown on broadcast so far, honestly, didn't look that desperate. I think you'll understand when I say there were more funny scenes than scenes where he looked earnest. So, while there was an aspect of trying harder in this team battle, if this trend continues, it doesn't seem like his desperation will be highlighted much. Is there no other way? It's not like I came here determined to make the final debut in the first place. I haven't shown enough to aim for that, and my original plan has already gone off track. I also don't have some backstory that fans can use to create and share an image of desperation on their own. It seems things are leaning towards elimination. Honestly, I'm the most desperate person here. I'm probably the only one who will die if I don't debut. Should I prepare myself mentally? Let's just accept it, even if my rank suddenly plummets in the final episode. Wherever I get picked up, I can debut quickly anyway. I pursed my lips. Honestly, I was a bit disappointed. If I'm going to be active anyway, it would be better to do it with more comfortable guys. Probably more than half of the people here will debut. Thinking that I might not be able to go with them, I felt a strange sense of defeat. Comparing it to when I first started filming, it seems I've changed a lot too, but I didn't have the leisure to be lost in thought. Surprisingly, the production team included the entire meltdown of the team at the end of episode 9, Choi Won-gil. So, Young, you can do at least this much, right? Lee Se-jin. Being able to do and wanting to do are completely different meanings, aren't they? Choi Won-gil. Hyung, this is the moment you need to prove your skills. Just think about it. Ki Jung-kyun. If he's saying that, wouldn't it be better to give it a try so you don't regret it later? Lee Se-jin. That's enough. The broadcast lingered for several seconds on Lee Se-jin's face hardening after this conversation. Then it showed them looking at each other as if they were about to jump at each other's throats. Their moods completely soured, exchanging short, sharp words. It was obvious they were restraining themselves because of the cameras. And since this happened when Ryu Chung-woo had gone to submit the song selection to the production staff, there was no one to mediate. Cha Yu-jin, Incidentally, Cha Yu-jin tried to intervene once, but was ignored as if he never spoke. I knew it would be like that because his comment didn't fit the atmosphere. Cha Yu-jin looked at the screen with a depressed face, then soon buried his face in the sofa and started drinking soda instead. From my perspective, it seemed like he actually got through it without attracting much hate, thanks to that. But I guess his own perspective is different. Ryu Chung-woo, what's going on? Episode 9 ended with Ryu Chung-woo, who had just entered, looking flustered at the completely shattered team atmosphere. An absolutely desperate atmosphere. Did they safely complete their stage? They completed it, right? That's right. They won too. Big Sejin stepped in appropriately and lightened the mood. I don't know why he specifically tried to get a reaction from me, but I played along suitably. Cha Yu-jin finally lifted his face from the soda and smiled. Is he maybe addicted to sugar highs? Don't tell me it's my fault. I erased the ominous thought. On the screen, an ad for the team that won first place in the midterm ad poll was now playing. Looking at the time after this ad, a short preview or behind the scenes would air, and then the broadcast would end. They're only showing the preparation process today. Right, we didn't appear much at all. The team only had a brief appearance during the initial formation and then almost no screen time. Although the production team can arbitrarily adjust the order, I had slightly hoped that since it was a first stage, it might be placed at the end of episode 9. But I didn't think they wouldn't schedule any stage at all. Won't the ratings drop if they do this? Just as I was thinking, it was strange for a moment. The mid-break ad ended and started appearing on the screen again. The MC appeared on the screen. Doesn't this feel bad? You too? Me too. Because the MC never appeared alone on the broadcast for a good reason, the contestants reflexively tensed up and swallowed. Did you enjoy watching today? Nope. No. Feeble denials came from here and there. It was a small act of rebellion they couldn't do during filming. The part I will announce for you this time is the stock status up until now. What? I don't think they'd reveal it this easily. They'll probably only announce a few specific ranks. However, we will only announce the stocks that were sold. Shareholders. Which stocks did you sell the most? Good grief. Kim Rae-bin let out a sigh. He had reason to. Which crazy person came up with the idea to only reveal the negative vote count? Since I roughly knew they were fishing for aggro, I didn't think I'd be that surprised. But I didn't know there would be a surprise like this. The guts to not include any stages in this episode clearly came from here. Then, we will now reveal the sell-off rankings. With the MC's words, the rankings with negative signs attached lined up on the screen. In the living room was filled with silence. Chapter 47. First, the number one in negative votes was, as expected. First place, Choi Won-gil. He's finished. Looking at the episode 9 edit, unless something miraculous happens, the next ranking announcement will probably be the last time we see that guy. The problem started from second place. Second place, Sun Ah-hyun. This was also a predictable rank. The period when the last voting started and the period when critical public opinion towards Sun Ah-hyun peaked matched perfectly. But it was actually a good thing. Unlike Choi Won-gil, Sun Ah-hyun, having been excessively attacked so suddenly, already had a rising wave of public sympathy. There was a high probability that the atmosphere would completely flip, with general sentiment being things like, is Sun Ah-hyun really the type to be second in negative votes? And since our team did well this time too, his position is stable. They rode the flow of public opinion well. But there was no way this analysis would get through to the person in question, who had just been hit with second place. Thanks to that, only the TV sound had been filling the living room for several dozen seconds. If someone suggests a group live watch again, I'm cutting ties, damn it. The atmosphere was dead. If you just look down from second place, fourth place was Lee Se-jin B. In other words, Big Se-jin. It seems this guy ended up like this because of people who cashed out all their remaining votes out of betrayal over the controversy. Since it was resolved quickly, people worried about him will probably pop up and give him votes instead. But before that, Big Se-jin was the first to laugh and open his mouth. If only our team stage would air, it would definitely flip, right? Tell me about it. It seems it will be difficult for it to flip. Kim Rae-bin, who had suddenly spoken, began to spout nonsense with a serious face. Is he crazy? Big Se-jin looked at him with the eyes that said that, but Kim Rae-bin continued his words calmly. Although we completed this team battle well, I don't think the negative vote rate will show a significant decline. Rae-bin, you know this is negative votes, right? Yes. Kim Rae-bin answered Gold 1 with blank eyes, then seemed to realize something and hurriedly added an explanation. It's because negative votes also tend to increase proportionally with the general vote rate. Excluding special cases like Choi Won-gil, that was statistically correct. It becomes a matter of the scale of the votes for that contestant. That is true. The atmosphere lightened in an instant. The contestants, recalling the last ranking ceremony, realized that Kim Rae-bin's statement was reasonable. That's a unique way of thinking. Although his communication skills were a bit lacking, he was definitely a useful guy. Sun Ah-hyun had also lowered his tension and was giving appropriate reactions to Gold One's jokes. Ha! Then am I eliminated? I was 21st. Hyung, it's because you have no antis. Right. Instead of looking at the TV screen which had returned to ads, I checked the rankings online again. 8th place, Park Moon-dae V3. It was a rank shared with Cha Yu-jin and, surprisingly, Ryu Chung-woo. And compared to the negative vote count from the last ranking announcement, it seemed my rank had dropped by 3 steps. Am I being eliminated? It was hard to analyze. Compared to Cha Yu-jin or Ryu Chung-woo, who have never been controversial, the Park Moon-dae on broadcast had been involved in some gossip. So I was conflicted. Was this evidence that the negative public opinion towards Park Moon-dae had finally caught up? Or was it that the overall scale of Park Moon-dae's votes had decreased? I'd prefer it if it wasn't a downward trend. I think my stages have always been decent. The views and mentions I personally checked were continuously increasing. The problem was that most of the indicators for the people sitting around me were also good. If about 10 people get eliminated, I'd definitely be in the safe zone. Since I already knew how many people were left, I couldn't run that kind of happy delusion. I swallowed the bitter saliva and checked the reactions to this episode. Since Park Moon-dae's screen time wasn't much, there wasn't a huge response. Mostly it was like this: Mundy. You're good at trot too? What can't you do? Mostly screams about how cute he is. Video of Moon-dae's eyes becoming twice as big after winning the kimchi refrigerator. Everyone, let's be thankful Moon-dae didn't appear on a trot survival show. I wouldn't have been able to sleep. I let out a laugh. The thought was so absurd, it was kind of cute. If I don't make it as an idol, I'll die suddenly. What use is trot? But the moment I scrolled down and read the next popular post, I broke out in a light, cold sweat. Could Park Moon-dae actually be on his second life? A rational delusion, if true. He guessed it. Anyway, aside from that, there were small comments about liking the rabbit mask. And after searching a bit more, I saw quite a few reactions saying they were glad I didn't end up in Cha Yu-jin's team. Deleting my post from 20 minutes ago, where I said it would have been nice if the genius Moon-dae had joined them, honestly, I thought it was rigged when that big data algorithm put them together, but I'm just glad our kid's scalp is safe. Came after seeing that big data thing posted on a community. It was scarily well organized. Does the production team have a contestant they want to kill in that team? Overall, the general atmosphere among people who liked Park Moon-dae was like this. A sense of relief and anticipation that this stage would probably be good too. A slight sense of ease, thinking he'd probably make it through this time too. It's good that people seem happy, but I actually felt less confident than during the first team battle. I think it was more so because the finals were right in front of me. It seems like I won't have much screen time in this team battle. The stage seemed to have turned out well, but no matter how I thought about it, the majority of the team had contestants better suited for storylines than me. Should I be satisfied that I at least did some maintenance? After all, from the middle of the broadcast onwards, getting too much screen time could also bring criticism, making one person in the team stand out like the main character. While it increases fans, it's also easy to cause backlash. Because broadcast time is limited, if he appears, the one I like might not. And while Park Moon-dae was never lacking in screen time, he also never hogged it all for himself. I should be satisfied that he didn't leave any room for attack. I closed the internet window with a somewhat disappointed heart. And 1 week later, it was revealed that this disappointment was just useless melodrama. Why is there so much screen time? Park Moon-dae's largest anonymous fan community was filled with anticipation even before episode 10 aired. This was because the brief glimpse of the team's magnificent stage in the preview included a shot of Park Moon-dae's upper body. They were extremely excited about the high-quality close-up that came out after so long. I captured Moon-dae's face from the preview, Okay, just his face alone is worth the fee. I'm going straight to the streaming site after today's broadcast ends. Let's hit 10 million views, Hanbok. Rabbit mask? He pulled it off. How does he sell the concept so well every team battle? I'm convinced he's an idea genius. Seeing him pull off concepts I couldn't even imagine, he's in a league of his own. He only picks concepts that destroy fans' hearts. Kick, kick, kick. He was definitely born under the star of idols. This is the truth. Even after episode 10 started, they excitedly chatted on similarly, only about Park Monday. They spent 40 minutes just waiting for tidbits of good news to sporadically appear during the segments of other, unrelated contestants' teams. Finally, the team segment began. The production team bastards really know how to make people wait. I saw audience spoilers saying it was the opening. The opening! Why is it here? This isn't the first or second time they've done this. I'm so pissed. Kek Kek Monday is finally coming on. Kek Kek Kek. People's Topics finally focused on the live broadcast in real time. The team's song selection process was broadcast just as it was, with the atmosphere of a hopeful group project presentation, without any particular twists. Monday, your opinion is good, and your opinion is good too. Let's use them all. Monday is still wise, isn't he? Kick. When Big Seijin suggested a sexy concept, Monday's face kick. Now I know why they said he's tea-venting so cute, kick. Since no one talks nonsense and everyone speaks calmly, it's like a dose of anti-cancer medicine. In fact, the team's broadcast segment couldn't help but be peaceful. It was because there was no particular source of conflict to highlight. It was thanks to having gathered contestants who held no grudges against each other and knew how to behave carefully for various reasons. If there had been footage from the dorm filming on the day of Big Seijin's school violence rumor, it might have been different. But unfortunately, due to equipment issues that day, all the dorm cameras malfunctioned, so there was no data. So the production team had no choice but to broadcast the team members diligently cooperating and creating the stage. It was a path that allowed them to show their professional side without any friction. Thanks to this, the fans of the team contestants could enjoy a comfortable viewing experience. The team that meticulously and normally created every element step by step in the production process was the team. However, it wasn't all UDN. As much as the scenes were mistake-free, the intensity was lacking, and that void was filled with ambiguous warmth and affection. This is the first time I've seen Monday so relaxed. Since they all know each other's faces, they seem comfortable. It's peaceful. For instance, the team's appearance, forged through a forced march, came across as if they were close and familiar with each other. The scenes of them living like zombies, unable to sleep properly to meet the deadline, didn't make it to the broadcast at all, because it didn't fit. Fortunately, the stage was broadcast as it was, with its high level of completion. Wait, what? The color combination of the traditional rabbit is well done. For this combination to work, Monday, your connections are something else. I listened to it again. Monday added ad-libs in almost every chorus from start to finish. Wow, I'm speechless. Is this even possible for a human? Wait, the humming at the end is an octave higher? This is proving his skills to silence the antis. The fact that the production process, not the team story, received screen time had the synergistic effect of allowing viewers to intuitively grasp the various elements of the stage. I got goosebumps when the earth appeared from the moon Monday. The flow hanbok, western suit, hanbok was good. It felt like the moon rabbit fell in love with the modern person and was imagining in the middle. The osmanthus tree appearing as a stump and the stage ending there was also good. It felt somewhat lonely and like a lot of time had passed, making me imagine the story myself. I, a 2D enthusiast, like this stage. If I don't leave a comment on this cringy post, it means my stage disease is rising. Mundeya, Your stage sense is legendary. Thank you for being born with it. It makes being a fan easy. As expected of a stage that received an enormous reaction on site, the watching fans were naturally creating posts without even having to forcibly steer public opinion. The only slight regret was that no one received a standout narrative, and it concluded with the stage of the model students. The scene of all team members except Park Mun-dae bursting into tears the moment they came off stage was also deleted. Park Mun-dae's thought that he wouldn't get much screen time was correct. It's just that, unlike his prediction that other team members would take the narrative, no one ended up receiving the spotlight, as everything proceeded harmoniously. Thanks to this, when the final team was broadcast immediately afterwards, the frenzy of posts from Park Mun-dae's fans quickly entered a lull. It was good. Let's debut like this. I want to see more of Mun-dae's face. Is this the end of his screen time? I wish they showed the kids having fun more. The documentary-like edit was a bit dry. Production team has no sense. Was that timing that Park Mun-dae reappeared on screen without any warning? Chapter 48. The team led by Ryu Chung-woo practiced in a strained atmosphere. This was due to unresolved conflicts among the team members. Choi Won-gil, I didn't expect Lee Se-jin-hyung to react so sensitively. Ki Jong-gyun, does he have some kind of victim complex? Ryu Chung-woo. The interviews inserted throughout, along with the BGM, further created an uncomfortable mood. Since there was no obvious troublemaker, the practice sessions weren't halted. However, they weren't progressing properly either. And instead of the parties involved in this conflict, the production team gave all the growth story focus to Cha Yoo-jin, who had been sidelined from the conflict. That's when Mun-dae appeared. If you had to define it, he played the role of an advisor aiding the protagonist's growth. Mun-dae, having a hard time? Then, scenes of Mun-dae talking with Cha Yoo-jin in various places and handing her snacks quickly flashed by. It was like a mother giving rice cakes to a tiger, a quick situational bribe for peace. But thanks to Cha Yoo-jin's interview saying, Mun-dae Hyung helped me, those scenes didn't seem out of place. What's this, Kek? Are they close? Even Mun-dae's own fans were bewildered, as they had never seen the two interact. Although they had been on the same team in the last second team battle, and the stage was a hit, there had been no indication of a personal friendship. Moreover, why did she seek refuge with our side instead of relying on the proven leader, Ryu Chung-woo? However, the doubts quickly subsided. A cute kid receiving snacks was always welcome. He's taking care of her nicely, even giving her something to eat. As expected of Mun-dae, a man who's serious about food. Mun-dae, an unexpected ally. Why do I see our grandmother and the kids? In the broadcast, Cha Yoo-jin, ditching her usual bright and cheerful image, successfully completed the stage, showing a frightening level of concentration. While some complained that her screen time was drastically cut, she left a more definite impression. It was a narrative of inner growth and determination blooming. Watching Cha Yoo-jin seize the exact kind of screen time he wanted, Mun-dae felt a bit bitter. But his fans were simply overjoyed that the image of the kind, reliable, and cute Park Mun-dae was being broadcast. Even the general viewers' reactions were favorable. Mun-dae is more mature than I thought. There's a reason he gets along well with the trainees. I thought he was a bit blunt and seemed to have no manners, but this is unexpected. Since he appeared through Cha Yoo-jin's clear and obvious ploy for screen time, all the aggro was directed at her. Only a good image was left for Park Mun-dae. Thanks to this, the day after episode 10 aired, Park Mun-dae, who was browsing the internet, found himself in a complicated mood. It was because he was about to sound ungrateful. It's good that I'm continuously recovering from my early image, but I still couldn't grab a decisive narrative. He needed that image that Cha Yoo-jin had grabbed. However, the remaining stage was the finals. And in the finals, there was no reason for the production team to give a narrative to him. They were only looking for characters that could make the broadcast more stimulating. just like they had been until now. Should I give up? As Monday was lost in thought, he mentally organized the remaining filming schedule. Then, he suddenly remembered an event that would take place at the next filming. Wait, with that, is it possible? Of course, the broadcast depended entirely on the production team's editing, but it was worth trying to provide them with content-worthy footage. Park Moon-dae made up his mind. There's no harm in trying. As a reference, when Sun Ah-hyun was about to suggest eating, he saw his own pensive expression and quietly put down his smartphone. It was something he hadn't been able to figure out. Wow, the air feels different. As they entered the waiting room, Big Seijin exclaimed. It was already late April. They had started filming when spring began, and in the blink of an eye, time had flown by. I've completely adapted, moving the body of Park Moon-dae, which no longer felt unfamiliar. He changed into his uniform and had a belated thought. Just then, Big Seijin, who had been looking his way, spoke to him. Hey, you look taller, don't you? Huh? You must be working out hard. You've filled out a bit too. Hearing that, he realized it anew. Over the past few months, his height had increased a bit and he'd gained some muscle, so now there was almost no difference between his current body and his original one's build. I've heard people can grow even past 21, but this is the first time I've actually seen it. It's a first for me, too. Oh, come on. Is that so? I shrugged it off. About 100 centimeters, I guess. Recalling the height I measured recently, I took a seat in the waiting room. It was actually awkward that there were no unfamiliar faces around anymore. Moon-dae, hello. Hi, Hyung. What if I need an adjustment period even if I return to my original body? It was a ridiculous thought. I returned the greetings to most people and took out my smartphone. I had to return it soon anyway, so I was going to turn it off in advance. But there was a new notification on my smartphone. It was from the SNS account I had opened to monitor public opinion. I clicked on it out of habit and saw a post that had already garnered tens of thousands of shares. The original singer of the trot song Moon-dae sang posted on SNS crying dramatically. It wasn't a bad thing. As the program heated up, even unrelated celebrities were mentioning the participants. Clicking the link revealed an SNS page with a large profile picture of a trot singer, smiling brightly and holding up a finger heart. In the background, a TV screen faintly showed the scene of Park Moon-dae singing the trot song. To contestant Park Moon-dae of Who Sang My Song So Wonderfully, I'm cheering for you. I hope you debut. Ajuza, bringing the talent. Trot is justice. Well, it's a good thing the original singer is satisfied. The fans seem to like it too. Just as I thought that and was about to close the page, another post from the trot singer flashed on the screen. This one also had a recently taken photo. Wait, that's a photo I took. Checking again, it was indeed a photo I had taken at an event a few years ago. I had released it on a stock photo site because it wasn't selling. The natural lighting was good that day, so the photo quality was nice, so it made sense for her to use it on her SNS. But it felt strange. As I turned off my smartphone, I realized the strangeness. Doesn't I not exist here? After entering the body of Park Moon-dae, I had tracked the whereabouts of my original self. But it was as if my identity itself had vanished. Yet, the photos I took still exist? That's weird. I immediately went to YouTube and typed in the search bar. I searched for the most famous video among the ones I'd filmed, Youngren's legendary stage. It's the video of Judge Youngren passionately completing a stage in a heavy downpour during his unknown days. This video laid the foundation for Youngren's rise to fame. Then a familiar thumbnail appeared at the very top of YouTube. It exists. The video is there. Of course, it wasn't my original account. I had deleted the account where I uploaded my unsold data when I started preparing for the civil service exam. So, from the current point of view, that was last year. And right now, in the video's comment section, a comment from the uploader was pinned at the top. Re-uploaded because the original was deleted. If you are the original creator, I will take it down upon request. This made it almost certain. So I don't exist, but the data I created remains. It was a bit eerie. It was on par with developing a condition where you die if you don't debut as an idol within a short period. Did a real data file ghost possess me? It was a half-joking thought I'd had late at night, but it didn't feel like a joke anymore. Just what are you? Even when I opened the status window and asked, there was no answer. I felt like an idiot. What the hell is this bastard's goal? Hey, what are you doing? Hold on. Let me think for a second. First, I snapped out of my train of thought. I'd found a contradiction in the situation, but the filming was right in front of me. So I'll look into it more after work. I finished organizing my thoughts and returned my smartphone. If I looked distracted elsewhere, it could lead to attitude controversies. I had to clear my head. Fortunately, I didn't even need to try. As soon as the filming started, the MC quickly steered the situation. Welcome, everyone, to as long-awaited third ranking announcement ceremony. As the participants sent applause, honed over months of filming, the MC immediately got to the point. However, before we find out your rankings, there is one thing. We must first take care of one matter. It is regarding your sincerity. So that content was here. I guess the MC's next words. He's going to say, let's see how sincere you are about this audition. Casting call. That's right. This series traditionally inserts another stimulating content midway through, namely, the casting call. In short, it's a session where agencies affiliated with TNet and moderately well-known companies come to cast the participants. However, if you choose an agency, you must leave the program. Therefore, it was highly unlikely that any participant who had shown noticeable success on the program thus far would drop out. The participants weren't fools. Why would they go to a minor agency when they could debut right here in a group with guaranteed recognition? In the end, since no one worthy of debut would escape here, it was merely an event to add tension to the program. But I can use that tension. So I plan to induce as much conversation as possible and somehow convey how sincere Park Mun-dae is about this program. Of course, the probability of it being edited out was higher. Gulp! I heard someone swallowing hard in front of me. It seemed most had guessed it was the casting call from the timing and the MC's words. And if you were in the middle or lower ranks in the last ranking announcement, it was a moment that could cause enough conflict. Since the probability of debuting here was low, you might want to grab another lifeline. The image of considering escape could be somewhat mitigated with words like, the agency that made the offer has been my dream company for a long time. So I want to start a new challenge. I will show you a better, more grown-up version of myself in the future. In reality, there were steady dropouts from the lower ranks. I think last season about 5 people openly jumped ship. Considering the show was canceled shortly after, it was a very wise cutoff. They only missed out on a debut ranking spot. The MC waited with a bored expression, letting the participants' tension build. That's right. The large screen behind him lit up. Is a list of agencies going to appear? Just as the murmuring about the casting call was growing around me, the MC raised his arms and, psychological test. Through a prepared personality type test, we will match you with the K-pop concept that best suits you. The participants around me, whose tension had drained away, let out sighs of wow. Oh, I felt bitter. It was just variety show filler. Or perhaps they would use that data to decide the next team battle. Whatever the case, the clear thing was, I had been mistaken. Damn it. The participants were guided by the staff, moving in groups of 10 to small rooms. Being called in alphabetical order meant I didn't have to wait, which was good. But the sudden reality check left a bitter taste. It seems I only drank the first bitter cup. The room I entered was a remodeled single-person practice booth. A small 2-person desk was in the center, with a camera installed on it. It was a typical space for solo angle shots. I let out a sigh and went around to the other side, sitting down in front of the desk. A title screen was displayed on the tablet set up there in advance. The trendy SNS-style design lowered its credibility. It looks like a template you'd find floating around the internet. Guessing it was probably outsourced in a hurry, I began clicking through the typical 5-answer multiple-choice questions, Chapter 49. The personality questionnaire on the tablet was mostly like this. Describe a situation and have you choose an action. Of course, they were all idol-specific situations. 1. You have been selected as a performer for TayCon, a global K-pop concert being shown to fans in 21 countries. In the midst of intense practice for the fitting, you are suddenly presented with a completely new idea. However, there's only 1 week left until the performance. Your choices? First, let's ignore the blatant self-insertion and indirect advertising for the concert. This was a question about whether to scrap everything you've been doing, even with the deadline so close, and start over after finding out about this new idea. Of course not. What? Does he think this is a school assignment? If there's only a week left, the stage set and costumes would be almost finalized. Just because a new idea comes up, we're supposed to tear it all down? First of all, for a new idea to even come up, it would probably take over 5 years, which means it's an impossible situation. No matter how much I want to appeal my desperation, this isn't passion, it's recklessness. It's a great idea, but there's not much time left. I will perfectly finish the preparations I've already made. I pretended to think hard for a moment, then chose this option. And to prevent editing, I mumbled while looking directly at the camera. If I were doing this alone, I'd like to give it a try. But since a stage is a comprehensive art, I think I need to consider that situation. I'll keep the good idea in my notes and try to use it next time. Even with this much seasoning added, it would be hard for them to pin a weird character on me now. I moved on to the next question. Ta, you have won the Rookie Award at Tone, Asia's largest music awards ceremony. However, while traveling to attend the ceremony, one member is seriously injured in a traffic accident. Fortunately, you only suffered minor bruises. If you leave now, you can probably attend the awards ceremony. Your choices? Of course, you should cancel the damn trip. A passenger is seriously injured, and you're thinking about pushing forward with your minor bruises to attend an awards ceremony? But no matter how you look at it, it feels like the choice to go to the ceremony through sheer will and effort will be portrayed positively. This is annoying. Suppressing my twitching eyelids, I chose the most reasonable answer. I look into ways to deliver the acceptance speech remotely from the hospital. It would be better to go in person, but the after effects of a traffic accident might not appear immediately. I think I need to confirm my physical condition through a checkup to ensure there are no setbacks in my activities. Even as I added this explanation, I felt hopeless. Don't tell me it's all like this. Yeah, it was exactly like that. Surprisingly, all 10 questions assume these kinds of absurd situations. Only the production team would know what any of this has to do with a K-pop concept. I sighed and solved the rest of the problems. After getting past a few questions related to subtly promoting their own products' advertisements, the final question finally appeared. Finally, the end. I glanced at question 10. 10. You have made it to the finals of a program to select a global K-pop idol who will be active worldwide. After endless effort and overcoming obstacles, you are finally before the last gate. An immense casting call beckons you. Your choices. They put this in here? The moment I realized I had been tricked twice, the tablet screen changed. A countdown from 3 began. They only give us 3 seconds for the team roles countdown. I could feel their will to capture the participants' flustered reactions. The numbers disappeared in an instant, and without giving any time to think, a commanding phrase appeared. Choose now. At that moment, without any warning, the door in front of me opened. Hello? A familiar face was standing outside the door. Wait, let me correct that. I was the only one who unilaterally found it familiar, because I had seen him a lot. Nice to meet you. A member of VTIC entered with a smiling face, opening the door. It was the appearance of a star I could never have imagined. I reflexively bowed my head in greeting. If I were even a little late with this greeting, I'd be torn to shreds online. I watch your broadcasts well. Thank you. The VTIC member held out his hand for a handshake. I shook it with both hands as if meeting a client CEO. Cold sweat broke out down my back. How on earth did they manage to book him? No matter how well was doing, VTIC's agency doesn't even have an investment stake in it. How did they make him appear? VTIC. Are they doing an exclusive reality show on TNet? Did they get a T1 affiliate advertisement? No, that doesn't matter right now. The important thing is to watch my words. If I slip up just once, I don't know what kind of disciplinary action might flood SNS. I sat back down after confirming the VTIC member had taken his seat. Then I calmly assessed my counterpart. Was he the leader? I remember his face and popularity, but I don't really remember his other positions. I just remember that even within that team, his individual metrics were outstanding. And he was a good dancer, so his fan-come demand was high. His stage name was Chung Ryo. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Chung Ryo, serving as the leader in VTIC. I think he had a real name, but of course I don't know it. Fortunately, he himself didn't seem to think that Park Mun-dae wouldn't know him. It was probably just an introduction for the broadcast's sake. I'm Park Mun-dae. It's nice to meet you. I'm not sure who I'm telling to take care of me, but I greeted him as politely as possible. Should I have been slower and ruined the flow? I was so flustered, I forgot to react. As I saw on the broadcast, you are very composed. I was too surprised, so I froze. Haha, is that so? That tone means he doesn't believe me, right? Chung Ryo laughed just enough to lighten the mood and then got straight to the point. The reason I came to meet contestant Park Mun-dae today is to deliver a casting call from our VTIC's agency, Lee. I had expected that statement, but I couldn't help this thought. Are the production team crazy? With Lee's current status, even contestants in the single-digit ranks might jump ship if given the chance. Of course, there's no guarantee that joining them means you'll debut in their next boy group. The agency probably has a ton of trainees already, but VTIC's current status is so high that kids around 20 would be perfectly tempted to cross over, especially since a VTIC member himself came. You could just close your eyes and sign, even if you're already with an agency. Chung Ryo continued with what seemed like prepared lines. Of course, this isn't an offer we make to every contestant. Do you remember the questionnaire you just filled out? Yes. Out of the 9 situational questions, contestant Park Mun-dae, your answers had the highest match rate with our VTIC members. Chung Ryo gave a small clap. It means you share a similar talent profile with the artists at our Lee agency. Thank you. So that means in other rooms, people from different agencies are conducting casting calls. They went all out. Since they even brought out VTIC, it seems TNet gathered all the agencies they're friendly with. The viewers will find this very entertaining. First, let me tell you about the advantages you can enjoy if you choose Lee agency. The words that followed were standard. It was a recitation of welfare benefits and future vision. Is this for agency image cleansing? It was impressive that he memorized it. I guess it's because he's the leader and has probably done this before. Anyway, I nodded sincerely and made admiring sounds as if listening to a deeply moving story. Chung Ryo ended his talk at an appropriate point and, as if prepared, added a joke. And, as contestant Park Mun-dae probably already knows, Lee is also the agency of the soft and sweet Sunbenims. Wouldn't you get a chance to dance with them? Huh, yes. This guy's fan service instincts never drop. Maybe thinking I was genuinely pleased, Chung Ryo grinned. Here then. Documents and a pen were placed on the table. It was a contract. Judging by the seal space, format, and overall look, it seemed like a real one. They're serious. They didn't need to be this sincere for a variety segment. I blankly scanned the contract. Contestant Park Mun-dae, will you respond to the casting call from VTIC's agency, Lee? Let me think. I was in the first group of 10. The remaining number of people is 30, 3 groups. That means 2 more people are receiving this Letai casting call. What if the VTIC member who came here is touring all the rooms? Then that means up to 6 people, including me, are receiving this casting call. Let's say, besides me, at least one more person says, okay. Letai isn't stupid. If 2 or more people jump ship and go to that agency, the probability of them being put together for at least 1 or 2 promotional cycles is high. Isn't just doing well. It's almost at a cult-like level now. The agency can't just throw away that fame. So if I don't want to continue being an idol in Park Monday's body, this might actually be the better choice. The probability of doing a few activities and then being left in limbo is high, after all. After that, I can look for clues to return to my original body, or find a new path. If I halt activities, I'll be forgotten quickly. Dozens of new idol groups debut every year. I lifted the pen over the contract, and then quietly put the pen down and bowed my head deeply. I'm sorry, but I want to keep challenging myself here. Ah, Changryo responded as if disappointed. He was good at fan service on stage, and it seems he's a good person in front of the camera, too. That's a shame. Contestant Park Moonday, I really thought you would do well at Leti. You flatter me. I politely bowed once more. Might I ask the reason? The reason for refusing? First of all, it's because it would be a problem if I were the only one who said okay. They wouldn't let me do solo activities. In fact, they might only push VTIC unit activities. I think they believe solo activities eat into the group's lifespan. And before I entered this body in the future 3 years from now, Leti's new boy group still hadn't debuted. In other words, it's a confirmed sudden death. It just won't work. I'd rather leave the program if I'm going to leave. But waiting for a debut at Leti is insane. It sends a chill down my spine. But I can't say that outright, so I have to give another reason. There's the matter of investment costs. Huh? There are people who have bought shares for my debut up to this point, so I want to at least repay that investment. That's right. If I'm going to be an idol, I should do it properly. If I debut with, it's a 5-year contract with a T1 sublabel. Then, at the very least, Park Monday will be active enough to satisfy the people who spent money and time for his debut. And from my perspective, it's the same. It's not like I have some other dream or vision anyway. People liking me was kind of fun. Maybe it suits me better than I thought. The stages were fun too. I want to try harder so that I can debut here. This should be a decent answer, right? Although the VTIC ambush prevented me from timing my display of desperation, it shouldn't backfire. Changryo listened to my answer and then nodded his head. Chapter 50. I see, contestant Park Monday. I'll be cheering for you. Thank you. Changryo didn't try to prolong the conversation and neatly wrapped it up. I had wanted to try sticking to the plan of drawing out the conversation to show my sincerity, but he didn't seem like the kind of opponent that strategy would work on. First of all, his status is just too high. He was last year's grand prize winner. The gap in standing was just too vast. It was more likely that only Park Monday would end up looking desperate. Then I'll dispose of this contract now. Changryo picked up the contract and, making sure it was visible to the camera, tore it in two. It's a performance. It was probably an action he was instructed to do beforehand. You made a difficult decision. You've worked hard. I hope you have great success in the future. Thank you. I hope you finish your promotions healthily as well, Sunbeinim. Following the generally amicable mood, we exchanged a few more words and bowed. Did you see our current promotions? Huh? Yes? It seemed the filming wasn't over yet. I don't know why, but he's continuing the conversation. Let's respond sincerely. I'm really enjoying your current album. Wow. By any chance, your favorite song? Is this guy trying to test me? He wouldn't be giving me a hard time just because I refused, right? I especially like Look at the Stars. I casually mentioned a B-side track. Honestly, I hadn't had time to listen to it. It was a song I'd seen mentioned in a fan post shared on SNS while searching for Park Monday. I wrote the lyrics for that one. Chung-ryo pointed to himself happily. He's even good at subtly working in promotion. And here he is, already incredibly popular to the point of being untouchable, truly fitting for an idol with fans. So that's why you specifically mentioned that song. I just laughed. Denying it would be awkward, and agreeing would be awkward too, so there was no helping it. Chung-ryo smiled back, then suddenly, as if remembering something, went out briefly through the door behind him. What is it? When Chung-ryo returned, he was holding a red packet. It's not money, it's red ginseng. I brought it for you to have strength. Ah, thank you. Judging by the brand logo clearly printed in gold on the red packet, it was confirmed PPL. Well, red ginseng is always welcome. As I accepted it, Chung-ryo gave his final greeting once more. Then fighting! Yes, fighting. The filming ended with us smiling at each other, grinning. Soon, staff members came in and began escorting Chung-ryo out. Some were adjusting cameras and handling tablet PCs, but it was clear most were gathered around Chung-ryo. They seemed to be staff from the VTIC side. They're really dedicated. Well, even if a star of that caliber just shows up, that's bound to happen. After confirming a staff member had collected the microphone attached to his chest, Chung-ryo spoke quietly. Moon Dae-si. Yes. His face, unlike before, had little trace of a smile. It wasn't a stiff expression, just the natural expression of someone getting down to business. It's a bit awkward for me to say this, but Lati is a good agency. The company atmosphere is good too. If your situation allows after the program ends, please contact me. It sounded like he was suggesting I contact him if I get eliminated. Is he serious? No, he's not a company executive. Is he really scouting a trainee here himself? Ah, does he hold company stock? That would make sense. Still, I don't know why he's being so kind to Park Monday, but well, there might not be many promising talents suitable for the debut lineup. I nodded without saying much. Yes, thank you. Don't mention it. The conversation ended there. Following the staff's guidance, I naturally exited the room and moved to the waiting room. Probably to prevent spoiler leaks, they seemed to have isolated those who hadn't yet taken this fake psychological test. Hyung. As soon as I entered, Kim Rae-bin, who had arrived first, called out, "By any chance, did you get an offer somewhere?" It was Lati. Mine was Lati too. So the VTIC member had made the rounds after all. Kim Rae-bin excitedly chattered about meeting VTIC. As I listened, nodding, Ryu Chung-woo came in with a tired face and gave a knowing look. You guys finished already? Ryu Chung-woo's expression alone showed clear signs of having struggled with a conflict. Don't tell me his was VTIC too. 3 out of 10 is too generous a haul. A contestant I only knew by face cut in. Hyung Nim, where did you get your casting call? Mine was Wonder Hall. It was T-Plague's agency. A large, well-known agency famous for managing idols well for a long time. His is a good one, too. I heard sounds of admiration from around. But Ryu Chung-woo just sat down with a forced smile and a stiff expression. He refused. It was somewhat surprising that he seemed to have considered jumping ship, even though his debut is almost certain, but, well, he must have his reasons. The waiting room gradually filled with participants. Soon, all 10 from the first batch had gathered. So, everyone in the first round got offers. Honestly, I thought some in the lower ranks would jump ship, but it was unexpected. It was because the agency lineup was just that good. In the second batch, Sun Ah-hyun returned to the waiting room. As if some strange competitive spirit had emerged, those who had refused puffed out their chests. Well, they seemed nice. Sun Ah-hyun, who had returned looking dazed, mumbled with a bright expression. He said a certain solo singer, active alone, had been very kind, and gave him words of encouragement. But you still refused. Ooh? At my casual remark, Sun Ah-hyun jumped up, startled. He looked at me with shocked eyes and stammered, of course, I have to see it through to the end, but because if I go there, I can't debut together. It seemed Sun Ah-hyun had become extremely addicted to the positive peer relationships he was experiencing for the first time. If the conditions were just a little better, the others would have all jumped ship. I looked at him with a slightly pitiful expression for a moment, then just nodded. Yeah, uh-huh, Sunahyun affirmed happily. Kim Raebin was looking at Sunahyun with an expression of seeing something strange. Around that time, the third group began trickling back in. Lati is such a waste. What a pity. The first to return, Big Sajin, sat down and immediately said cheerfully with a grin. So this guy also got an offer from Lati. Kim Raebin, Big Sajin, and me. It could be a coincidence, but it was quite interesting to see a tendency in the agency choices. And Big Sajin's words were even funnier. What a pity. He's saying things he doesn't mean. His goals seem to be debuting as quickly as possible. A guy this sharp wouldn't have gone to Lati. But Big Sajin, after confirming there were no mics and no cameras around, mumbled quietly. Should I have crossed over? It's a bit regrettable. It seems he thought about it more than I expected. I guess it was a remark that came out naturally because his current agency isn't very reliable. It was actually a golden opportunity. Transferring to a better agency without fulfilling your contract period is practically impossible in this industry environment. For a major broadcaster to take over the contracts of the final debut trainees from is nothing short of tyranny, to put it bluntly. The agencies probably had no choice, like being forced to eat mustard, but it seemed better than trying to recycle eliminated trainees by sending them to other shows. It serves as a lubricant for the relationship with the broadcasting station. But because this season is doing so well, there seems to be subtle pressure, the pressure for them to voluntarily drop out and stay with their original agencies. I recalled something Big Sajin had said in passing during a filming break. Hey, I've been hearing things like that lately. Wouldn't it be better to debut with the juniors you've trained with for so long? People are really something, I tell you. It's not like they're offering any benefits. Just saying that won't sway anyone's heart. Just kidding. I have to debut here? Big Sajin laughed it off with a grin. But it was obvious it wasn't a joke, and he had genuinely considered it. Surprisingly, there were quite a few in the upper ranks who struggled. I shrugged. Wasn't anyone thinking of leaving to reduce the competition a bit? But unfortunately, that didn't happen. The only one who jumped ship was one person from the lower ranks. Contestant Choi Won-gil has responded to the casting call from his agency, Treckler, and will be leaving starting today. I was impressed. Sharp blade. It was the right move to cut their losses quickly after seeing this episode's public opinion. Maybe because he's young, he seems unable to control his emotions, but it seems he has some brains, so he probably didn't leave grinning. Our agency? I heard Gold One stammering in panic from behind. Ah, that guy was from Treckler. I heard he had a hard time refusing the offer from T-Plague's agency. It seems he had some loyalty to his original agency, and he seemed to have the will to continue. And with that, the event concluded. I felt a slight bitter regret for not achieving my goal, but I had secured screen time. They won't cut the VTIC footage. They went through the trouble of booking him. They wouldn't just discard it. The production team took a few cuts of the trainees' reactions to Choi Won-gil's departure and immediately began preparing for the ranking announcement ceremony. Thanks to that, the participants had to sit in the same seats they were in before the event started and endure the boring waiting time. But this time, perhaps because they had flashy conversation topics, everyone seemed busy chatting and didn't look bored. What? That agency? Daebek. Wow. What was Chungryo Sunbenim like in person? Even the tension that usually precedes a ranking announcement seemed to have lowered in intensity. Phew, the lineup was no joke. No wonder many kids struggled. Big Sajin whistled and listed the agency names one by one. Then, after glancing around slightly, he whispered with a mischievous smile, Hey, you know what? What? That guy over there, Lee Si-jin, the child actor, he struggled a lot too. He seemed to be pointing at child actor turned trainee Lee Si-jin. Now that you mention it, he was in the last group. Lee Si-jin had arrived almost at the same time as the news of Choi Won-gil's departure. I wasn't paying attention because I wasn't interested, but honestly, I'm still not interested. Big Sajin had never liked Lee Sejin much, but perhaps because he'd gotten comfortable with Park Moon-dae, he was happily spilling his true feelings. He was originally from an actor agency, right? Did he really want to switch to being an idol? That could be it. If you think you might get eliminated but still want to continue as an idol, it makes sense to consider switching tracks. Unless he debuts immediately, it seems hard to aim for the next team because of his age, but, well, that's his business to figure out. Perhaps realizing I wasn't very interested, Big Sajin shrugged. I guess so. That was the end of the spare time, and then the full-fledged ranking announcement ceremony filming began. Around the time the participants were preparing for the ranking announcement ceremony, the celebrity agency representatives who had made surprise appearances for the event had already left for other schedules. The same was true for VTIC, whose schedules are packed to the minute once promotions start. The two people in the van were each looking at their smartphones and only opened their mouths when it was time to order lunch. Hyung, how was it? Just work, Chungryo answered calmly. Hyung, you met 3 people too, right? Was there anyone who stood out? I was quite impressed with the guy I met. Hard to say.